be safe. Had to be a scary part for them as well as that bus continues to roll on. But yeah, it was like that in New York City yesterday. Now let's go to Frederick County Sheriff's Office showing us this water rescue. We've been seeing a lot of these types of stories as well. And unfortunately, in Connecticut, a separate video here, a story has to do with a state trooper that got swept away in the storms in Connecticut. This trooper here is okay and was able to get this person to safety, but not so lucky in Connecticut there. So we had an update for you a little bit earlier on that situation. Very, very sad. Let's continue to show you some other impacts here. It wasn't all just flooding and heavy rain. It was tornadoes that were hitting the Northeast as well. Take a look here in Maryland right now of tornado damage that ripped through this area. You can see some drone camera footage here showing everything that was in place and businesses ripped apart there. You see a lot of roofs, unfortunately, ripped off in the mix there as well. Let's go back out now to New York City here. This was something to see as well. Something out of a movie, right? Like it almost seemed like it was a movie like that would be at the end of the world or something, as this water just rushing through subways. So much so that all New York City subways were shut down for some period going into the overnight hours, as they could not have people come to this area and really any subway with this type of flooding. Now let's go back out to tornadoes. New Jersey. Take a look at this as the video was taken here by a person that was right here in this field, seeing it all happen and wanted to document it. Then we have another angle right here in New Jersey as unfortunately so many homes were ripped apart in this subdivision, and we're hoping for the very best for everyone that has lost property and has lost a lot of things. But you know, so many times when you talk to these tornado victims, if they didn't lose any loved ones or any pets, you could go up and really talk to them even when they're right by their home or what used to be their home, and they'll talk to you and they'll say just how fortunate they are, and it's really amazing to see that. And you see that a lot. You hear about that a lot as well. Here's another shot here from Fox Digital bringing us this video of the tornado that can continue. This one, a patio view. Could you imagine seeing that outside of your patio and hoping that the storm and tornado does not come to your property and rip things up right there. Let's continue on right now. Take a look at this one. I mean, we had a waterfall in the subway at this 28th Street there in New York City as it just was going over the tracks. That's why they couldn't have any more trains come through. It would have been a very, very scary situation for so many if that continued to happen. Then I think this one is just really something to see. A true waterfall in New York City. Watch as this train comes up and pulls up. Could you imagine if you were about to get off at this stop, you'd say, no. I'm going to stay in here and try to stay dry, and maybe hopefully at the next stop it won't be like this. But those are just some of the top videos that we were able to collect as people were sharing it all over the internet, social media. They wanted to share what they were seeing. Look at this in Newark Airport, flooding there out on the lower level there, and all the people could do is really just be in amazement of it. Staten Island, New York. Another shot here of, that's a street, everyone. Doesn't look like it. It looks like a river, but yeah, that is what was going on in New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. We are going to continue our coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. It is now 5 o'clock on the East Coast, 2 o'clock on the West Coast. We're going to join some coverage right now of Fox 29 in Philadelphia with the very latest, and they are seeing on flooding as well as tornado damage.
Montgomery County actually rushing water, extremely dangerous situation. And there have been water rescues on that note all over the region. Here's somebody being helped out of a building onto a car and into a raft off the streets in Wilmington, Newcastle County. The scale and the scope of this damage just incredible and difficult to take in. I'm Shayna Humphreys.
I'm Jason Martinez, live in Mullica Hill tonight, and I just want to show you, we're doing our best to show you the damage from that devastating minimum EF3 tornado that tore through here about 24 hours ago. Take a look at this house over here. Front of the house seems to be okay. The back of the house, you can see the A-frame of that house is just gone, reduced to studs. Ever since this tornado hit, we have seen a deluge of people in the neighborhood coming out. Lowe's, the store, brought out buckets, contractor bags, and water. If you take a look across the street, a food truck for free food, by the way, for anybody who wants that in the neighborhood. As media from all across the Northeast is here. And amongst it all, you got a stop sign just sitting here on the ground that was once standing here. Where I'm pointing straight ahead there, that's where most of the damage is. Families are picking up the pieces. People just happy to be alive at this point. But now the rebuilding begins. I've seen a lot of homeowners actually on the phone talking to insurance, and you don't envy that process. But again, everybody's alive and everybody's well. And speaking of that, Shayna Ferreira, you are down the street from where I'm standing. You actually spoke to a family who survived, and what an ordeal they went through.
Devastating, Jason. They were emotional, they were heartbroken, but they were grateful to be alive. This is just some of the damage that's left behind here on Marvin Lane. You could see just pipes and different things. You can even, if you see even on the grass, you have some of their couches. You have a door sitting here. If you move, you see here a shoe, one of the dad's shoes here as well, just to give you a sense of how far some of this just debris and some of the stuff from the house came flying towards the street. And I'm going to have our photographer come this way here because there's something else I want to show you here outside of all of this damage here. You see these kind of these carriages to push kids in it. You see a pool behind them, a kiddie pool as well. So this is really what's left behind from this particular home, and the homeowner, who is also a teacher nearby, she was set to have her first day back to teach schools in this area, a public teacher in the area. She told me that she was running for her life while literally running through her life, and this is what's left behind on the ground.
You know, an extraordinary, sadly tragic, historic 24 hours in New Jersey. There's no other way to put it.
Governor Phil Murphy taking it all in Gloucester County, surveying damage and meeting with families devastated by what's left behind.
Philip Murphy. Nice to meet you, sir.
We were in the basement.
Yep.
We have a 6-year-old and a 3-year-old, and I'm 8 months pregnant.
Oh, bless you.
Homes in Mullica Hill ripped apart within seconds, leaving only memories behind. Troy and Ashley Thomas, just one of several families on Marvin Lane, now left to pick up the pieces of their lives.
Took both girls onto the steps and just huddled on top of them, and my husband was huddled on top of me, and everything was just crashing down on us. The light was shining through. There was nothing over us. Our whole 2-story house just crumbled around us.
The Thomases left in disbelief, but they say they're grateful to be alive through what they say was the scariest moments of their lives.
We've been here 8 years, and this neighborhood there's 50 people in here that I could call at the drop of a dime that would do anything for me or my kids.
And you would do the same for them.
I would do the same for them. We are so lucky.
Yeah.
Lucky indeed. They were home again while all of that happened. They say it only took a few seconds. You could see their car has been pushed through the property, so nothing really left behind for this family. I made this note at 4 o'clock, Shayna, and I want to reiterate this to those at home. This is a very real situation, and when we receive these kinds of warnings, these kinds of tornado emergencies, you need to heed them. I'll give you the anecdote of what this 8-month pregnant woman told me that lives in this home. She says they heeded the warnings, they got to the basement, but she wishes that they all had on shoes. She, her husband, her 2 little girls did not have shoes on, and when everything was said and done, they had to walk over glass and debris. They had some cuts on the feet. She broke a few of her toes as well. So something to keep in mind if we ever, God forbid, find ourselves in this situation again. If you have to get to shelter, make sure you put on shoes.
Yeah.
Shayna?
And there is sometimes a temptation when you get those alerts. You don't see it outside your window yet. You might want to stay put, and this just shows you it's nothing to play around with. Thank you, Shayna. Let's move to Manayunk in the city now. This is a view from Skyfox drone. You can't even see the roadways, just intersections completely flooded out, rushing water just snaking through the city, surrounding homes. There are scenes like this all around the area as creeks and rivers continue to rise today. Governor Wolf says his administration will get help to those who need it.
A lot of Pennsylvanians will be dealing with very hard emotions today. They're going to be dealing with hard emotions tomorrow, and they're going to be dealing with hard emotions in the near future.
All right, so those were just some of the updates from Pennsylvania, New Jersey. They're in the mix from Fox 29 in Philadelphia. Our thanks to them as they kicked off our 5 o'clock hour here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue our coverage right now, everybody. Let's go out to New York. That is where we find Fox 5's Mac King with the very latest. And Mac, it has been a really historic day when you look at it from the evening into the morning hours.
Yeah, last night was an absolute hot mess here in the 5 boroughs. We had major roads, major thoroughfares. The FDR Drive turned into a stream of water with bubbling up drains, so you had sort of frothy water popping up places. The subways flooded and were completely shut down. It's a very rare and notable event when public transit shuts down in this city. Subways are obviously open 24 hours a day, and they were not last night. And at last check, they still were not fully reopened. Smaller neighborhoods, both in Manhattan and outer boroughs, completely flooded. People abandoned cars on roads of all sizes. You still drive around today, and you find abandoned cars with their hoods open, sort of covered in dust and mud. Tragically, 12 people died in Queens, 11 of them in basement apartments that were unable to open the doors when multiple feet of water was up against the outside of the door. And we're still sort of learning of the level of destruction that we've seen all throughout this city.
Yeah, and Mac, what were you thinking when you were seeing on social media? I mean, social media played such a big part because even if you weren't in New York or even in the Northeast, you knew what was going on by everything that when we were seeing all the images come out of New York City.
Yes, certainly. Social media is a double-edged sword in that it can make things appear worse than they are. But last night, that certainly was not the case. It was a fantastic resource for us trying to put stories together and find out what was happening where. But it also made, a localized event much more national or international. So much of the best, and I say best in a way that it's sort of the most dramatic footage we saw, was from individuals shooting video on their phones from their cars or walking around or from their apartment buildings, shooting down on completely flooded blocks in Brooklyn, watching cars float away down streets. Social media and Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, et cetera, played a massive role in how we learned about this and how we continue to sort of learn where we should direct our efforts to sort of dig deeper in our reporting.
Absolutely. And Matt, can you kind of give us a sense of when we see these images from yesterday and early morning, what is it like right now by you from your area? And if you can give us a little vantage point there.
Yeah, I mean, what's bizarre is it's, about the most, weather-wise, about the most flawless day in New York City you can ask for. It's 73 degrees. There's barely a cloud in the sky. It's sunny. The pavement is dry. So you kind of have to, you don't have to look very hard, but you do have to look for sort of evidence of what happened last night. I mean, you drive down any outer borough residential block and people have essentially emptied their basement and first floor apartments of all their belongings, much of which is now just trash, but they're also trying to salvage stuff by drying it out. I mentioned the abandoned cars. That is everywhere, all over the city, roads of every size. It's going to take forever to get them all towed to places they need to get towed to, and who knows how many of those are salvageable. But yeah, I mean, New York City's a fascinating big city, and people here have been through a lot. So, people are still going to their workout classes and their coffee shops today, and most people tried to work, but there's definitely a lot of destruction on a personal level from people that live on ground floors.
Absolutely, absolutely. And leave it up to a New Yorker. If they got to get somewhere, they're going to find a way to get there, no matter how long it might take or where it might take them, but they'll get there. So Fox 5's Matt King, thanks so much for breaking it all down for us today.
Of course, thank you.
Yep. And we continue to bring you always the very latest right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's continue to go out to a little bit more coverage from Fox 29 in Philadelphia as they are in their 5 o'clock hour.
6 confirmed tornadoes. We're waiting on Mullica Hill as far as the force of the storm, where we just saw Jeff in the Fort Washington, Upper Dublin area. That was an EF2 with 130-mile-an-hour winds. Of course, we had that Edgewater Park, Bristol tornado, the Oxford PA1, Buckingham, and just confirmed Princeton in EF0 with 75-mile-an-hour winds. So when we look at that damage in Mullica Hill, potentially an EF3 storm, we have had 2 others in our region that were EF3s. We have never had an EF4 tornado. Devastating is the way it's described, and that is a possibility for Mullica Hill as well. We will wait to hear from the National Weather Service. Now, the Mullica Hill tornado had a signature on Doppler radar yesterday. This is what the National Weather Service radar looked like. It's a debris ball, and when they see unusual patterns in the coloring, it means that the radar beam is bouncing off of something that is more like an object, and that's why they knew there was a dangerous tornado on the ground. We'll send it back to you.
Wow. Thank you, Kathy. It wasn't just the tornadoes, the flooding too. Of course, there's so much destruction, so much to cover here. This is Norristown in Montgomery County, and you can see as far as the eye can see, really, from this view from the sky, just completely flooded out streets, homes completely surrounded. This is going to take a while for all of this water to recede and for everyone to recover. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
And while they take a break, I think that's a good opportunity for us to take a break right here on Live Now from Fox as well. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Obviously, the big story of the day is the major storms that push through the northeastern parts of our country, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, and now at least 25 people are dead associated with those storms that left flooding, tornado damage, and so much more. Take a live look right here in Pennsylvania. You can see really the tail of the tape here. We're going to go out to a little bit more coverage from Fox 29 Philadelphia as we are getting an update, a new update right now happening live. Governor Murphy on the damage in New Jersey.
Devastating tornado tore through multiple houses, leveling some down to their foundation. Our homeowners, towns, and businesses will need a great deal of support in the wake of this storm, and we will work tirelessly with our federal partners to meet that need. At the storm's height, roughly 93,000 customers were without power. As of now, that number is approximately 44,000, and they are still waiting for restoration. In Joe Fiordaliso's absence, I can say that both he and I and the rest of us are monitoring the efforts of our electric suppliers to restore power. For some residents, we know restoration may take some time, unfortunately counting in days instead of hours, and we do urge everyone's patience as crews are working as quickly and safely as possible. Many crews, not surprisingly, could not get out in the field as soon as they wanted to yesterday because of the storm's sustained flooding, and it made it hazardous for them to do so. As always, if you see a downed wire or a downed tree that has taken a power line with it, do not attempt to go anywhere near it. Stay clear, leave it to the professionals, call it in. And if your power...
It's going to be a long road to recovery after this, and just a somber day. You can read the body language and hear it in Governor Phil Murphy's voice. Just a couple of dozen people have died as a result of these storms, and there's so much destruction that people will have to pick up the pieces and move forward. Let's go back to Pennsylvania, into the city now. Chris O'Connell is live in Center City along the Schuylkill. That is just, the expressway's underwater, Chris.
That's right, Shana. We're actually along the Vine Street Expressway, I-676. It runs right through the city. This is going to be one of the stunning images that will go down in Philadelphia history books. I-676, the Vine Street Expressway, completely flooded out at this hour, and you see the people there along the banks, seeing a lot of people just trying to get a view of what Mother Nature left behind. Take a look at some video we just got from one of our viewers, one of the people taking photographs of this. This is a friend of ours, viewer named Amin. He took this drone photograph of the Vine Street Expressway. You know, folks, normally this would be packed with commuters trying to get home about this time. No, it is just packed with water, still is. No word on when it's going to be reopened. The nearby Parktown Place was evacuated. Hundreds there are told to leave their homes. No idea when they'll get back, including a couple whose wedding was canceled not once because of COVID, but twice, and it was rescheduled for this Saturday. Now they have been evacuated.
Apparently there was a flood, so we're getting married on Saturday. We were originally 2020, so we dealt with COVID 1.0, COVID 2.0, and now we're dealing with the great flood that is 2021.
Don't know what the timetable is for this. I've heard that, you know, it's only going to get better in terms of the water coming in sometime tomorrow morning at the earliest, but in terms of where I'm living and what I'm doing with all my things, I couldn't tell you. I have no idea how it's going to be handled or where I'm going to be going from here.
And back out here live, and Shay, I want to tell you a quick story that we ran into a journalist, a British journalist who came here to take pictures of the flooding in Philadelphia. He came right here and was looking out and asked us, he said, where's the best vantage point to get some pictures of the flooding? And we told him right here. He thought this was the river. He thought this was the Schuylkill River. No, we said this was an interstate that is flooded, and this is one of the best vantage points. So just an unbelievable scene. One other thing I want to pick out right behind me, a celebration's about to go under, the Made in America Festival here on the Parkway. So two dynamic different scenes here right next to each other here in downtown Center City, Philadelphia, guys.
Yeah, a lot of Beliebers, big Bieber fans wondering what's going to happen, but of course understanding that if it's affected, it is on. And you understand the journalist's confusion. We've got a flooded Schuylkill Expressway, Vine Street Expressway from the Schuylkill River. It's a lot to wrap your head around. Thank you, Chris.
We're going to go back out to New Jersey officials as they still update residents about recovery and cleanup efforts at the moment. Let's listen in.
The governor pointed out that you can't get through the water. You have to be really careful. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor.
Thanks, Craig. Thanks, buddy. Thank you, Craig, for your leadership and for your words. A couple of folks from our cabinet would love to just come in and give you a very brief sense of things. Please help me welcome the Commissioner of the Department of Transportation, Diane Gutierrez Scacchetti. Diane?
Thanks, Doug. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. The DOT family shares its condolences as well, as the governor stated and speaker. It is difficult in these circumstances that are so sudden, and so our hearts go out to those. I would be remiss if the first thing I didn't do was to thank our partners at New Jersey State Police, local law enforcement, and so many of the folks behind me, our first responders, who we could not do our job without. It's difficult times, and without them, we can't be as successful. There's no doubt the interstate highway system was inundated with water last evening. Rain fell at a higher rate per hour in a shorter time than was forecast. We still have several roads that have partial closures. Route 77 down in Gloucester County is still partially closed as they continue to try to replace utility poles that were downed as of the events last night. We have partial closures on Route 1 and Route 29, as well as in Route 18 in New Brunswick. We have Route 22 at Chimney Rock. The ramps are closed based on an MSC wall failure, and we are assessing those issues now. In all, we have at least 21 damage assessments that we're conducting. We will not have a total until the rest of that water recedes and we can assess the pavement and its condition, which we will continue to do throughout today and tonight until it gets done. Happy to report there were no incidents on the Atlantic City Expressway or at Atlantic City Airport. The New Jersey Turnpike and Garden State Parkway are fully open. There will be periodic lane closures on those roads to allow for cleanup and some minor repair. Last night, we actually started our first 511 Connect operation. 511 Connect is a technology that we use to geofence a particular area where we have an incident. We're able to message drivers in that area to let them know we are aware of their situation, and we are able to communicate with them as needs. 1,017 customers opted in to receive those messages as we tried to clear flooded waters and move them along. We operated 6 different geofenced areas, and we'll continue to use the technology so that we can make sure we can communicate with drivers who are in difficult situations. The governor mentioned New Jersey Transit. At this time, rail service is operating on the Atlantic City line, the New Jersey coastline on a weekend schedule, the Northeast Corridor on a weekend schedule, and the M&E on a weekend schedule. Tomorrow, they should return to weekday schedules. All other rail service remains shut down. We did have stranded trains last night. We were able to safely disembark all those passengers when floodwaters receded. Bus service is operating, but it is operating with delays. Any of you who tried to get here know that you had to snake through any number of closed roads on the local system. So if you need to use bus service, please be patient. Access Link is running and Light Rail is running with few modifications. As the governor said, if you need up-to-date information, please go to njtransit.com for up-to-the-minute rail and bus service changes. The last thing I want to say, and it's the most important thing I think I'm going to say, is that we are going to be continuing to work over the next several days to make sure that the transportation system is up and running. The people that are behind me give their lives to go out on the road and save people, whether from an accident, a flat tire, a broken down vehicle, or floodwaters. If you see emergency vehicles on the side of the road, whether they're troopers, local law enforcement, towing contractors, electrical workers, or any other vehicle that has flashing lights, please move over one lane. We have lost more emergency responders in this country this year than I care to think about, and I'd like not to think about one as a result of this storm. Please drive with respect. Understand that we need these people to sometimes rescue us, and they're not going to be there for us if we don't do the right thing when we're behind the wheel. Don't drive distracted, maintain proper speeds, and as the governor said, please do not drive through flooded areas. I promise you these guys have enough work to do without that. With that, Governor, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Diane. Thank you. Thank you, Diane. Good wisdom. This 511 Connect technology is a game changer. More on that perhaps when we've got a little bit more time on our hands. Please help me welcome the Superintendent of the State Police, Colonel Pat Callahan.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I know it's been a couple days for everybody here, and I know certainly everybody behind me. But the one thing I saw on the way in, and I didn't even know I was going to speak here today, but when we got to the light down here to go view the flood-ravaged area, we were stopped at a red light, and who came through? Cherry Hill Fire Department, Westmont, Collingswood. And it just made me think of our New Jersey family, and we call it mutual aid around here, but that's what makes New Jersey special, that first responders don't care about what this emblem on the door is or the patch on our sleeve, that we truly are a New Jersey family, and we come to each other in times of need. Our municipalities, our counties, our state partners. The first person who called me yesterday was the new FEMA administrator for Region 2, Chad Gorman. It was his 10th day on the job, just as evidence of that phenomenal relationship that was seamless with the transition. And I've been on the phone with him probably 10 times today. So I can assure Hillsborough and the communities around the entire state of New Jersey that the Office of Emergency Management will work with FEMA, will work with your county OEM coordinators and your towns from a public assistance standpoint, and certainly from a more long-term standpoint to mitigation efforts that we can take so we don't have to go through this one more time ever again. So I'm humbled to serve shoulder to shoulder with everybody throughout the state, and let's just, as we always do, take care of one another. God bless.
Thanks, Pat. Thank you, Pat. Sean and I were in the car coming back, and we have to remind ourselves, Hillsborough is one of the great communities in this state, if not this country. It is the quintessential Jersey town, great schools, great quality of life, and it's going to fight through this thanks to the mayor and council, Chanel and her team at the county level. We'll do our share at the state government level. No matter how good a job all of the above do, we still need great representation in Washington. We still need to get our fair share out of Washington now more than ever. I spoke to the president, as I said, he is all in. He knows Jersey. He loves Jersey. He's going to be there for us. But for instance, getting an infrastructure bill out of Congress that the president, I know, will sign, that has a lot of resilient infrastructure that would go toward making something like this, if it were to happen in the future, a lot less painful for residents here in Hillsborough and around the state, would be a game changer for New Jersey. And the good news is we got one of those great fighters with us. Please help me welcome our final speaker, Congressman Tom Malinowski.
Thank you, Governor. And I just want to add my words of thanks to the incredibly brave volunteers of the Hillsborough Fire Department. Thank you, guys. You saved a lot of lives last night. And I don't think too many of us appreciate exactly how hard that was and how hard it is every time something like this happens. And despite that courageous effort, there's been significant loss of life. 2 people lost in Hillsborough right here. 4 deaths that we know of in Raritan Township, not too far from here, and many, many people missing. Significant infrastructure damage as well. Just in my little town of East Amwell, we have 4 bridges that we're going to have to be replaced, not just repaired. And multiply that by all the little towns and townships across Hunterdon and Somerset and Warren and Morris counties and all the parts of the state that have been hit hard. And this is not over yet. The floodwaters are receding here, but for our river towns and
all right, so we've been listening to this update out of New Jersey from officials there. That's Representative Tom Malinowski. We were just listening into Governor Murphy as well as they update the public on exactly what these recovery efforts are looking like at this hour. Thanks for being with us. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to continue with all of the Northeast flooding and storm recovery stories going forward into the afternoon here on this Thursday. We're going to go out now to Bridgeport, Pennsylvania, being joined by Fox 29's Marcus Espinosa. Marcus, what are you seeing out there?
Hey, Andrew, what I'm seeing right now versus what residents saw here this morning is a night and day difference. Come with me over here as we take a look at the wall and the door. These lines right here, that has nothing to do with any design on the door here. That's how high the water was, because we are only a block away from the Schuylkill River, which is over to my right. So that's how high the water came in, basically over my waist here. You see debris on the steps all the way up here. Utility companies marking that this is not safe to go in, that they've shut certain things off. And then take a look at these sub pumps going to work all down this block. Pretty much the entire 4 or 5 blocks here. Everybody who has a sump pump, it is working overtime. It is gushing water out of these basements. So even 7 hours ago, it was probably up to, I'd say, above my knees, above my thighs. So in the past 7 hours, the water has receded back into the Schuylkill here in Bridgeport, PA, and Montco, in this general area. So folks, anybody in the next few blocks here, they've all had water really filling their whole basement. Some folks had it up to the living rooms as well. So really a massive cleanup effort here, Andrew.
You know, Marcus, it's stunning because it's a bright, sunny day behind you, and compared to what we have been seeing this morning and the late evening hours last night, the contrast can't be overstated.
No, not at all. They should be planning, you know, a block party today. Folks should be putting out picnic tables and celebrating with neighbors. Instead, folks are bringing suitcases. They're putting whatever clothes they had into them. They're staying in hotels right now. They're staying at friends' houses. They can't stay here. It's just a mess in all these apartments and houses. So it really is. It's really tragic that such a beautiful day here, not a cloud in sight here, really. And just 12 hours ago, pure devastation. It started around midnight, and by 2 a.m., that's when that water was about waist high. So quite a difference 12 hours makes, Andrew.
Yeah, and of course, Labor Day weekend, holiday weekend this weekend. Marcus, have you seen anyone kind of walking out and about? Have you kind of, you know, talked to them? Have they recounted their experiences in the last 24 hours? What are mostly people saying at this point in time?
They're just in disbelief. I've talked to several residents who live here. I talked to a husband who was trying to help out with his wife, and he's told me that they had to get everything out in the middle of the night. They had to stay in a hotel. He also mentioned, like, he knows what New Orleans goes through now. Every year, almost every decade, that they have to deal with this. So he thought over here in Bridgeport, PA, this is something that we would never have to deal with, the flooding. And they're just in shock. They can't believe that massive flooding from a hurricane so many thousands of miles away would cause so much damage here, not to mention the rest of our viewing area that has dealt with tornadoes. But here in Bridgeport, the flooding, it's just shocked everybody, and they're just trying to come to grips with it and clean up what they can and save what they can. But almost everyone's in disbelief, understandably so.
Yeah, Marcus, it's a part of the country that is not accustomed to weather like this. We thank you for your reporting, and we'll talk to you again.
Oh, got it. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to go back out to that briefing by New Jersey officials. We were listening in with Representative Malinowski, also Governor Murphy, as they are updating the public on what the recovery efforts look like 24 hours later.
Exactly how hard that was and how hard it is every time something like this happens. And despite that courageous effort, there's been significant loss of life. 2 people lost in Hillsborough right here. 4 deaths that we know of in Raritan Township, not too far from here, and many, many people missing. Significant infrastructure damage as well. Just in my little town of East Amwell, we have 4 bridges that we're going to have to be replaced, not just repaired. And multiply that by all the little towns and townships across Hunterdon and Somerset and Warren and Morris counties and all the parts of the state that have been hit hard. And this is not over yet. The floodwaters are receding here. But for our river towns in Hunterdon County, for example, they're bracing for the Delaware River actually continuing to rise. It's going to crest tonight at, I've heard 9 or 10 p.m. So we're not yet at the recovery phase. We're still dealing with a very, very serious situation for some of our fellow New Jerseyans. We're going to need a lot of help. The governor, as you know, has requested a federal emergency declaration. I'm confident that President Biden is going to give us that in a very short period of time, that is going to unlock all of the things that FEMA can do for us. And I'm going to fight for all of it, for help for our homeowners who have damage in their homes, for our small businesses, for people who lost their homes, for our municipalities and our county governments that are going to be dealing with the cleanup and with the repair of that infrastructure that has been lost. So we are going to do what it takes to make sure that we recover. But that's not enough, because we have to remember this is a wake-up call. It's not our first wake-up call. Anybody who believes that it's too expensive to stop climate change, anyone who believes that we cannot afford to stop climate change, has got to wake up to the fact that we cannot afford not to. This is going to happen again. And that's why this infrastructure bill that we are going to pass in the House, that President Biden is going to sign, has tens of billions of dollars, as the governor suggested, to make sure that we are more resilient in preparing for and dealing with these events. And even that is not enough. What this reminds us is that it is absolutely urgent. It is past time for this country to make the transition from fossil fuels to clean energy. We have an opportunity to do that in Washington this year. If we miss that opportunity, we're going to have to get used to a lot more events like this in the state of New Jersey and around the country. That is absolutely unacceptable to me. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Tom. I think we'll take a couple of real quick questions before we have to keep moving.
People are missing, and what can you tell us about the 23 people who died? Where are they from?
Yeah, we made a decision. We're gonna withhold a complete rundown of the blessed losses of life. They are spread across a handful of counties, largely concentrated, not entirely, but largely concentrated in central Jersey and a few in the north. I don't have a missing number, Pat, do you? We can get that to you. That number's moving around for obvious reasons, but we can get that to you. Matt.
Governor, on calling declarations of emergencies, it's not uncommon for you, for example, to do that hours ahead of a snowstorm. You didn't call this one last night until around 10 o'clock when much of the state was flooded. Do you think that if you called it earlier, you could have enticed or incentivized more people to stay home and off the roads?
I mean, we always do a post-mortem on all these storms. Each storm is unique. Each storm teaches us lessons that we then apply in future storms. In the region, we were ahead of anyone else in the region, so we also look at our neighbors and consult with our neighbors. So we were ahead of New York State and New York City by several hours, respectively. We're going to take a hard look at everything associated with this. We screamed out at a press conference yesterday to take this seriously. It could be a very significant rain event. We talked about tornadoes. We suggested to folks to stay home and stay off the road. If I were to be self-critical, we still had way too many cars on the road. Where's Sean? We saw a bunch of cars still on that bridge down there that are still at this moment abandoned. You're seeing them all over the state. But we look back and tighten the playbook every single time and make the decisions as best we think, given the circumstances.
Governor, do you have a sense of how much road closures and power outages affected hospital systems? People there getting care?
I don't. Power outages, unless Diane or Pat are aware of any, I think we basically got through as it relates to power outages. In terms of roads, this is a conversation Sean and I had as well, because in this town, and this is not unique to Hillsborough, the most convenient and obvious hospital location is cut off when you have flooding like this. So I can't give you a precise answer. We know that folks had to do a lot of driving around the barn to get to a place they normally could drive in a straight line. Catherine? Tom, come on in. Tom may want to add to this. Remember that we're the most densely populated state in America, so this has a disproportionate potential impact on us of any other American state.
Yeah, one of the biggest line items in the bipartisan infrastructure bill is basically climate resiliency. That's money to improve flood mitigation above all other things. Since in this part of the country, I mean, climate change manifests as water. In other parts of the country, it manifests as fire. Here, we're going to benefit particularly from infrastructure that helps with stormwater management, that tries to, when it's not going to prevent the rain from falling, but that helps it to dissipate more quickly. As I said, it's not enough, and this is why the Build Back Better bill, the budget reconciliation bill, is so important. That is our biggest opportunity in years, and it may be our last opportunity in years, given the politics in Washington, to take a giant leap forward towards clean energy in this country through market incentives, through a fee on basically a carbon fee on imports to this country, putting into effect the goal that President Biden has set of America relying 100% on clean energy for electricity generation by 2035. If this doesn't teach us how urgent that is and how necessary that is, I don't know what will.
Amen. I just would conclude by saying that, Mike, this gets back to your question. I just want to say this. I said that we have confirmed at least 23 losses of life. This also plays into folks who may still be missing. Please keep each and every one of them and their families in your prayers, and let's hope that number does not go up. I'm going to, assuming we can get there, we're going to get in the truck and head up to Passaic, and I'll be making some more stops throughout the day tomorrow. I want to thank the mayor and council, the commissioner director and her team. Speaker Coughlin, thank you to the assemblyman, to the congressman, to the members of our cabinet and team, and most importantly to the first responders, guys. You've been extraordinary. I think you said you rescued 200, a couple of hundred folks in this storm. Think about that. So it was awful. Any loss of life is awful and unacceptable. But can you imagine if that 23 was 223, and it would have been without the lives of these men and women. So to each and every one of them, we have nothing but huge respect and deepest thanks. Thank you all.
All right, so we've been just listening to Governor Phil Murphy out of the state of New Jersey, updating officials there, being joined by a lot of emergency management officials as well as other lawmakers as they update residents about what the recovery and the preparations going forward for cleaning up are. And so we're going to be continuing to follow this really major story. Remember, this was spawned all out of Hurricane Ida. Multiple storms as she made her way north as this post-tropical cyclone, that's what they're calling it. And so the Northeast, not accustomed to flooding, tornadoes like this. And so you've been hearing the word unprecedented a lot today, and it surely is. Anyway, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be getting a live update from Philadelphia, one of the major regions that experienced a lot of this flooding last night. All that and more here on Live Now from Fox in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on your Thursday afternoon. Well, remnants of Ida, as you know, bringing devastation and flooding to the northeast, hitting some big cities like Philadelphia and New York City. Multiple tornadoes have also been confirmed in parts of South Jersey and right outside of Philly. In the last day, the storm has killed at least 26 people from New York to Maryland. Fox's Katie Byrne is joining us live from Philadelphia with more. Katie, good to see you. This has been quite a weather event. Many people unaccustomed to this severe weather.
Absolutely, Andrew. And let me tell you, I've seen highways, houses, cars, you name it. I've probably seen it underwater today in Philadelphia. I am in Manayunk, a neighborhood in the city right now, and officials here say a lot of people have been asked to shelter in place because there's a lot of apartment complexes that fall right along a river that's been overflowing all day. And just to give you a picture, the road behind me, it's flooded right now, but it usually is a busy street with people going out, restaurants, businesses, bars. Now it's filled with water, and it's part of that problem with this river. It's the Schuylkill River. It runs through parts of Pennsylvania, and it's overflowing in this area, and it's causing, a lot of problems for people in Manayunk and other neighborhoods. Look at how fast the water was rushing today. Big trees, trash cans, life vests, all kinds of things I saw floating in the water. I saw trees down. I saw metal fences bent and broken, buildings submerged in water. This one has water up to its ceiling, about 8 feet high. I spoke with a man who actually owns a motorcycle dealership that got flooded. He thinks he lost about 100 bikes, and he actually saw one floating in the river.
It looks like the place it's over the doors, over our signs, over the windows, and we're actually probably about 8 foot above street level, so it's pretty catastrophic. It looks like it's kind of you're like suspended animation at this point. I mean, it's just like I have no idea what's going on, and I know I got a lot in front of me though.
Now, it's not just Philly that got hit. Look at this water rushing into New York's subways, shutting down a bunch of subway lines there today. And in New Jersey, houses were destroyed after a tornado touched down in Mullica Hill, which is right outside of Philly. The governor of New Jersey went and toured that area today. He declared a state of emergency. And I keep hearing all day from people, they've never seen anything like this in our area. And I found out that this is actually the most this river has flooded since 1869. At the latest, we've got more than 50,000 people still without power in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Andrew?
Katie, we were just seeing live images, aerials of this major interstate that goes underground through the heart of Philadelphia. Some people thought that was the Schuylkill. It's not. It was a major artery that goes through the city. So, from someone who is from this area, you've covered a lot of stories here. Give us your experience. Have you ever seen anything like this growing up there?
You know what? I actually used to work on this street. I used to bartend here, and I can tell you I've never, ever seen anything like it before. I was texting my, old boss to make sure she was okay. She hasn't even been able to get to the restaurant yet today. That's what I've been hearing from a lot of business owners. They're not allowed on the street because it's so flooded. And when it comes to that highway, those images that you saw, the Vine Street Expressway, I mean, a lot of people have just been saying it's just crazy to see. Usually that's filled with cars. It's rush hour at this time, and it's just completely submerged in water. I did hear, in the last hour or so that officials were saying they might be ready to pump that water back into the Schuylkill tonight. So maybe it'll be, open at some point. But for now, I mean, you've seen the pictures. I don't know how anyone could drive on that thing.
Yeah, and the stunning thing, Katie, is, the contrast from today, which is, we've been talking to a lot of reporters in the field. There's not a cloud in the sky. It's sunny. There's no more rain. And so you kind of just had to wake up and see what nature hath wrought in New York City and Philadelphia.
Yeah, and thank God for that, because I can't even imagine if, people who woke up to this damage today didn't have the weather that we had today and had more rain. It's scary to think about. So, that is at least, one positive, that people who are dealing with damage have, sun and light to get through it and, figure out what they have to do from here.
All right, as always, Fox's Katie Byrne live for us in Philadelphia, really with some great reporting on this strange or peculiar weather event that a lot of the Northeast had to suffer through last night. We'll talk to you again, Katie.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me.
All right, and it does look like we are monitoring yet again another press conference out of New York City. We just got this shot up, and it looks like we are expecting another update on the New York storm damage. Apparently, this will be in Manville, New York, right outside of New York City. So when we get that event and officials there, we'll bring that to you live here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, though, we do want to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be back with more storm coverage in a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're in continuing coverage of the storms that have just racked the Northeast last night and into this morning. Let's go out now to Fox 29 in Philadelphia. They have continuing coverage as well with reporters on the ground.
You think the roads were bad before this storm. Bob, I'm thinking about potholes once all this water recedes. What's going to happen after the fact?
Well, we had that situation happen this morning, Jason. We had about 12 cars got tires blown out because they hit a pothole on I-95. So let's go outside live and update good news from PennDOT. A live look at the Vine Street Expressway. They have 5 pumps working right now to pump that water back into the Schuylkill River. It's receded enough to accept that water. No ETA on when they're going to get it all pumped out of there, and then they got to inspect it for structural integrity. Now, the eastbound Schuylkill Expressway still closed here at Spring Garden, but you can see on the right, the westbound side has been reopened. So the tunnels under 30th Street almost cleaned out, at least for the westbound side. Eastbound still closed. The drives are still closed. The Kelly, Lincoln, Martin Luther King Drive. Keep all this in mind, not just for tonight, but for tomorrow morning, because with the drives closed, that leaves only the Schuylkill Expressway in the downtown, and the Vine Expressway, I guarantee you, will not be open by tomorrow morning's rush hour. Up to Trenton we go. Route 1 closed between Baker's Basin and Quaker Bridge Road. If you're waiting for somebody to come home in New Jersey, a live look there at the 42 freeway. That's all some video from where I hung out this morning. I woke up this morning at 2:30, had no power. I grabbed my equipment and headed to Wawa, picked up with the police and the PennDOT crews, and I headed to Chad's Ford, where we were flooded out along Route 1, right at Creek Road. The water level was about 8 feet high at that Sunoco gas station, Hank's Place, not Hank Flynn, but right on the corner there. The devastation was just unbelievable. There was water rescues all morning long. And look at those 2 vehicles. When I showed up, I had no idea those cars were underwater. It wasn't until the water started to recede as the morning went on that we realized that, wow, a water rescue at about 2 a.m. got the people out of those cars, into the boats, and to safety. Jason and Shayna, back over to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Bob. Before we go to Marcus Espinoza in Montgomery County, I want to bring your attention to Bucks County. The National Weather Service has just confirmed yet another tornado touchdown in Upper Makefield, Bucks County. That is tornado number 7 to be confirmed now in our area from these storms that were remnants of Hurricane Ida. Now, let's go to Montgomery County. That's where Marcus Espinoza is live in Bridgeport, and flooding a huge issue there as well, Marcus.
Yeah, that's right, Shannon. Let me take you on a little tour here and show you just how intense and really how devastating this has been. See these lines here? It has nothing to do with the door's design. That is how high the water was up. So that's really up to my chest here. Quite high indeed. Come with me this way. On the steps, this is debris left over. This is all from the Schuylkill River, all up on somebody's footsteps or doorsteps here. And then emergency shutoff signs from the local utility company here, obviously coming in and taking that stuff off. And then take a look at these sub pumps. They have been working non-stop since this water came up onto these houses, into these basements. That door that's open with the 42 on it, that is a person trying to salvage whatever he can. He's going in and out of his house, trying to save whatever he can. And then get this. So there's little green or little pink markers, little flags on these cars. That means that all of these cars were underwater and they're going to be towed. But not even that. Large machinery is just picking them up and taking them out. It just happened about 30 seconds ago to a different car, so cleanup is well underway here in Montco.
It's so hard to wrap your head around it, and just seeing all the destruction you guys have been showing us around the area, it's so clear that this will be with us for some time before it's all out of here. Thanks, Marcus. We're going to take a break.
Chris Olave.
All right, and that was Fox 29 in Philadelphia. Just want to update everyone what we're monitoring at this hour. We are waiting yet again. We just previewed this. This is going to be a press conference from the NYPD out of Manville, New York, right outside of Manhattan, about all of the storm damage and the recovery efforts that are going on and the cleanup efforts that are going on. Because as you can see, look at this right now. This is from Manville as well, Manville, New Jersey. And you can see some homes are on fire as this entire neighborhood is underwater. You can see on the opposite side of the train tracks, dry land, not the case, but there again, another structure on fire. And so we'll be monitoring all the latest as the Northeast continues to clean up and survey the damage. And so right now you can see that we're just waiting for these officials from the NYPD to step up to the podium. In the meantime, we are going to get off of storm coverage for now as we kind of monitor all these events that are happening. And as you know, we're still reporting on the withdrawal from Afghanistan and now what to do with the evacuees and the refugees who have come to the United States to resettle. Well, you'll remember if you were watching last week on Live Now from Fox, I interviewed the school superintendent of the Cajon Valley School District in California. They were trying to get multiple families out of Afghanistan. They were successful, but you'll remember that one family was still stranded over there. They were getting assistance from their congressman, Darrell Issa, the Republican from California. Well, he just held a press conference on this very story. Let's listen for any updates on these evacuation efforts out of Afghanistan.
Coordinated with Congresswoman Jacobs' office, and we're able to reach out to people both officially and unofficially to begin this process. Today, I think you're going to hear two things. You're going to hear about the success of the men, women, and children that are here, but you're going to hear about the failure to get everyone home, about how many people who are already pre-qualified to be here, Americans, permanent residents, are not home. How many thousands, tens of thousands, are languishing either in the process in Afghanistan or in neighboring countries waiting to come here. And so part of what I'm hoping to do today is to highlight the fact that, yes, there has been some success and we're delighted to have these kids back in school and their parents united. But we also know that there's a lot more work to do, and that working both through official channels and with foreign countries and with unofficial channels, it's going to take a lot of work. Lastly, Congresswoman Jacobs and myself both serve on the committees that need to do some additional legislation if we're going to make room for so many who helped us, who otherwise will take years to get resettled. All of these have to happen. So hopefully, as you think about your questions, how did you feel? What was it like? These are important. But what was it like for those that you left behind? What was it like for those who didn't get on the plane? Who were your family members, maybe not by name, but by description, that are still there? I'll just close by saying, if we don't change some of the rules to expedite people who we should be able to bring here, it is decades through the ordinary process to do so. And so I know that San Diego is not just home to so many military who served in that region, but we're also home to people who have taken in refugees from all over the world for generations and who know the benefit that we all get by adding them to our community. And so again, I want to thank the superintendent for reaching out, and I want to thank the courage of these families. Every one of them went through a process that was frightening, in an uncertain time, took risks to be here today, and left behind family members who are every bit just as entitled to be here, many of whom have risked their lives for our country for years, who are still in Afghanistan or other countries. So thank you all for being here, and thank you in advance for your questions.
Thank you, Congressman. There are easily 1,000 more students, American-born or children of SIVs, still trapped in Afghanistan. If not for the courage and bravery of Congressman Iss's team, and especially Freydoun and Mohammed, who stayed in contact with our families while they waited for extraction, they would still be there too. And Freydoun, who has served the U.S. Army and is here at the recommendation of General Petraeus, has information on the invisible ones. Freydoun?
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for Dr. David, and thank you for Congressman and his team. Is a phenomenal job, who really help our families to get back from Afghanistan here. As Dr. David said, we have 1,000 family, invisible family, who are still banded in Afghanistan, who are U.S. passport holder, green card holder, SID holder, visa holder. And believe me, there is, if we categorize these people like SIV holder visa, like the first category, people who are already issued visa by the U.S. Embassy in Kabul, Afghanistan, and due to security situation, embassy destroyed their passport with their visa. Now they are documentless. How they can get here? And the second category is the people who their document is under process and they are eligible. And the third is the people who recently applied. When I say recently, it means not yesterday, last week. It's a month ago. People are still there, and I hope we try our best with the congressman and our team to help this family to get out. We are not talking about just only one family. It's not about my family. It's about 1,000 people who are invisible, who need our help to get them out from Afghanistan. And also, thank you so much again from my team and Dr. David and Congressman. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Michael Serban, Director of Family and Community Engagement for the Cajon Valley Union School District, and I would like to have you hear the truth. The truth from our families, the truth from our fathers who are with them, and our fathers that were waiting for them to come home. And so I'd like to bring our first father forward, Mr. Feisy.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your time. Thanks for Congressman. Thanks for everybody. So, first of all, I want to say thanks for all Marines that they help Afghan people for evacuation. It wasn't so easy for us, for those people that they were waiting in Kabul airport, that they were waiting to cross the gate. With 5 kids, family, sorry, with 5 kids, family was not easy to pass the gate. So
thanks for Freydun Hashimi, thanks for Muhammad, thanks for the Hanweli Union School. They helped us to pass the gate and come back finally to the United States. We brought our kids, but it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. There was thousand people was outside and more than 5,000 inside the base. And everybody was trying to escape from Afghanistan. People are suffering there. More than 1,000 people are left behind. All of them has legal documents, SIV. Most of them was working with US Army, coalition forces, NATO, and they left it behind. I don't know why. Most of undocumented people are here in Virginia, Washington, D.C., Germany, Qatar, and so on. But most of the people that they have, they issued their visa, they have green card, passport holder, they left it in Afghanistan. I had my green card. I have kids. She's U.S. citizen. It was really hard for us to pass the Taliban gate. And they told us, why you guys are leaving Afghanistan? Why you guys not staying here with us? I told them, that's our country, that's my nation, we living there. So we have to get out of here. So finally we came here, and it wasn't easy. I was 4 days stuck inside the base with my 5 kids through the sunshine, no shelter, nothing. So after that, I sent many emails to USAIS, many emails to USMBC, many emails to the congressman. Especially, I spoke with one of the Senate in California. So they helped me. Finally, I contact with Freydun, and they helped me a lot. And we came out. So I have a clear message to the United States. I want to say thanks for those people that they helped us in Afghanistan, especially Marine. And I want to say sorry for those people that they lost their life, either Marine or Afghan. They are all part of our family. I have a clear message to the United States that most of people are suffering in Afghanistan. They are waiting to evacuate from Afghanistan as soon as possible, because Taliban are searching people. Taliban, they have like biometric data, they have all the data right now. They just put their fingers on the device and everything goes clear. No matter who you are, they are searching for people. So please, please, do something for those people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Faizi. I'd like to bring forward Mr. Juma.
Thank you very much, everybody, for having me today. So I will explain my experience, how we can get out of Afghanistan. My wife, my 3 kids, and I woke up in the morning on Sunday, August 15, and we saw no government, no police, all police stations and government departments were empty. Everybody left, and all the equipment left behind. So for 24 hours, there was nobody in power. On August 16, the Taliban took over. Everything changed. We were looking for a way to get out of Afghanistan, but there was no way how we can get out of Afghanistan. So I was hidden for 5 days because I was working as a translator with the United States military. So after 5 days, a neighbor came to me and told me they are coming and making the list of the people and what was their job. So they offered me to get out of Afghanistan. So it was night, about 9 o'clock. So I myself only went to the airport if I can if I can see a better way, find a better way. But when I was waiting behind the crowd to see what's the situation, how we can get out, somebody hit me in my back. So it was so hard hit. So I ran away. When I looked behind myself, I saw a Taliban guy. And then direct I came back home and I decided, no, I will stay here at home. But tomorrow, a friend of mine who was stayed there for 3 days in the airport, but he couldn't get in the airport, so he told me he will show me a better way, and I can show my passport and my green card, my family's green card, so we can get out of Kabul maybe easier. So the next night, we went that way that he showed me. So we stayed in the crowd for about 10, 11 hours. So suddenly the Marine soldiers came, and I showed him my passport, and they grabbed my hands. And
All right, we're going to move away from this story, but it's one that we've been on top of here on LiveNOW from Fox, and this school district in California that had some families and students who were stranded in Afghanistan. Several of them have now made it back to the United States. Others, though, are still there, and they're working with Congressman Darrell Issa to get them back. We'll be updating you on that story in just a moment. We want to go back, though, into the historic storms and flooding that have been hitting the Northeast, especially New York City and Philadelphia in the last 24 hours. We're going to go out now to New York City because the subway system still reeling from all this flooding. You remember some of those crazy videos we showed you throughout the night and into the morning. We're being joined by Fox 5's Arthur Sheehan. He's outside one of those subway stops. What's the latest, Arthur?
Andrew, right now, if a subway train is running, it is definitely off schedule. Most train lines are running on very limited service, if they are running at all. We still have a number of lines suspended. This is something that rarely happens in the city. When it comes to subway infrastructure, the people who run it, the MTA, Metropolitan Transportation Authority, are very good at what they do, especially in getting things running for the next rush hour, which would have been 7 a.m. this morning. That was not the case. That just shows you how much damage there was. And we're not just talking about Manhattan here. All the boroughs, especially the ones that rely on mass transit to keep the city running, and by virtue of that, to keep the economy of this area, the Northeast, and in some respects, the economy of this country running. It was very difficult to access today for people to get to work. There were a lot of people who were delayed getting to where they were going. If they could get there at all, the MTA had asked everybody to avoid any unnecessary travel as they try to get things back online. But right now, obviously, the task ahead of them is enormous, since we really haven't seen much progress, and that's not to put any blame on the MTA. It's just to explain how devastating this flooding was to the system last night. And you talked about the video. We saw everything from geysers to cascades. This is a subway system that's accustomed to taking in water because it's at a low point in a city. Well, last night it got so much water it couldn't even handle that. So even for a system accustomed to taking in water, it was just too much.
You know, Arthur, just having lived in New York, and we know it was shut down, some of the subway, not 24 hours during the pandemic, but also for some snowstorms, but they've never seen anything like this because of flooding and rain. Isn't that right?
That's right, and the phrase you use there is the most heard of phrase in New York today, which is, I've never seen anything like this. And what you're talking about in terms of the snowstorm, or if you're also referring to Hurricane Sandy and Hurricane Irene before that, those were preemptive shutdowns. Those were decisions of, hey, maybe things aren't going to work out well, let's take everything out of service so that when it passes over, we can get everything's in place, we know where everything is, and we can get everything running again. This was different last night. The governor said today, Kathy Hochul, the new governor here in New York, said that the briefing that they were given last night was for something like 3 to 7 inches for the entire night. In 1 hour yesterday, we got 3.14 inches, which shattered the record for rainfall in an hour in New York City, which was really set just 9 days prior. And it shattered that record by more than an inch.
Yeah, and Arthur, we were talking to residents last night there in New York City, and it wasn't only just something, a sight to behold, but it was also dangerous. And that you heard from the MTA that they were, advising people to stay on the trains unless the conductor told you otherwise. And so quite treacherous out there. Anything to know going forward into this week? We know it's a holiday weekend. Will they be back up and running, do you think, before then?
We are in unprecedented territory, Andrew. We don't know right now. It was dangerous. As you said, at least 12 people are reported dead because of the storm last night. The third rail in the subway system carries very high voltage. That's the reason why they want people to stay in cars unless they can be directed out by staffers or MTA employees who know exactly how to get people out safely. With the holiday weekend here, probably a lot of people will be driving, and as you know, and you guys have been reporting, the New York City infrastructure also hit by this, from the BQE to the FDR Drive to the Clearview Expressway. We had cars that were just abandoned, like full-on tractor trailer trucks, just full-on abandoned. When those roads get cleared and when traffic gets back to normal, I don't know, but I guess if people are getting away for the weekend, they have a little time to play with, but still they should expect that it won't be too pretty.
All right, Fox 5's Arthur Sheehan there, live for us in Manhattan, right outside one of those subway stops that you saw a lot of video of them flooded last night. Arthur, we thank you for your reporting. All right, we're going to be moving on to some of these other stories we have yet to get to. We're going to take just a quick commercial break. Still want to preview, though, one of these events we are monitoring that's going to be starting very soon. This will be an update from the NYPD about the storm damage and about the recovery efforts underway. So we'll leave you with that. We're going to go to commercial. We'll be back in 2 moments. All right, this is Andrew Kraft back here. We're still awaiting this press conference out of, I believe, Manville, possibly Manville, New Jersey, or just Upper Westchester County in New York from the NYPD. In the meantime, though, we're going to be talking about another story. As you know, it's a holiday weekend this weekend. We were just talking about what it's going to be like for those subway riders in New York City. Well, the CDC is urging Americans to reconsider their Labor Day travel plans, particularly if they are not vaccinated. But still, that advice is not deterring everyone and anyone. Fox's Stephanie Bennett is live for us at Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport. Stephanie, so good to see you. What's it looking like out there? Are travelers still flying?
Yeah, Andrew, it is a very busy travel day here at the airport. I spoke with some staff members just hanging around the airport today, and they said they haven't seen it this busy in a long time, and passengers just keep coming and going. And for many, that long weekend actually starts today. And with all that excitement, though, does come a lot of hesitation as the pandemic keeps on going, and now it's reaching new waves. Take a look at some of this footage today. The latest CDC 7-day average of new daily cases for the U.S. is more than 150,000. Johns Hopkins University data shows more than 4.2 million new cases were reported in August alone. Florida and Hawaii were among the hardest hit, while Los Angeles, Miami-Dade, and here in Maricopa County are the top 3 counties with the most recorded cases since the pandemic began. Now, the CDC recommends people who aren't fully vaccinated to hold off on traveling to help slow the spread of new infections. But passengers are still traveling, as almost 1.5 million of them passed through TSA checkpoints yesterday alone. That's triple last year's numbers. I spoke with passengers today who were shocked at just how busy it is.
Please smoke in designated outdoor
I was expecting a little less traffic, mostly because of COVID, but I guess people overcame their fear for the holidays.
This one is packed. I mean, you could look down anyway and see like just hundreds of people. I mean, it's always in the back of my mind, but I mean, as long as people wear masks and I'm vaccinated, I'm not really too worried about it.
Now, as far as international travel goes, the CDC says Americans should reconsider travel to certain countries, including Canada, Germany, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico. They also upgraded a few places this week, Switzerland and St. Lucia. Those are now level 4 status, which is the CDC's highest risk category. The UK, France, U.S. Virgin Islands, and many others are also on that list. The European Union recommended this week that Americans should be banned from non-essential travel to its member states. Now, if you are planning on traveling this weekend, make sure that you take precautions. Make sure you wear a mask. It's actually mandated in airports. I've got mine on. Make sure you do get that vaccine if you've got some time. Take a COVID test before your flight and a few days after, whenever you arrive as well. And it's a good idea to check ahead of time where you're going to see if they have any restrictions in place as well. Andrew.
Yes, Stephanie, you know how naive we were back in the early summer months when, at this point in time, there was reports and talks that the mask mandate on airplanes might be lifted. Obviously, that's not going to be the case until next year, seeing as the Delta variant really swept through this summer, still is. But as you mentioned, yeah, the EU, I have a big trip planned in October, and so that's kind of all in question now about if we, vaccinated Americans even, can go to Europe.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's all, you got to take things day by day. If you do have that trip planned, make sure you keep your eyes on it. See if anything changes. I just got back recently from the UK visiting my family I hadn't seen in more than 2 years, and they're very strict. Had to take my COVID test. It was mandatory 3 days before the flight, and you had to take one after the flight as well. Fill out passenger locator forms. There's a lot involved if you do want to travel internationally right now.
All right, Fox's Stephanie Bennett live for us at Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport. We'll see if some of those unvaccinated Americans heed the CDC's advice this weekend. Have a good weekend if we don't talk to you before then.
You as well.
All right, we are still monitoring this, while we're waiting, this update out of New York right now from the NYPD. We hope to get that very, very soon. They're going to be updating the public about recovery efforts with this unprecedented storm that rolled through late last night in the early morning hours this morning. And so we've been showing you a lot of the aerials of flooding and the damage, some of those flooded homes even on fire, unfortunately. And so right now, though, we want to go back into a story that we've been following here quite closely on LiveNOW from Fox, and that is the situation with the withdrawal of Afghanistan and the evacuees and refugees who have now resettled or in the process of resettling here in the homeland. And so right now we want to continue with that press conference with Congressman Darrell Issa and members of the Cajon Valley School District. They've had several families who were stranded there in Afghanistan, most of which have now made it home. Some are still there. They're working to get them back safe. Let's go back out to that right now.
Police, all police stations and government departments were empty. Everybody left, and all their equipment left behind. So for 24 hours, there was nobody in power. On August 16, the Taliban took over. Everything changed. We were looking for a way to get out of Afghanistan, but there was no way how we can get out out of Afghanistan. So I was hidden for 5 days because I was working as a translator with the United States military. So after 5 days, a neighbor came to me and told me they are coming and making the list of the people and what was their job. So they offered me to get out of Afghanistan. So it was night, about 9 o'clock. So I myself only went to the airport if I can see a better way, find a better way. But when I was waiting behind the crowd to see what's the situation, how we can get out, somebody hit me in my back. So it was so hard hit. So I ran away. When I looked behind myself, I saw a Taliban guy. And then direct I came back home and I decided, no, I will stay here at home. But tomorrow, a friend of mine who was stayed there for 3 days in the airport, but he couldn't get in the airport, so he told me he will show me a better way, and I can show my passport and my green card, my family's green card, so we can get out of Kabul maybe easier. So the next night, we went that way that he showed me. So we stayed in the crowd for about 10, 11 hours. So suddenly the Marine soldiers came, and I showed him my passport, and they grabbed my hands and then grabbed my family's hand. So we get inside, but still we have thousands of families there. They are special immigration applicants, they are green card holders, they are passport holders. Most of them, they are afraid of coming to the airport because coming to the airport need to pass Taliban checkpoints in the city streets. And also before to get to the airport, we have to pass another checkpoints. So most of them are checking the documents. So it will be very hard to get into the airport. So I have many friends, I know many families, they left behind with all their documentation. So I have a clear message for the government to help all of them get out of there. They are still hidden somewhere. They are afraid of coming out of their homes. So please help them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Juma. I'd like to bring forward Mr. Noorstani.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Congressman, Dr. David, and Mr. Mayor, the entire Cajon Family Directorate, thank you very much for organizing this event. And the media, thank you very much for coming in this to participate in this event. I am the father of the 4 kids, U.S. citizens who were evacuated during very tough time in Afghanistan, and this is all done by the help of these people you see behind me. They did a tremendous job, and I really appreciate that. And also, my heartfelt condolences goes to the U.S. service members who has been killed during this operation, helping others to evacuate from Afghanistan. And also the Afghans, the civilians who were there. Some of them maybe were SIV eligible, some of them were maybe U.S. citizen, I'm not confirmed, but some of them were green card holder. But the numbers goes on and on. A lot of people has been died, and our deep condolences goes for that. And also, my message for the United States is we have a lot of allies, we have a lot of our colleagues still stuck in Afghanistan. They are eligible, they are SIVs, they are people who work for the government, United States government, direct and indirect. I'm holding this file. It has more than 30 people who are eligible for this cause. And the true friend is when they need help and you help them. So they helped the United States in the tough time. Now the United States has to not leave them behind. And this is the time for all of us to help those people who are left behind. There is going to be a chaos coming. There will be a lot of revenge will be taken from those guys. So before this starts, before these things starts, we have to evacuate them as soon as possible. And I really thank you for everybody that helped us. And I will, if I go by the name, it's a big list. But I will say Mr. Mika, he helped us a lot also coordinating with the teams on the ground to help my kids. They are safe in home right now. thanks to God and thank you all of you. Once again, I really appreciate everybody participated in this cause.
Thank you, Mr. Nuristani. I'd like to bring forward Mr. Famuli.
Hi, everyone. I especially want to thank the members standing at the back of me with their support and cooperation. I'm today over there and talking with you guys. It was a very rough, tough time over there. It was like a bad dream we had for the past 14 days. So finally we made it, but we have a lot of people over there waiting for the help and support. As they were working for the U.S. government, private projects, or government projects, their life is in risk. We need to help them. As we got out, so we should not forget those people who are at the back. So my clear message to the U.S. government is that please help them and get them out of the situation. Their life is in danger. They are not staying at one home at a time. They are moving every night to different places to be safe and secure. And I especially thanks all of you guys for being there and supporting us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Famuli. I'd also like to bring forward Ms. Rahmani. Ms. Rahmani is a local artist from Afghanistan who currently attends Cuyamaca College. Soon to transfer to San Diego State, she created a piece of art that brings light to this moment. Ms. Rahmani?
So you've been listening in to this press conference talking about families still stranded in Afghanistan, but we do want to move away from this, go out to a press conference with the NYPD as they are still struggling with storm damage. Take a listen.
Starting my remarks, this is one of the most difficult storms that I've seen in my 30 years since Hurricane Sandy. I have to acknowledge the men and women of the New York City Police Department for their tireless and heroic efforts throughout the night. Those efforts will continue until we recover from this devastating storm. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families who are grieving a loss today. This is where we are right now. We have 13 fatalities, 6 incidents in Queens with 11 incidents, 6 incidents in Queens with 11 fatalities, and 2 incidents in Brooklyn with 2 fatalities. The investigation is still preliminary, and we are working with our OC&E's office to determine the cause of death. We are still triaging, but we have 25 families that needed to be relocated. There were a total of 496 vehicles that were abandoned and had to be removed to a safer ground. There were 69 water rescues, 28 in Staten Island, 20 total in Queens, 18 of them which were in the U.S. Open, 13 in the Bronx, 5 in Brooklyn, and 3 in Manhattan. Our emergency service unit, under the leadership of Harry Whedon, recorded a total of 166 rescues of people who needed assistance. The transit system was extremely affected by the storm, where we had all of the train lines suspended due to the rising water, except for the L and the 7, with 835 passengers rescued along the 4, 6, R, N, and E line. The W and the E lines are still suspended. The only highway that's still shut down is the Bronx River Parkway from Meshulah Parkway to Gun Hill Road in both directions. I will ask everyone to please check on your neighbors, family, and friends to assure their well-being. We are continuing surveys and wellness checks on areas that were impacted by the storm. I'm now going to pass it over to Chief Harry Whedon, who is the Chief of the Special Operations Division. Harry?
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, everybody. I'm joined here today by some members of my team, Lieutenant Joe Redmond from the Emergency Service Unit, other members of the Emergency Service Unit, the Harbor Unit, and the Scuba Team. Members of these units from Special Operations were out there all night last night, involved in numerous water rescues. There's some of the equipment here behind us that we utilized last night. Some of the Zodiacs, of our water rescue vehicles are here also, too. Some of the stories that we saw last night, in particular, highlight 2 of them. There was a male stranded on the BQE standing on top of a box truck with 8 feet of water around the vehicle. One of the members of the Emergency Service Unit donned a dry suit, a life preserver, and was tethered to his partner on shore, swam out to the truck with another life preserver, climbed up on the truck, on the mail, and they were both pulled back to shore by the member still on shore. In the vicinity of the Grand Central Parkway by the U.S. Open, there were numerous motorists stuck in the water. Members of the emergency service unit went out there, rescued numerous people. One of the people involved was a female, 88-year-old female with dementia, a 94-year-old male with hypothermia that was stuck in this water for a while. We were able to get them all to safety, get them medical care, and get the treatment they needed right away. But I'm very proud of the people that were out there last night. They did a phenomenal job. We train for this all the time. All our people in the emergency service unit and the harbor unit, the scuba unit, are trained in water rescues, swift water rescues in particular. So we were ready for this last night. Our equipment was ready. We deployed it immediately, and we're immediately on scene as quick as we get to all these jobs out there. Thank you very much, everyone.
Harry, thank you so much, and
thank you, sir.
Really heroic efforts by your team last night.
Thank you.
I'll take some questions now.
You train for these kinds of things, obviously, and ESU is ready, and Harbor is ready. Is it possible to be ready for this volume of water? I mean, you're ready for flooding at a certain location, but if it's basically everywhere you look, different people stuff, 500 cars, how do you get ready for this? And is the city, is it possible to be prepared for something? This night.
Well, I will say this, and then I'll let Harry speak. This was an unprecedented storm. But I will say that the men and women of the NYPD, we rang the bell. We came out, did what we had to do to make sure that we kept the city safe and kept the city going through a lot of many rescue efforts throughout the evening. Harry, you want to say a few words about it?
Sure. As you said, preparing for a storm like this, we prepare all the time for it, and we had all our personnel ready to go. And everyone we had was out there the whole night, responding as quickly as we could to every call for service. Preparing for these storms is something we take very seriously, but as we've seen, storms are getting worse and worse. The past few years, we have these storms that are getting worse and worse. We try to be prepared as we can. With the personnel that we have, we try to adequately respond as quick as we can to every job.
So I guess the question, the storms are getting worse and worse. You guys can do what you do, which is come in after and try to make sense of it and triage and get to where you think it's possible. What does the city need to do, bigger picture, to make it easier for you at the back?
That would be a question for someone more fluent in the infrastructure of the city and how to properly secure it from storms in the future, like for someone from the engineering department, to be honest with you.
Can we ask you, Chief, just in terms of deploying people, I know you mentioned the scuba guys here, how do you know when you're going to need them? It seems like these rescues are happenstance and maybe patrol guys. Is this strictly patrol people winding up doing most of the rescues, or do you say, hey, we're going to have a spot here, we see some water, send scuba guys? How's that work?
How it works, patrol people, if they can't effect that rescue on their own, they will call for the emergency service unit to respond, and we'll respond as quickly as we can to effect that rescue. So some patrol people are trained in water rescue. Some precincts have, some commands that border the water have personnel that are trained in water rescues, have equipment assigned to them to also effect water rescues too.
One of the things that we did last night was evaluations throughout the evening. Initially, Staten Island seemed to have had the biggest struggle, so we put a lot of our resources over there. And then we saw a couple of highways in the Bronx that were overflooded, so we moved some of our logistics over there. So it was a fluid thing all night. The men and women, the executives of the NYPD were up throughout the morning to make sure that we got through the evening to make sure the city was safe and be able to function in the morning.
With the number of fatalities, do you guys still have a lot of people that are in critical condition? Do we expect the fatality number to rise?
We don't believe so, but once again, we're doing surveys, especially in those precincts, in those areas that were affected the most by the storm. We have our community affairs as well as our detective squads working together, knocking on doors to make sure that there's no individuals, no families still trapped in any residence throughout the city. So I don't have a predicted number. Hopefully there isn't any more, but we're going to continue to search to make sure that there's nobody else left out there that should have been rescued.
Can you talk about that search, that sort of that door-to-door search? Because as I understand it, as the day progressed, there's people that were just discovered in basements.
Yeah, so we put a task force together of areas that seemed to have been flooded the most, and areas where you see a lot of locations where the water really came high and a lot of basements. And I was over in the 109 early out in Flushing, and some of the stories you heard of how the water came up very fast was extremely alarming. So we made sure we put a task force of members of the service together, knocked on as many doors, make sure that people that reside there were safe and sound.
Is this still going on now?
Absolutely.
Is there a list of people who are on the task force, or is it a question of at this point not?
We're still triaging that, and I don't have an exact answer regarding how many people are actually missing, but we're going to continue to work hard throughout the day, throughout the evening, to see if we can make sure we identify everybody's location.
Is there anything you think you may have learned from this? I know it's a little early and premature, but are there any quick lessons you said, oh, better do this next time?
You know, I'm just proud of the men and women of the NYPD. I'm proud of the men of the emergency service and how they were able to respond to the snap of a finger. Once again, we've always learned from incidents throughout the city, but this is something that we really became very resilient. We moved very fast, and we made a lot of good rescues last night. And I'm telling you something right now, we saved a lot of lives.
And what was that number again for the number of passengers rescued from the train line?
Yeah. I have in my book, Mark. I'll give it to you afterwards. Perfect. Any other questions?
All right, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Okay, so there you have it, a press conference from the NYPD updating on the storm damage at this point, fatalities, rescue efforts, several missing at this point in time. They were not able to give a number on that. We'll be playing out that press conference again for you later here. We also are tracking the latest out of Louisiana. Governor Edwards is supposed to be stepping up to the podium very soon, but staying in Louisiana right now, nearly 1 million people are going on their 4th day without power following Hurricane Ida. One of the towns that still is in the dark right now is Manville. Fox's Rebecca Castor is live there right now. Rebecca, how are people holding up at this point right now?
It's extremely difficult to find a hot meal right now. The food truck behind me was actually one of the only places in town that people could buy a meal today. They sold out within 2 hours of being open. Now, the cleanup efforts are underway across the state, but the need for power remains the most crucial. 4 days later, people are still fighting. As fast as possible to get back up and running. Over 2 days, they have fed over 100 people.
It's like Christmas morning, actually. You hear about the Southern hospitality. It is true, true and true, 1,000,000 times.
Every evening, the food truck also delivers meals to the linemen who are working 24 hours a day to get the power back on. Now, President Joe Biden will be visiting Louisiana tomorrow to survey the damage for himself. He also says the most important things right now are to get the power back on and to get food and fuel into these devastated areas. Back to you, Daytona.
Yeah, so Rebecca, sorry it's a little bit loud out there. We were not able to hear some of that sound from people you've talked to, but what are some of the other recovery efforts that you're seeing around the area in Manville? People helping one another out.
Yes, it's really just neighbor helping neighbor. That's the most things that we've been seeing here. Yesterday, we were over in a neighborhood where, unfortunately, a tree just completely destroyed a woman's home. And fortunately, her neighbors were there to help her at the time during the storm. When the tree fell, they all heard it in that neighborhood, and they came out to make sure that she was all right. Fortunately, her and her son were not injured at all, and they were able to get out and ride out the storm the rest of the storm in a neighbor's house. So that's predominantly what we're seeing here. Other organized things are still getting underway, and I'm sure that there will be more efforts to come over the next few days.
Okay, and as we said before, we are expecting a press conference from Governor Bill Edwards out of Louisiana there. He has been surveying the damage himself. Rebecca Castor reporting live for us out of Manville, Louisiana tonight. Thank you, Rebecca.
Thanks so much.
And we are going to take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox as we just heard from the NYPD about some of the fatalities and search and rescue efforts that are still underway right now. It's going to be another busy day here on Live Now on this Thursday. We'll see you back here in just minutes. So welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are awaiting Governor Edwards to take the podium here talking about the effects of Hurricane Ida on Louisiana. Power outages still in effect for millions. You just heard from Rebecca Castor, who is out in Louisiana in Manville, a small town where people are trying to help each other out, lend a helping hand there. But we do want to just go back into some of the remarks from President Biden, who also is talking about Hurricane Ida, how he's going to be providing assistance from a national level. We'll listen into that, and then we'll keep this up in a what we call a 2-box for you. So when he does step forward, when the governor steps forward, you won't miss a beat. Here's President Biden.
Getting further updates. I spoke with Governor Hochul of New York and Governor Murphy of New Jersey, and I plan to speak with Governor Wolf of Pennsylvania after last night's devastating storm and floods from Hurricane Ida, the 5th largest hurricane in our history. Record rain fell in these states, and New York recorded more rain yesterday, the first day of September, than it usually sees the entire month of September. We saw more than 3 inches of rain per hour fall in Central Park. The United States National Weather Service issued a flood emergency in Manhattan, Brooklyn, Queens, the Bronx, Staten Island, and parts of Long Island last night. This is the first time that such a warning has ever been issued for the city. People were trapped in the subways, but the heroic men and women of the New York Fire Department rescued all of them. They were trapped. We're seeing the same story of devastation and heroism across New Jersey and Pennsylvania as well. For now, 11 people in New York and New Jersey died because of the storm. And I want to express my heartfelt thanks to all the first responders and everyone who's been working through the night and well into the morning to save lives and get power back. There's a lot of damage. And I made clear to the governors that my team at the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, is on the ground and ready to provide all the assistance that's needed. In fact, our FEMA Director Administrator, Deanna Griswold, was the Chief Federal Response Officer after Superstorm Sandy in 2012. She knows what to do. And last night, at the request of California Governor Newsom, I approved an emergency declaration for California for the Caldor fire, which is burning aggressively toward Lake Tahoe Basin and into Nevada. It's also one of the few fires that has ever burned from one side of Sierra Nevada's mountain range to the other. So far, it's burned more than 200,000 acres. Tens of thousands of people have had to evacuate their homes. The fire is threatening close to 35,000 structures, and more than 4,400 firefighters from the state and my federal team are working to contain and suppress this raging wildfire. The Department of Defense has trained and is deploying additional firefighters to support our ongoing firefighting efforts in California. This disaster declaration will help with evacuation, including sheltering and feeding for those who have been displaced. I want you to know, I've seen these firefighters up close. Their courage is astounding. And they're some of the bravest people I've ever known. And I've known a lot of them. My heart goes out to them. My thanks is an abundant thanks for what they do. Now I want to provide an update on our efforts to help millions of Americans down south recover and rebuild from Hurricane Ida. We've been monitoring this hurricane closely and the devastation it's caused. To date, 6 deaths. About 1 million homes are without power in Louisiana and Mississippi. While the catastrophic flooding wasn't as severe as it was during Hurricane Katrina 16 years ago, Ida was so powerful that it caused the Mississippi River literally to change direction, change the flow temporarily. The good news is that as a result of significant multi-billion-dollar federal investment in the levee system around Metro New Orleans, it held. It was strong. It worked. But too many people and too many areas are still unprotected and saw a storm surge and flooding that was devastating. We've seen the reports of winds up to 170 miles per hour. It's not been confirmed yet by FEMA, but 170 miles an hour, causing unimaginable damage with debris and down power lines, making roads impassable, and slowing response efforts to save folks and property. You know, people continue to shelter in place. Tomorrow, I'll be traveling to Louisiana to meet with Governor John Bell Edwards, as well as the parish presidents and mayors and the local officials representing the affected areas. Governor Edwards encouraged me to come and assured me that my visit will not disrupt recovery efforts on the ground. That's what I wanted to be sure of. My message to everyone affected is we're all in this together. The nation is here to help. That's the message I've been making clear to the mayors, governors, energy and utility leaders in the region who my administration has been working closely with over the past few days. Working with governors in the area, even before Ida made landfall, I issued emergency declarations for Louisiana and Mississippi to help us respond quickly. FEMA pre-positioned more than 4.3 million meals and more than 3 million liters of water and other critical resources in the region before it hit. We deployed more than 250 generators, and we're working to getting more into the area, especially to hospitals in desperate need of them. The Department of Health and Human Services deployed a 250-bed federal medical shelter in New Orleans and 5 medical assistance teams available throughout the state. Since the hurricane hit, more than 6,000 members of the National Guard have been activated in Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Texas, and other states to support search and rescue and recovery efforts. For those who have lost their homes, states have been working with the American Red Cross to open almost 50 shelters across the Gulf Coast. We know that there is much to be done in this response on our part. We need to get power restored. We need to get more food, fuel, and water deployed. I get hourly updates on the progress from FEMA well into the night, and we'll be working around the clock until the critical needs of the region are fully met.
Okay, so as you can see, the bottom right-hand corner, Governor Edwards about to be speaking alongside local and state officials. You heard from President Biden tomorrow. He will be visiting Louisiana, accompanied by Governor Edwards, but they did assure the president that that would not affect any of the recovery efforts underway. We're going to take that shot live for you so we can listen in to this press conference out of Louisiana right now.
And we really appreciate the opportunity to update him and his staff on all of the activities and the condition of Tangeville Parish today. We have a lot of needs, and to update on our current recovery operations. And I know that some of our folks feel like the media, we're not covered like we should be, but we thank you, the media, for being here to make sure that everyone knows what's happening in Tangeville. Before I get to a Hurricane Ida update, I want to go ahead and put it out there that Tangeville Parish, myself, my family, want to extend our deepest sympathies to the families that lost loved ones in the incident at the nursing home facility or the backup nursing facility, the terrible situation that happened there in Independence. We want to thank Independence administration, the Mayor Payne and Chief Edwards, for being so proactive in making sure that all of us paid attention to that, the conditions that were happening there. And then, of course, the governor and his staff for the quick response and saving more people from having to go through that experience. So we acknowledge it was there, and we know that there are better times coming on how to handle that. Hurricane Ida. I want to tell Tangeville Parish, I assure you that your team, and from our federal partners to our state partners to all your local officials, are working very, very hard every day, all day, to bring us back to being the best. And I can also assure you that no one will be left behind. Tangeville Parish will not be forgotten. We're going to make sure that we fight to build us back, and that we'll be stronger than ever. You know, Ida came through, pretty much drove straight up I-55, left behind a tremendous amount of wind damage from Manchac to Kentwood, from the swamps to the hills. So we don't have any isolated pocket areas. We don't have any For the most part, any place you go in Tangipahoa, if you move around just a little bit, a 1 mile radius, you can just duplicate it through the whole 55 miles up and down the parish. It looks the same. Quick update on various services and conditions. Our water systems, for the most part, are running, but they're running on generator with broken lines that trees have turned up, so there's a lot of pressure issues. And because of that, there's a burn ban in Tangipahoa Parish because safety to get to a fire and or then fight the fire are very limited. And we ask you that's why we have the burn ban. Please abide by that. Only 91% of our citizens, 91% of our citizens do not have power. Only 9% have power. We're thankful for that, but we have a long way to go. We have 4 shelters operating, and all 4 are full. 3 of the shelters do not have electricity. I can take this off while I talk. It makes it a little easier. 3 of those shelters do not have electricity. So they're just barely a little bit better than a home without anything either. We currently have, and I want to thank our federal partner, FEMA's had a huge quick response. Red Cross is here. The National Guard, I can't thank them enough. Those guys and ladies are out there every day in various positions, all the various positions they do, but one of the biggest ones is opening our roads. They've been pushing our roads open since Monday, shortly after the storm cleared, and we still have approximately 200 parish roads closed between water issues and debris, and then we have 15 state roads still closed, and these numbers could be different because they've continued to work all afternoon and are today. So they're continuing to make sure that we can move around. I will caution you, even though the road is open, the debris's been pushed to the side. There are logs. There's for visibility. If you accidentally run off the road, there are logs and tree stumps that could cause you a lot of pain and injury if you don't stay on the road. So slow down, take your time, be patient. We're excited or thankful and truly appreciate Brigadier General Sean Conroy for being here with his team to assist in our management for strategy and long-term resilience and building back. We have pods, 3 pods at the 3 Walmarts in Amite, Hammond, and Ponchatoula. They're giving out ice, water, and MREs. Big news, our landfill opened today, so garbage trucks, garbage services are able to run. It's still limited service. If power lines are low, if debris is still too much in the way, those big trucks will have trouble. So be patient there too. There are 10,000 tarps that arrived from FEMA. They're being distributed out to the rural fire departments for then distribution to you, to our citizens. Stay in touch with our social media, the media, local radio to make sure that you know where they are and what's going on. Our hospitals are open, but staffing is a little tough. It was before COVID, or because of COVID, and then now access to fuel, getting to work. I thank the GOSEP and FEMA for providing fuel for those hospital workers and all first responders to make sure that they can continue to work. I talked about the burn ban, and our nonprofits are starting to show up. We truly appreciate them. They are responding, and just to name a few, and it's probably a bad idea to name only a few, but we have feeding groups here. Operation Barbecue Relief, who was here in August of 2016, and on that event they were here for I think 12 days and served 335,000 meals. So they're here for a while, and they know how to do it. They'll be serving lots of Southern Boys and outdoor barbecue dinners, Salvation Army, lots of churches and so forth. So we truly are fortunate that there's a lot of great people around, and that comes from Louisiana being so generous when we go out to help other folks who have those problems and have these events. And before our governor speaks, I'd like to thank all of our local mayors and their teams. The continuity of information, the continuity of working together has been phenomenal. They have all made sure that we are all in communications. We all pulled on the same rope, the same direction, and we appreciate all the efforts together. Again, there's a long way to go, and I'll quote Dawson Primes that you eat an elephant one bite at a time, and we just continue to do that, and we're going to get it done, and we're going to make sure that that Tangipahoa Parish is the best parish in the state again. Thank you very much, Governor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, President Miller, and You know, I govern the whole state, but I am partial to Tangipahoa Parish, and so I'll take the bait. This is the best parish in the state of Louisiana, but I love them all equally. This is our third day of traveling southeast Louisiana, and we've now visited the vast majority, but not all of the parishes that have been so devastated by Hurricane Ida. I will tell you, it doesn't get any easier seeing the devastation that the storm has brought, whether you're in Port Fourchon or Grand Isle or you come up this way. And today we found out that there were, at least before I left Baton Rouge early this morning, 9 deaths in the Northeast caused by Ida. And as it turns out, the current confirmed death total in Louisiana from Hurricane Ida is also 9. I'll get into that in just a moment. Today we were able to meet with local officials in St. Bernard, Plaquemines, and here in Tangipahoa parishes. I want to thank President Miller, Dawson Primes, and their entire team for all of their hard work, all of the first responders, all of the nonprofit organizations, the faith-based community, you name it. This really is a team effort. And I want to thank members of our team at the state level as well. I think we're the best in the business, and that's because we get too much business at disaster response. I also want to thank just the Louisianans for being neighbors to one another, especially to elderly folks who may live next door, across the street, or to people who have special needs, and always step up in the most difficult times. And I appreciate it, and I, like many people around the country, are very much inspired by the goodness and decency of the people here in Louisiana. Obviously, this is my home. These are my neighbors, my friends, my family members, my classmates, and like all the folks that I've seen, it really pains me to see that people are hurting and their lives are upside down. And I pledge we're going to do everything we can every single day to make things better. I am also grieved today about the situation that happened in Independence here in Tangipahoa Parish, with some of our most vulnerable citizens in the state of Louisiana. I have been notified of 4 deaths among nursing home residents who had been evacuated to a facility on Friday here in Tangipahoa Parish ahead of the hurricane. 3 of those deaths were classified as storm-related by the coroner. And they involved a 59-year-old female from Harvey, a 52-year-old male from Orleans Parish, and a 77-year-old male from Houma. And upon being notified of deteriorating and inadequate shelter conditions at the facility, LDH inspectors visited the site, and I will tell you, were expelled from the property and prevented from conducting a full assessment, and that was on Tuesday. They worked hard, and they got with other state agencies and local officials, made sure we had new placements for these residents, and starting with the most vulnerable. And in a little over 24 hours, all 843 residents were moved from the facility. 12 of those individuals were moved to hospitals. The residents had been evacuated from 7 facilities: River Palms Nursing and Rehab in Orleans Parish, South Lafourche Nursing and Rehab in Lafourche Parish, Maison Orleans Healthcare Center in Orleans Parish, Park Place Healthcare Nursing Home in Jefferson Parish, West Jefferson Healthcare Center in Jefferson Parish, Maison de Ville Nursing Home in Terrebonne Parish, and Maison de Ville Nursing Home of Harvey in Jefferson Parish. And I would point out that unless there's a mandatory evacuation order, nursing homes make the decisions about when and where to evacuate. And obviously they have an obligation, legal, moral, and otherwise, to always provide safe and adequate conditions for their residents as best they are able to do. And we're going to do a full investigation into whether these facilities, the owner of the facilities, failed to keep residents safe, and whether he intentionally obstructed efforts to check in on them and determine what the conditions were in the shelter. And if warranted, we will take aggressive legal action against any responsible parties. Our top priority now is making sure that the vulnerable residents are safe and well cared for, and I can tell you they were moved to a number of nursing homes, some in the hospital, as I mentioned, and others to special needs shelters across the state of Louisiana. So at present, there are 9 storm-related deaths. The 60-year-old gentleman from Ascension Parish who had the tree fall through his house, a gentleman from New Orleans who drowned in flood waters, the 3 individuals that I just mentioned, but very sadly, and all of them are sad, but 3 carbon monoxide deaths in the Marrero area, and a 65-year-old female who drowned in floodwaters in Lafitte following Hurricane Ida. And I'm going to pause here for just a second because we always talk about it. Historically speaking, we lose most people after the storm, and we lose them to things like driving into water that is deeper than you believe it to be, to carbon monoxide poisoning from operating your generator too close to your house, or sometimes in the house, or in crawl spaces or garages and under windows and vents. Heat exhaustion. The heat index is predicted to be 105 degrees for the next 10 days or so. So we need everybody to be very careful, be patient. You can't cool yourself down if you don't have an air-conditioned place to go into. It may be hard for you to stay properly hydrated. All of these things come into play, and we're asking you to be safe. We're also asking, because of the water situation as it relates to water systems, to abide by the burn ban. Because quite frankly, we are very pressed in our ability to fight a fire right now. We had 6 structures that actually burned in Lafitte last night. There was just absolutely no way to fight those fires. I am looking forward to a visit by the President tomorrow. He accepted my invitation earlier in the week. I don't think there's any substitute for actually being on the ground, speaking with the local officials, and seeing with your own eyes the utter devastation that the state of Louisiana has sustained because of Hurricane Ida. I also want to thank him for signing the major disaster declaration that I requested. By doing that, Category A, debris removal, Category B, emergency protective measures are going to be 100% federal cost share for 30 days until September the 24th. He also approved individual assistance and public assistance. The public assistance is at 75% currently. So what this allows is you can register at FEMA if you're a hurricane survivor. If you're an Ida survivor, you go to disasterassistance.gov, or you can call 1-800-621-3362. FEMA has set records with this hurricane. Already more than 220,000 households have registered with FEMA. FEMA has already approved over $79 million worth of assistance. 51 million of that is in housing assistance. On electricity, a little update here. We do have more than 25,000 crew members. These are linemen, vegetation crew members, and so forth, from a total of 38 states, some from as far away as California and Maine, to engage in a very comprehensive effort to restore power across the state of Louisiana. I want to thank them for their hard work. As of 3 p.m. today, there were 902,943 outages. Those are businesses and homes, so those are not people. Sometimes it gets reported as people. There's more people than that without electricity today. Now, that is an improvement of almost 200,000 since the peak. At the peak, there was 1.1 million homes and businesses without power. But what it tells you is we have a long way to go. And those places that can be powered up quickly will be, and others it'll take a little while longer, and still others it will take much longer. And I'm not going to offer any predictions here right now. I can tell you that the devastation on the transmission and distribution lines in Lafourche and Terrebonne are just horrendous. The worst seen in the 83-year history of the company that services that area. And from St. John and St. Charles on south, things get much worse in terms of the devastation to the system. We understand that fuel, access to gas is one of the biggest needs that we have in the state, and it's important to our continued response and recovery. We're working extremely hard. I can tell you that currently there are 8 refineries not operating in Louisiana. That is 2/3 of our refining capacity. In the next couple of days, we expect 2 of those to come back online. And then we think within a couple of days after that, at least 2 more, those in St. Bernard Parish will come back online. Even if that happens, we're going to be at half of our refining capacity. And so we continue to look for other solutions. I had a call with the White House last night to address this. Also spoke with the Secretary of Energy this morning. She has approved, for example, for ExxonMobil and other refiners to tap into the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in order to access crude so that those refineries that can actually make gas and diesel, they'll be able to do it, but they have to have that crude. And we still have some pipelines that are shut down either because of electricity issues or the damage assessments aren't complete. And so we still have a long ways to go in this effort. We are making some progress. The National Guard, including those coming from other states, are 6,386 strong right now. That includes the entirety of the National Guard, about 5,400 soldiers, and in the next several days we will have more than 10,000 National Guardsmen here from a number of states. The National Guard has rescued over 390 of our citizens and 65 pets across at least 6 parishes. There's a regional staging area here in Tangipahoa Parish, deploying trucks and trailers, delivering food and water and tarps and ice and you name it, to points of distribution locations. There are also 11 large container trucks providing clean potable water in 5 parishes. Today alone, Lang supported 27 points of distribution, including 3 here in Tangipahoa Parish, as was mentioned by President Miller. Thus far, they've distributed 524,000 meals, 39,000 tarps, 686,000 liters of water, 250,000 sandbags, and almost 60,000 bags of ice. In the last 24 hours, the National Guard has received EMAC forces from Arkansas, Florida, and Mississippi, and they're integrating those soldiers into operations. An additional 7 states will be sending soldiers that will arrive in the next 24 hours. The State Fire Marshal has assembled urban search and rescue teams from across the Fire Marshal's office, but 17 teams totaling right at 1,000 members from 16 different states. They have done more than 30,000 searches across the state of Louisiana. They've effected 302 rescues and assisted 997 people. And this really is the smaller number because most rescues are done by local first responders long before the state ever arrives on scene, which is a testament to how this really is a team effort. There are 197 firefighters with 46 trucks that are stationed at affected firehouses around the state to give local firefighters more capacity and actually a break from having to handle their own personal recovery and to provide communities without water a reliable means of fire suppression response. We know that it is not adequate. That's why the fire ban remains, the burn ban, I should say, remains in effect. The Coastal Protection Restoration Authority, aided by the Corps of Engineers, is continuing dewatering efforts today in Plaquemines, in Jefferson Parish, in the Lafitte area, in Lafourche Parish, and St. John the Baptist, St. Charles, and St. Bernard parishes. They're also assessing the many coastal restoration and protection projects that we have invested in the last number of years, because Ida took a path that potentially could have wreaked havoc on those projects. The assessments are ongoing. I don't have any news for you in that regard. Obviously, the hope is that those projects will remain in good order and continue to do what they were intended to do. And if so, one of the things that they do is actually provide additional buffer from hurricanes, especially with respect to storm surge. The Department of Transportation and Development have inspected just yesterday 67 bridges, but there are more than 1,500 bridges just on the North Shore and in the New Orleans area. They have transported about 500 people through contract buses yesterday as well, several thousand over the course of the event. There are still weather-related road closures, and so everyone is reminded to check 511la.org before you leave to make sure that you know about road closures and you can pick an alternate route if you need to do that. The Homa Tunnel has been dewatered, but still needs power for operations, and so that tunnel is not yet open. Crews were able to reset the Oklosky and the Chef Mentor Pass bridges, and they are open to vehicular traffic. As of 5 o'clock today, 3,425 people were being sheltered in 35 shelters across the state of Louisiana. If you still need shelter, maybe you stayed home and you don't have power, you don't have water, and your home was damaged, whatever the case may be, if you want access to a shelter, please contact us. You can text LA Shelter to 898-211, or you can dial 211. We're asking residents to pre-register for DSNAP if and where it's approved. You can text LA DSNAP to 898-211 for more information. You are encouraged to utilize 211 to be connected to food assistance in your area. SNAP and PEBT recipients can use their benefits at any EBT retailer in the country. So if you have that card and you're from Louisiana and you're out of state, you can use that card at any retailer in the country that participates in the EBT program. And the hot food waiver is only available in the state of Louisiana. But you can go to a store, it's primarily going to be grocery stores, but they may have some hot food items. If that grocery store accepts the EBT card, you can use it for those hot items as well. Families will soon be able to receive food packages containing USDA foods. Food banks will use their current network of pantries to distribute food in affected areas. And each of the packages will contain approximately 25 pounds of food, including shelf-stable items like canned goods, fruit, protein items, and other staples. I announced yesterday the Blue Roof program. The Corps of Engineers has been tasked by FEMA to run this program. I can tell you that more than 22,000 people have registered since the announcement yesterday. That's the most in the history of the program. It is free to homeowners in parishes that received hurricane-force winds. So this doesn't apply in the parishes that have been approved for individual assistance. There's a different criteria. But those parishes that received hurricane-force winds and have their residents eligible for the Blue Roof program are Ascension, Jefferson, Lafourche, Livingston, Orleans, Plaquemine, St. Bernard, St. Charles, St. James, St. John the Baptist, St. Tammany, Tangipahoa, and Terrebonne. After the roof is installed, the home will be declared habitable, and one of the requirements to participate in the program is the roof has to make your home habitable. If it's otherwise too heavily damaged to live in it once you get a roof on it, you're not going to qualify. But we want you to call and register and have people come out and check out your home if you have any doubt and you want to participate in the program. You sign up for the program at blueroof.us. You can also call toll-free 1-888-ROOF-BLUE. There's no E on the end of that one, but that number is 888-766-3258, and you'll get more information about the program. And I know that that is a long update, and I'm going to take your questions in just a moment. We're going to have Dr. Joe Canner, who's going to come up behind me. I'll offer the podium to Billy Nungesser as well after that, our Lieutenant Governor. I want to thank him for traveling with me over the last several days as well. But to conclude the prepared remarks, I know that people are anxious and tired. I know they're hot, and the tempers can flare when you're waiting in those long gas lines. I'm asking people to be patient. The strongest storm, at least tied for the strongest storm to ever hit Louisiana, that happened on Sunday and through Sunday night. On Monday, we were trying to open roads and do search and rescue. And really, it's just been Tuesday, Wednesday, and now Thursday that we've been able to push out and join forces with local first responders and so forth. And so we're asking people to be patient, to be good neighbors, to check on their relatives and the people who live around them, and offer assistance where you can. We are all in this together, and we're going to get through it. We always do, and we will this time. You do eat an elephant if, I guess you wanted to eat an elephant. You eat it one bite at a time, and that's the way we're going to have to approach this. I don't know when I will have my next press briefing because we're still trying to figure out exactly what the schedule is going to look like tomorrow. I can tell you that over the weekend I will visit the few remaining parishes that were hit hard by Hurricane Ida that I haven't yet been on the ground in person, and so I can only imagine there will be some press opportunities there. As I mentioned, I'll be followed by Joe Cantor and then the Lieutenant Governor, and then we'll come back up for questions.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Parish President and Lieutenant Governor as well. Firstly, with regards to the 7 nursing homes who evacuated to the warehouse facility in the town of Independence here in Tangipahoa Parish, there are just no words. As of 4:23 p.m. today, the last remaining resident had been transported off of the facility. As the governor said, they went to hospitals, other nursing homes, and state medical special needs shelters. 14 of these residents, upon being rescued and evaluated, required hospitalization. 4 addition to those 14 have died, as the governor said, 3 of which have been confirmed by the coroner to be related to the storm and the ensuing events. This was quite a massive operation to rescue these 800 plus individuals. Required the partnership of multiple state agencies. People were moved out on a combination of coach buses, ambulance buses, and ambulances and paratransit. We have all the appreciation in the world for DOTD, Louisiana State Police, National Guard, local law enforcement officials, and the town of Independence as well for helping with what was a Herculean task to get this many people out to safety in such a short amount of time, and to prevent further loss of life that already happened. I want to specifically recognize some Office of Public Health members who have been awake for a very long time helping these folks. That's Dr. Gina Lagarde, the medical director here in Region 9, Dr. Martha White, medical director in Region 7, who accepted a number of patients into her medical special needs shelter, and likewise for Dr. David Holcomb, the medical director in the Alexandria region, who took a lot of patients as well. They haven't slept in a long time, and they saved some lives, and we owe them our appreciation. As the governor said, we are taking this matter with the utmost level of seriousness. This has been referred to law enforcement officials. I can let you know that already today, state and federal officials were on the ground, and there will be a lot that gets looked at in this over the coming weeks and months. What is most important now is that those individuals are all in a safe environment and receiving the care that they need. We, as the governor said, now unfortunately have 9 total storm-related deaths, and again, as has been the case with previous storms, we tend to see more deaths after the storm than during the storm. We added 4 deaths today, 3 of which are related to carbon monoxide poisoning in Marrero, 1 of which is related to drowning in the town of Lafitte. I do not have ages and sexes of those individuals for you yet, but the total is 9. I wanted to talk a little bit about the real threats to life in the coming days ahead. As the governor said, heat indices is going to be 105 and even a little bit above for a number of days now. That's a real challenge, and that presents a real threat to people, particularly folks who are exhausted after enduring the storm and rebuilding. So Do not underestimate how dangerous working in this heat can be. Be humble with your own fragility. Take breaks. Try and avoid the peak hours of the day, and pace yourself. It's a lot of work to be done. Getting it done one day earlier is not going to make or break you. Please pace yourselves and be careful out there. The second real threat to life I want to talk about, as the governor did, is carbon monoxide poisoning related to unsafe use of generators. 3 of the deaths that we reported today related to carbon monoxide poisoning. In addition to those 3 deaths, there were 10 individuals in the Gerttown neighborhood of New Orleans who required hospitalization for carbon monoxide poisoning. A few of those are in critical condition. Carbon monoxide poisoning is so dangerous because it's silent, absolutely silent, odorless, tasteless, and takes 10 minutes to kill you. That's all it takes. And many families die together because they put a generator in the house or in the garage or just outside the house, not far enough away from a window or an AC intake, and they have absolutely no warning. So please recognize how dangerous generators can be. If you're going to use them, always outside, always well away from any air intakes, windows, or AC vents of your house. And to avoid fires, which we have seen as well also, never refuel your generator while it's hot or running. The third issue I wanted to talk about is COVID. And in the chaos and trauma of the past week, it's easy to forget about that. But we just a week or two ago, had our peak of what was a very dangerous 4th surge, and we are still at a level that is higher than we were at any point prior in the pandemic to this surge. We still have more individuals hospitalized with COVID than we did during each of our preceding 3 peaks. Today, we unfortunately reported 74 new COVID-related deaths. Yesterday, which encompassed a 4-day reporting period of the storm, we reported 223 deaths, of which 2 were kids. There's a lot of COVID out there, and we have to continue to be very careful about that for a couple of reasons. Number one, the loss of life continues to be just untenable from COVID. Number two, we do believe that we were plateauing and coming down from this 4th peak. Still very high, but we were encouraged that we were making progress and coming down. In fact, in the few weeks since the governor had reinstituted the mask mandate, hospitalizations for COVID decreased by more than 20%. We do not want the experience of this storm and the response to it to jeopardize our progress there. People are going to be in dire situations. People are going to be sheltering up and bunking with people who are outside of their family unit, and there's going to be a lot of exposure. As much as possible, please distance. Please mask when you can indoors, even though I know it's hot, when you're around people outside of your family unit. We're going to have to work very hard to ensure that the disruption of this storm does not jeopardize the progress, the early progress we were making in recovering from this 4th surge. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask Lieutenant Governor Nussmeier to come up as well.
So we're going to step away from that press conference for a moment here. Just some notes to be taking away from that 9 storm-related deaths when it comes to Hurricane Ida. Now that has risen just within that last press conference, and 4 of those deaths being nursing home residents who were relocated to a different nursing home to try to get out of the storm. So just tragic situation right there. They are going to go into a question and answer portion with reporters. We are recording on it. We'll show you the rest of that in just a little bit here on Live Now from Fox. But we want to move into another story out of California. A group of 12 jurors and 5 alternates were sworn in today for the long-delayed fraud trial of Theranos founder Elizabeth Holmes, who stands accused of lying to investors and the public about the effectiveness of the startup technology for blood testing. The one who's been following this since the very beginning, Fox 2's Evan Cernovsky, he joins us live from San Jose right now. Evan, what are the demographics of these jurors that they chose today?
That's right. We know that there are 7 men and 5 women. It's also a very diverse group. So we saw some Latino people, some Asian Americans, handful of white people. Obviously, the government here is very concerned. Elizabeth Holmes is a white woman. They don't want this panel to be an all-white jury that could possibly acquit a white woman. So it appears with juries in general, this is an issue to make sure there's a lot of representation on the panel, and this one was definitely well represented, almost split 50-50 with men and women. And going forward now, the prosecution and the defense are going to have a chance to make their opening statements next week. That's when, for the first time, we'll really know what the case is going to be. We've seen little teases here and there from unsealed documents over the weekend about what the defense specifically is going to put forward as their defense strategy, but we don't really know until their opening statements begin on Wednesday. And then from then we'll also know who some of the witnesses are going to be that they're going to call. They're likely going to bring up some of the investors in the company, some of the employees who have intimate working knowledge of what was going on inside Theranos.
Yeah, so Evan, taking just one step back here the past couple of days, this is a pool of 100 candidates. Let's dive into what those questions that were asked of these candidates. You know, this is a massive case. I know when we talked last time, we were saying it's going to be tough to find people who hadn't heard of it before. So what did it take to get to this point to narrow it down to these specific candidates that they have right now?
That's right. They started with a pool of actually more than 200 potential candidates, and they brought the groups in groups of 40. So on Tuesday, they brought in about 39 people. They asked them questions like, what do you know about this case? And these are all jurors from this area, so it's almost impossible to find anybody who doesn't know anything about Theranos. Ultimately, they decided to let a couple people go who had read the book Bad Blood by John Carreyrou, who ultimately broke this story for the Wall Street Journal. Other people had varying degrees of experience with this story. They had seen documentaries, TV documentaries, news coverage, things popped up on their phone. That kind of experience with the story didn't get people kicked off the panel, and in fact some of the experts I talked to said that if somebody was from Silicon Valley and hadn't even heard of this story at all, that might have been a red flag on its own. Once they got through that process of figuring out how much exposure there was, they wanted to ask more personal questions about the life experience of each individual juror. Did they have histories of abuse with their family? What did they feel about law enforcement? And the ultimate question at the end of all of it was, could they be fair and impartial? And virtually every single juror said yes, we can be fair and impartial. And winnowing it down to the group of 39 jurors that they had today, the prosecution and defense convened with each other. They picked the 12 that they both agreed on. They picked the 5 alternates, and ultimately the judge swore everybody in, paving the way for this trial and these opening statements that begin next week.
Evan, I might be kind of looking too far in the future, but how does this shape what the future of Silicon Valley is going to look like? You know, that kind of moving as fast as you can, trying to be the first to the punch. How is this going to change Silicon Valley moving forward with this case being in the spotlight?
Sure, there's a lot of people watching this case for that exact reason you just brought up. It's this culture in Silicon Valley, this fake it till you make it culture, right? I have an idea maybe that's not ready to go to market yet, but as a startup founder, I want to start already raising capital. This is the culture in Silicon Valley. People raising money with ideas before the idea is fully realized. Now, what experts tell me happened with Theranos is a little bit more extreme than other companies. They actually brought their product to market. They started testing people's blood, even though the accusations are that they knew the technology never worked in the first place. So there's a little bit of a distinction between the broader culture in Silicon Valley here, that fake it till you make it culture, and the extreme that Elizabeth Holmes and Sunny Balwani took it to, which was claiming that they had a product ready to go, ready to start testing people's blood, even though it turned out all to be bogus in the end.
Okay, so Evan, trial begins next week. It's expected to last, I think what we said last time, possibly 3 to 4 months. What are you going to be watching as it begins?
So I'm obviously, as everyone else, is going to be watching the opening statements. This is the moment where the government lays out their case, talks about the witnesses, talks about the evidence that they're going to bring forward in a very methodical way. And then the defense has an opportunity to respond. Are they not going to call the witnesses? They're not obligated to. Are they going to just try to refute the government's evidence, or are they going to explain their strategy? Are they going to go forward with this abuse theory that Sunny Balwani was really the puppet master behind this whole thing? Are they going to put Elizabeth Holmes on the stand? We don't really know. We'll know hopefully on Wednesday, maybe on Friday when the next court date is after that. And then from then on, we'll start seeing witnesses for the prosecution take the stand.
All right, Evan Cernovsky reporting live for us from San Jose, who's going to be inside of the courtroom. We've got a long road ahead of us for this trial. Thanks, Evan.
Thank you.
And we are going to take a step forward, move forward here on Live Now from Fox. We still have Governor Edwards speaking live out of Louisiana. I told you we just got that update, 9 storm-related deaths in Louisiana, 4 of those being from a nursing home residents. Just tragic across the country when it comes to storms. We're going to take a 2-minute break, and then we'll move back into that press conference for the question and answer portion with reporters. That's in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett, 440 here in Phoenix, Arizona, heading into the 5 o'clock hour, 8 o'clock on the East Coast. We're going to go back into that press conference in Louisiana with Governor Edwards answering some of those reporter questions. It just wrapped up, but this is essential information that we are learning at this point. Take a listen.
Sheriff, Parish President, Senator, I've been involved in a lot of these disasters. Back to Katrina, and I've never seen a team of individuals on the governor's team, the parish team, across the state, and the first responders, hospital workers, and those men and women out there fighting to put the electricity back on. This is an incredible disaster. One thing I wanted to mention, volunteerlouisiana.gov is under my office. We're going to be here to the end. Long-term recovery. It's going to be a long recovery. And we've got to work together as Louisianans to get through this. We're still in Lake Charles helping the people over there under Volunteer Louisiana. So reach out to us if we can help you. And thank you for having me, Governor.
Thank you so much. Okay, we will take a few questions if you have them. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Governor. LDH went and looked at the facility on Friday with nursing.
Generally, it should kick on shortly.
Can I take that comment back?
Yeah, I'm sorry, so go ahead.
I was going to say, LDH went and inspected the facility on Friday with the nursing home that's occurred. Sounds like they determined they met minimum standards. I mean, what should LDH do in the future or should those standards be raised, or what has been done to, should those patients have been moved elsewhere? It seems like 800 people in the warehouse.
Well, at a minimum, when the situation degrades to the point that happened fairly quickly, starting on Monday, then the owner, the homes, have an obligation to either move those residents themselves to a better facility or to ask for help. It didn't either. In fact, what it did is it tried to prevent the Department of Health from coming back in and ascertaining the condition of those residents earlier this week. And so I have no doubt that on Friday, the shelter looked to be in order, probably was in order. And I'm not going to say too much because there's an investigation that's ongoing. I believe it will have a federal component and a state component, and I'm not going to get in front of it. I will just tell you that we will follow wherever the evidence leads us. And we will do everything that we can to make sure that our most vulnerable citizens are properly taken care of. It appears that that certainly was not the case here. And I also have no doubts that there were plenty of people who worked for those nursing homes, who were staffing those residents, who did everything they could under those conditions to provide the very best of care that was possible. The fact that it wasn't possible to do better by them indicated that they really should not have stayed in that place as long as they were, certainly not once the conditions deteriorated. So the LDH will continue to do what it can to assist. Right now, we have dozens of nursing homes that remain evacuated. None of the others are experiencing these issues. And so we're going to continue to work with individual nursing home owners and through the Nursing Home Association to make sure that this absolutely does not happen again. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Your initial reaction when finding out that information from LDH on this?
Yeah. Well, the reaction was to call Dr. Courtney Phillips at LDH and say, I need you to get eyes on and figure out what's going on, and let's make sure that if it's necessary, we move these people just as soon as possible. That initial attempt was blocked, I can tell you, by the folks there who were running the nursing homes, but then went back, I believe the next day, determined that the conditions were not tolerable, and then very quickly moved 843 patients very quickly, focusing on those who needed moving the soonest, and those were individuals who needed dialysis. And then from that point, really worked extremely hard, multiple agencies coming together to get those people and get them out of there. So I mean, that was the reaction. Let's figure out what really is going on. Let's move people to where they can be properly taken care of.
What's been your asking list tomorrow, your wish list for President Biden when he comes in tomorrow for what he needs from the federal government?
Well, first of all, it's very long. I'm going to start by thanking him because he signed a pre-landfall emergency declaration that I requested. He signed a major disaster declaration that I requested, both of which were incredibly important for our state. I can tell you that he's talked to me several times since the storm hit. And he appointed Cedric Richmond, who is from Louisiana, former congressman, who works in the White House, as my direct contact to him and to the White House. And I've had more conversations with Mr. Richmond than I can think of. He is working extremely hard, the president is, through FEMA, but other federal partners as well, through the Coast Guard and others, to make sure that we get all the assistance that we need in the short term, but also we're starting to talk to him about the longer term needs that we're going to have for a full recovery, including things like looking down the road to the community disaster block grant funding for disaster recovery and the permanent housing needs that we're going to have all across southeast Louisiana, which, by the way, we still have in southwest Louisiana because of hurricanes Laura and Delta last year. And then in between now and then, we have additional work that we want to call upon FEMA to do for some temporary assistance for homeowners so that they can get back in their homes as soon as possible, if that in fact is possible. And then, we just have to stand up an awful lot of help. I would tell you a social services block grant would be incredibly important for Louisiana right now. We haven't gotten one of those since Hurricane Katrina, but when you look at our state, having had 4 hurricanes hit last year, having this one hit this year, after a winter storm and a flood earlier this year, all during a pandemic, we have a social safety net that we need to fortify as well. And so that will be one of the requests as well. And there's a long list of things that the president, when he leaves, he will probably have to tell me, okay, that's enough, Governor, you need to be quiet, whatever, because I will be making a number of requests to him tomorrow. And quite frankly, I expect them to be well received based upon the conversations we have had thus far.
Governor, this next question may be better suited for current president or Terry representative from the Ponchatoula area. This is from residents who say that they don't feel as if they're getting enough support on recovery efforts, supplies, tree removal. What's your reaction?
Well, I can understand it. It's been a long 3 days, but I assure those citizens from Manchac to Kentwood that all efforts are being made. First responders are everywhere. FEMA's there. We have the pod site in Ponchatoula. The sheriff's office and Sheriff Daniel Edwards and his crew are not just being law enforcement, they're being everything just like everyone else. So I understand their concern, but I assure you that no one's getting any more attention than anyone else, but they're all getting as much as we could possibly provide. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to wrap it up there. I've got to get back to Baton Rouge for some more meetings, but I do want to thank you all for continuing to cover this event so that accurate information can get to the public. And I do call upon the public to be careful about where you choose to get your information. The social media, quite frankly, is just not reliable. So look to news service, look to your local officials. They're going to be putting out information that's incredibly important for you all. And I ask you to continue to be good neighbors to one another. Let's work together. We're going to get through this. And let's certainly lift one another up in prayer as well. And I will have another press availability, I'm sure, within the next couple of days, and I will make sure that the press knows when that's going to be. Thank you all, and thank you, President Miller, for hosting us here today and for all the work. And I can assure you, we're with you every single day until the end.
Okay, so you've been listening in to this update from Governor Edwards right there. Again, the death toll rising to 9 people for those nursing home residents. A recovery effort still underway. Taking a look here, though, a live look out of Alexandria, Virginia right now. A member of the British ISIS terrorist group dubbed the Beatles pleaded guilty in a U.S. courtroom today to helping the Islamic State militant group torture and murder captives in Syria, including 4 Americans. Alexander Cody pleaded guilty to all charges against him in federal court today. In Virginia, U.S. authorities said he and another British ISIS member were involved in the kidnappings of international hostages, including U.S. aid workers and U.S. journalists. We are expecting a press conference here in the next few minutes. Hopefully at the top of the hour, we'll bring it to you as it comes live here on Live Now from Fox. Until then, let's go out to a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, almost 5 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona. We want to go out to an update on that high school shooting in North Carolina just yesterday. 1 student dead. We also have heard that that suspect has been identified. So let's listen in to what officials have to say down on the ground earlier today.
If they are struggling, help them. If you don't know how to help them, call me. Call Sheriff Kimbrough. Call the school board, school system rather. We will help you help our kids. And finally, parents, take a little bit of extra time to hug your child a little bit tighter, to look them in the eyes and tell them that you love them, and realize that there is a mother today who don't have that opportunity. Thank you.
We're glad to have Senator Paul Lowe and Representative Amber Baker, District Attorney Jim O'Neill, who's also here. I don't know, Mr. DA, do you want to give any kind of update on the situation?
Jim O'Neill, I'm the District Attorney here in Forsyth County, and let me begin first by saying that Governor Cooper, we sincerely appreciate you coming, being with us today. You know, this is a difficult time for our community, and you know, your commitment was with us from the beginning, so we very much appreciate you being here with us. You know, we saw a lot of heroes yesterday with our law enforcement community. They arrive out on a scene and they know that there's a shooter running around, and they don't stop. They run right into the unknown because they're here to keep us safe and protect us. And for my brothers and sisters out there in law enforcement, thank you. The whole community thanks you for what you did yesterday, trying to keep us safe. As the father of children in public school, this was a traumatic phone call, of course, that I received yesterday, knowing what was going on in our public schools. Because we all when we send our kids off to school in the morning, this is the last thing in our minds. And so it shakes you to your core when something like this happens. The prosecutor's office here in town, we have long taken a zero tolerance policy as it relates to violence in schools. And without commenting on the facts in this particular case, of course, moving forward, we will continue to take a zero tolerance policy as it relates to violence in our schools. We are here to keep the community safe with our law enforcement partners. And again, without commenting on the facts of this case, we have awesome resources standing behind me and standing out here today in the audience that will support us, our county commissioners that are present, our city council members that are present and willing to provide the resources we need. And I'm going to tell you what, we need more opportunities for kids after school. We need more boys and girls clubs. We need more people to volunteer their time so that children have options after school is over. A lot of two-parent working homes out here. And there's no one back there watching the child in 6th and 7th grade when gangs can very easily persuade a child in 6th and 7th grade to come follow their lead. And if a child enters a gang in 6th or 7th grade, we've lost them, folks. We've lost them. So we need things for our children to do after school that are positive and productive. Idle hands are going to be the devil's workshop from now till the end of time. Thank you again to the heroes that ran in there yesterday, not knowing what to expect. God bless our law enforcement. God bless the teachers and the faculty at Mount Tabor that acted selflessly yesterday to be sure that there wasn't further tragedy. Thank you.
So I'll be glad to take some questions, and up here people would answer specific questions about this case, although I know they will be limited in what they can say. Yes.
Governor Cooper, Cassie Sherman with ABC 45 News. You were talking about how important it is for schools to have plans, but how important is it to practice those plans in the schools for kids?
Well, we know that, and they can talk about it specifically here, we know that law enforcement and school systems and principals already are working with their plans and making sure they have them in place. And some schools do have drills that they do for this kind of thing. It's unfortunate that we have to do it, but to be prepared in the event this incident occurs is critical, because if you've got a threat, you've got to make sure that you keep students and educators safe. We've been working on this a long time, and so I think it works pretty well. I think we all have agreed, and we met about an hour earlier this morning, we've got to make more investments in our school with mental health professionals and psychologists and counselors, and making sure that our children have these wraparound services, because we've got to work harder on prevention. It's critical to be able to respond when this happens, and I think yesterday that was done well, and I think schools across this state are prepared in the event that that happens.
Governor Cooper, you obviously have hit on this, but this is the second school shooting we've seen in a week in our state. As governor, how can you personally make schools safer, and what might those steps exactly look like? Will there be more legislation? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, we have to guarantee that our schools are safe for our parents, for our educators, and for our children. We have spent a lot of time working on these school violence plans to make sure we are ready to react in a moment's notice to keep students, educators safe and to make sure that parents have a place for them to meet. But I think this goes well beyond that. I think the sheriff and the chief and the DA, and I know that these legislators here, we do need to make more investments in our children in early childhood education. We need to make sure that they have wraparound mental health services. We've got to make sure that they are engaged in our communities, making sure that they have positive things to do. And we've got a lot of things that we haven't done yet that we can do. And when you look at this budget negotiation that we have right now, full funding of a sound basic education for our children can help provide some of these services that I believe can help us not only reduce violence in our schools, but violence in our communities.
Governor Skip Foreman with the Associated Press, this may be directed to the district attorney, but there was a reference to the possible involvement of gangs. Do we know at this point, or can we say at this point, that there may have been a gang influence connected with this shooting?
Mr. District Attorney.
Again, let me reiterate that we cannot comment on the facts of this case, and I hope everybody understands that when I'm speaking about those sort of issues, that's a broader social issue that we deal with in a metropolitan area like this. And I would tell you that in speaking with everybody standing behind me earlier today, not to frustrate you all, but they certainly understand that we cannot talk about the facts of this case while the investigation is still pending. The court case is still coming. We understand you have lots of questions, we really do, and a lot of the questions you have are going to deal with what are the facts in this case. We cannot share that with the public at this time, and we hope that you appreciate and understand that. We have to preserve the integrity of the investigation and the integrity of the prosecution.
Yes, sir. If I follow up,
yes, sir.
Where are you in the investigation? We know it's been less than 24 hours, but at what stage are you in determining the facts of this case?
Well, I can tell you again that that's an ongoing investigation. I can't tell you where we are in terms of whether or not we're completed or not. I can just tell you that the folks behind me are continuing to do the work. There's people on the ground right now continuing to do some more follow-up. Yes, sir.
We know that the suspect has been in custody. Can you say whether or not any criminal charges have been filed?
Yes, the question is whether or not we can say any criminal charges have been filed. I can tell you, Michael, that where we are is that the case is still in the investigative stage, and we are going to proceed along the court. We're going to proceed with the court case the way the statute allows us to. However, I'm not trying to be coy with you. I think you understand that I cannot talk about what stage we're at in terms of the criminal prosecution.
So would it be fair to say that no criminal charges are juvenile petitions?
Again, I can't answer those particular questions, and I'm not trying to be difficult. I know you have a job to do, but that's information that we cannot release at this time. And not to frustrate everybody, but everybody standing behind me is aware of the importance of just allowing the process to play out.
Can you speak to this? There was a video circulating online of what appears to be the arrest of the suspect. It happened at Thornaby Circle, which is kind of near Kernersville, so a little outside of the city. Can you confirm that video of the person in handcuffs is the suspect? And if so, how did you find him there, and what led you guys to that address?
Again, I understand your question, and I understand why you're asking these questions, but with all due respect, we cannot answer those questions right now. We have to protect the integrity of the investigation as well as the prosecution, so we're not able to answer specific questions right now.
The statement was made that the student was believed to be a student at Mount Tabor, the suspect. Can you guys confirm whether he was, in fact, a student there, and is he a juvenile?
Again, I'm not going to answer those questions. My role is different from everybody else up here, and my role is to protect the investigation and the prosecution. So I'm not trying to frustrate you all. I know that these questions are going to be specific fact-related questions, which I hope that you'll respect and understand that we cannot answer.
Governor Cooper, could you talk about metal detectors in schools? Do you feel like it's important that all high schools in North Carolina have functional and operational metal detectors?
Well, first, we need to make sure that we keep guns off of school grounds, and we need to take steps to make sure that that happens. That is a pretty dramatic step to put metal detectors in schools, but I think you cannot take it off the table. There may be particular schools and particular instances where you may want to do that. So I think that you have to be ready to use any tool that you have to make sure that schools are safe.
With this happening,
No.
When it comes to this particular school, and the Forsyth County School District as a whole, is there a clear backpack or mesh backpack policy that we're able to see that the student is bringing down?
Madam Superintendent, do you want to take that?
There is not currently a backpack policy, so no, not a clear, but that's a strategy, potential strategy as well.
Well, I want to ask you too, I spoke with parents, I know we all did yesterday, who said that they were in communication with their students, but they also were in communication with their teachers. And the teachers were reassuring them that they were going to keep their children safe. Could you just give us some mindset of what teachers went through yesterday and how hurtful it was?
Yeah, so today we had we kept Mount Tabor closed so that people could recover, they are dealing with trauma, as has been stated. So, but our teachers responded beautifully. Yes, they have practiced lockdown drills. They were ready for this type of incident. Not that we ever want to have to actually follow through with it. But yeah, so our teachers are, these are their students. Our children's lives are entrusted to us while they're with us for the 6 hours in the school day. So yeah, they're dealing with trauma, and that's why we're giving a day for folks to be able to cope and to be able to return in a different place.
Superintendent, while you're up there, or anybody maybe with the school, can you talk a little bit about the position of the student, who he was, how he was as a person, any positives there that you guys would like to share about him?
So I know a lot about his background. I have not spoken to his parents at the hospital, yes, but not about what I could share. But all I know is he was a great kid and very much loved by his parents and teachers that interacted with him.
Superintendent, what's next for the school district or Mount Tabor as a whole? What's
So right now, I mean, we are just focused on dealing with the tragedy of yesterday. And so basically, our students are picking up their cars today that were left in parking lots. Tomorrow they'll be picking up other supplies. And we'll just continue to provide the support, the emotional, the mental support that we're providing today. We have a location off campus that students can come to, that they're taking advantage of that today, students and staff, and we'll continue to provide that support.
And then to follow up, what if you run into the issue of parents or students not wanting to come back to Mount Tabor? Do you have a plan in place?
So I think we'll handle those case by case. Mount Tabor is a great school. The staff there is amazing. It is one of our schools that they really do believe in the Mount Tabor way, and they're extremely unified. So I think we'll be handling cases like that case by case.
Superintendent, everything seems to have gone well as far as the law enforcement reaction and everything like that. But is there anything that you guys learned from yesterday that you want to improve on or work on? Hopefully nothing like this ever happens again, but any resources you need from the state, anything like that?
So we'll be debriefing with our partners. I will say, as everyone has said up here, the response was absolutely amazing. To know that our law enforcement was on campus so quickly and they were in with our students. I knew our students were safe, and I cannot say enough to thank Sheriff Kimbrough and Chief Thompson for what happened yesterday to protect our students. I think that you've heard a lot today. We've heard a lot about prevention, and then how do we deal with a case if a case like this were to arise. And so we will continue focusing on a lot of the prevention, a lot of the things we've brought forward in relation to even our ESSER dollars, to have more mental health support in our schools, to have more after school programs. We're talking with so many partners right now about how to expand those, how to connect kids with resources that they need. I believe that if kids feel capable, connected, and cared for, there's a different outcome with how they then proceed when it comes to trauma and to how they react to situations. So I think we're going to continue working on the prevention side while we also work with law enforcement, debrief the situation, and figure out what we can do better in the future.
What can you tell parents, looking at the days to come here, next few days especially, about any extra measures, if any, that are going to be in place to make sure their kids are safe?
Yeah. Well, our law enforcement has provided, the Sheriff's Office today provided more hands on deck within our schools, more coverage, so that students could see that presence and know and feel that sense of security, and that will happen for the next few days. We will continue to provide what we provide, which is that ongoing emotional support for students, for staff, through our counselors and through other resources we have at our fingertips.
Superintendent, I know as a longtime educator, you've been through these preparation scenarios, but was there anything that prepared you for the emotion of this kind of day?
So no, I mean, you're right. Have dealt over 32 years with many different school crisis type of situations, with many community lockdowns, hurricanes, just many things that have caused trauma for folks. But you don't really prepare for this to actually happen. I think the best thing is how we respond and how we keep the family first and keep them in our thoughts and prayers, and then focus on the rest of our students and the staffs within Mount Tabor and with all of the schools.
And I have a question for the sheriff and or the chief. Wondering if you all can add anything as far as a possible motivation. Was there the intent here by the suspect to injure any others as far as you know? And or could you speak to the relationship between the suspect and the victim?
As the district attorney has said, I have no idea what the relationship was between the two young men. No idea as relates to the motive. As the district attorney has said, it's still an active investigation. We're still a lot of moving parts that we are putting together. As he said, the men and women of this county and this city and of this state are just still constantly out there debriefing, putting these parts together. So there are a lot of questions that we're still searching for answers.
Can you tell us if you have recovered a weapon, and also walk us through the securing of the campus? You guys were on some quick, had everything secured in a matter of minutes.
Well, as it relates to a weapon, again, that's a part of the investigation. I can't discuss any particular parts about the case, but as it relates to securing of the campus, as she said, and as the district attorney said, everybody said, there were resources that were there plentiful. We had 2 SROs already on the campus when the call came out. And so myself, I arrived there 8 minutes after the call came out. So resources were there. That's not even a question. We secured the school, made sure that the children were safe, the students were safe, the teachers, and we went on with the investigation.
Can you tell us what the SROs were on campus at this time?
I can't particularly tell you that. Again, that would be going into the investigation. I can tell you that they were assigned to the school, as we have SROs assigned to most of the schools in this county.
For the SROs, what would you say how they performed when it came to this situation? They were pretty quick to jump on the situation.
I can't say enough about the men and women that work in law enforcement, especially my guys. I hugged as many of them as I could yesterday because those 2 guys were remarkable. Remarkable. That's trauma that you don't prepare for. That's trauma that you don't see every day. So, in my opinion, they performed remarkable.
And how important is it to have SROs in schools, especially when we do have gun issues among children and teens?
What I will tell you is that the time in which we're living in, SROs are a necessity in our schools. As a law enforcement professional with close to 40 years, the times that we're living in are essential that you have SROs in school. We have you have security in airports. The most valuable asset that we have in our society is our children. So why wouldn't you want security in our schools? You know, a lot of people have alluded to a lot of things that are happening. You know, there's so many social issues in our society and in our community that become criminal justice issues, and they spill over in different places, in many places, i.e., you know, so it's unnecessary, in my opinion. It is unnecessary.
Sure. Could you or maybe the superintendent just talk a little bit? Was this suspect, were they on the school's radar? Is this a student you had issues with, or potentially the SROs?
Again, great question. As relates to issues that's a part of the investigation, the type of students they were, what type of issues that they had in the school, is something that if I knew, I wouldn't disclose. And I don't think that we could disclose that. That's a question that's a part of. Yes, ma'am.
Several of the parents that I spoke with wanted me to ask, they just don't quite understand how a gun or weapon of some kind can get into the school. Prior to this incident, what sort of security measures would prevent that from happening? And then to follow up, how might we improve that moving forward within the district?
You know, here's what I would say to that. The question is, how does guns get on a school, right? I can tell you that guns are easily accessible in our society now. But I can tell you that in a school that is basically people and young men and women are coming and going, as in so many other areas, you can't control that under the current rules and policies and laws that we have in place. There's going to have to be some rethinking, some retooling, and some doubling down of resources. That's the answer I will give you to that question.
When you say rules, do you mean within the district or broader than that?
I say broader than that. I say throughout the state, throughout, you know, from what I have seen. Our schools are where our children go to learn.
And could someone speak to the security measures that are already in place at this particular high school, whether that's any surveillance cameras, how many SROs are there on an average day, if there are any metal detectors, anything like that?
What I can tell you is, as relates to security measures at the school, I can't go into details to the exact security measures that we have in the schools, but I can assure you that we have security measures in the school. That I can assure you of.
Question for the governor? Yeah, we're getting the high sign back there, but I'll answer your question, last question.
Appreciate that. Obviously, this is not a usual school year to begin with, and you're trying to reassure folks that, yes, going back to in-person classes is okay and it's safe, and I'm just wondering what 2 school shootings in the opening weeks does to that message. I would think it was reflected in a way, but I want to hear your thoughts on it.
We know that our children need to be in the classroom to get the full experience of learning. And that's why we've worked through this pandemic and why so many, more than 90% of our children are under a mandatory mask mandate, and schools are taking the time to protect their children from the pandemic. And also assuring parents that we do have safety measures in place all across our state. In general, our public schools are very safe places for children. This kind of incident is something that doesn't usually happen, and it's horrible. It's one of the reasons why I'm here, and it's one of the reasons why we've all gathered together as a community with resolve. But it's important for us to support our public schools, our educators, make sure that our parents know that we want them in the classroom and we want to do it safely. And now is the time for us to do that. Thank you guys for being with us.
You're just listening in to Governor Cooper right there, highlighting the latest on that high school shooting out of North Carolina. A student was killed just yesterday in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. You were taking a look at, unfortunately, the family and that student who was killed, William Chavis Raynard. We don't know a whole lot about him, but we do know that he is in this photo here. Just a tragic story. Nothing yet on the shooter. We don't know the identity of the shooter. We also do not know if they were a student at the school. There were some inklings that possibly the suspect was a student there. No information on that. The investigation still underway out of North Carolina, so I'm sure we'll be hearing more about that in the coming days, but all of that just happening yesterday. We're going to move forward with some of these other stories from throughout the evening here. President Biden, just moments ago, we had video of him visiting Walter Reed Medical Center, visiting some of those injured troops just 1 week after that ISIS-K suicide bomber killed and injured dozens of U.S. troops outside of the Kabul airport. We have details in that video in 2 minutes after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, almost 5:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona. We have some breaking news out of the White House today. President Biden, alongside the First Lady, visiting Walter Reed to visit some of those injured troops just 1 week after that suicide bombing outside of the Kabul airport. I have Andrew Kraft with me to break it all down. Hi, Andrew.
Hi, Daytona. Yeah, that's right. The White House had called a lid earlier in the day, meaning that you would not see from the president again for the remainder of the day. They recently reversed that. They called the press pool together on this unannounced trip. We're now learning that President Biden, joined by his wife, the First Lady, Jill Biden, visiting Walter Reed Medical Center in Bethesda, Maryland, where 15 of those 22 injured U.S. troops are being treated for their injuries at Walter Reed. So he's going to be meeting with them, speaking with them. No doubt some of their family members will also be there. But like you mentioned, Daytona, we're now a week after that tragedy outside the gates of the Kabul airport that took the lives of 13 U.S. service members. Remember, just on Sunday, we saw the President and First Lady receive, during the dignified transfer at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware, the coffins draped in the American flags of those service members. Now the President making this unscheduled stop.
Yeah, so Andrew, no word yet on exactly how many of the troops are inside of Walter Reed right here, but we do know a large amount of them are inside. And like I said before, the First Lady also traveling with the President for this trip here. This just 1 day ahead of his visit to Louisiana, as he will be surveying some of the damage from the storms there. So definitely a busy schedule for the President. Isn't that right, Andrew?
Yeah, in Daytona, we've gotten some reporting that, he did meet with some of the families of the fallen over the weekend at Dover Air Force Base. There have been some reporting to suggest some of those conversations with members of those families were quite tense and quite emotional, as you can imagine. And so Now we're just getting this video in. This is known as tape playback, where the President and First Lady going into the front doors of Walter Reed as they are planning this late night visit here to meet with injured troops at the hands of that terrible terror attack from ISIS-K in Kabul that not only killed 13 Americans but also scores of other Afghans as they tried to evacuate from the country.
So we just wanted to bring you that news as it happened. Like we said, this happening just in the past hour here out at Walter Reed Medical Center. If we get any other shots, we'll bring it to you as soon as we can. But we want to move on to one of the other stories of the day. Take a look at this. A massive press conference with the family of some of these people who were affected by British ISIS terrorist group dubbed the Beatles. One of those members, Alexander Cote, pleaded guilty to all charges against him in federal court today in Alexandria, Virginia. Andrew.
Yeah, and many Americans will remember this. This was in Obama's second term, but 4 Americans, some aid workers and journalists, were tragically killed by these members of ISIS, beheaded and burned as well. Names that you'll remember: James Foley, Kayla Mueller, Peter Kassig. Well, anyway, Alexander Cote pleaded guilty today on multiple counts, including 4 counts of hostage-taking resulting in death, conspiracy to commit hostage-taking resulting in death, conspiracy to murder U.S. citizens outside the United States, and conspiracy to provide material support to terrorists resulting in deaths. Now, these, like you mentioned, Daytona, this group was known as the Beatles because you'll remember back during the rise of ISIS in Iraq and Syria, there were many European nationals from not only the UK, but the Netherlands, France, what have you, that traveled to Syria to join ISIS. And 4 of those, known as the Beatles, this was the name of the group, was made up of the ringleader Mohammed Emwazi, known by his alias and pseudonym Jihadi John. That might be familiar to some of our viewers. Also Ain Davis and El Shafi El Sheikh, as well as Alexander Cote, pleading guilty today. Members of some of these families who lost loved ones at the hand of the brutal regime of ISIS behind the district attorney there in Alexandria. We're going to play out the full press conference from Alexandria, Virginia.
Yeah, also one last thing, Andrew, something interesting to note. As part of this plea agreement, Cote is going to be forced to have meetings with the family members of the murdered hostages. And you can see some of the family members behind in this press conference right here. You're going to hear from some of them in just a moment. Let's play it from the beginning. Andrew, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Caroline Foote. I am the Director of Public Affairs for the Office of the U.S. Attorney of the Eastern District of Virginia. In a few moments, Acting U.S. Attorney Raj Parekh will provide a statement on the record on the guilty plea of Alexander Aman Cote. He will not be available to answer any questions about the hearing at this time. However, I will make myself available after this statement to collect any questions you might have. Diane Foley will also be providing a statement on the record. Other members of the victims' families will not be available at this time to make a statement or take questions. I am happy to take any questions you have for them on their behalf. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Acting U.S. Attorney Raj Parekh.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm joined today by members of the victim families. We have the Sotloff family, the Mueller family, the Foley family, the Kassig family, and members of the prosecution team. Alexander Cote, an avowed member of ISIS, pleaded guilty today to all charges that were brought against him in the United States for his participation in a horrific hostage-taking scheme that resulted in the deaths of 4 U.S. citizens, as well as the deaths of British and Japanese nationals. He has agreed to spend the rest of his life in prison. The 4 American victims in this case, James Wright Foley, Kayla Jean Mueller, Stephen Joel Sotloff, and Peter Edward Kassig were journalists and humanitarian aid workers, pillars of courage and kindness on the front lines of a perilous conflict. They risked their lives to shine a light on the darkest corners of the globe and to help others most in need. The values that they personified to the very end are the antithesis of those embodied by the terrorist organization that murdered them. Contrary to the propaganda perpetuated by ISIS, we have given Alexander Coty the opportunity to face justice. Coty has been afforded due process and, in the face of overwhelming evidence, he made the independent decision to plead guilty to his crimes. The justice, fairness, and humanity that this defendant received in the United States stand in stark contrast to the cruelty, inhumanity, and indiscriminate violence touted by the terrorist organization that he espoused. Today is also a painful anniversary. 7 years ago today, the world was devastated by images depicting the death of Stephen Sotloff. It is our hope that we can not only remember the heartbreaking loss of Stephen, Kayla, Jim, Peter, and all the other victims who suffered at the hands of the Islamic State, but also begin to bring a measure of comfort and healing for their loved ones. This case has always been focused on the victims and their families. Their resilience, courage, and perseverance have ensured that terror will never have the last word. Today, through the voices and lives of the victims, justice spoke, and it is those words that will resonate throughout history. Thank you. And now, I'd like to turn the podium over to Diane Foley.
Thank you so very much for being here. On this tragic anniversary of the horrific murder of American journalist Stephen Sotloff, we sincerely want to express our gratitude to all involved in apprehending Alexander Coty, to the investigation who've worked years. The FBI has worked tirelessly to thoroughly investigate his brutal crimes against humanity. And we want to thank the Department of Justice, to this outstanding prosecution team that has brought such a strong case for his direct culpability for the torture and death of our son James, for Stephen Sotloff, Kayla Mueller, Peter Kassig, and for countless other innocents. This accountability is essential for anyone who kidnaps or unjustly detains Americans abroad, if our country ever wishes to deter hostage-taking. I would also like to take this moment to beseech our government to prioritize the return of all U.S. nationals kidnapped or wrongfully detained abroad. Attacks on journalists are at an all-time high, and our U.S. hostage crisis is a silent epidemic which very few are aware of. There are currently 55 public cases of U.S. nationals held hostage abroad, many more unknown cases, and real threats of hostage-taking amid the current Afghanistan crisis. The James W. Foley Legacy Foundation was born out of a necessity to do better. Jim challenges me and us as a country to have the moral courage to prioritize the return of all Americans held hostage abroad and to promote the safety of journalists worldwide. As the mother of James Wright Foley, I call on President Biden, our U.S. Congress, and all Americans to demand that our country protect and assist any innocent U.S. national held hostage or wrongfully detained abroad. Our U.S. citizenship should mean that our country will do their very best to shrewdly negotiate for, rescue, and recover our U.S. nationals whenever they are in danger abroad. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This concludes our statements for tonight. If you have any further questions, I'm happy to take them. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
So we wanted to play that in its entirety right outside the U.S. courthouse in Alexandria, Virginia, where Alexander Cody, who is part of this ISIS cell of four members of the UK, they called themselves the Beatles. Rather, their victims called themselves that. I just want to make that point known. It was a nickname bestowed by their victims because of their British accents. And some of the group's victims were beheaded for propaganda videos, including the American journalists, names you will remember, James Foley and Stephen Sotloff. Their bodies have not been found, but members of their family were there behind the U.S. attorney and the assistant U.S. attorney. But this filing today, learning that Alexander Cody has pleaded guilty on 4 counts of hostage-taking resulting in death, conspiracy to commit hostage-taking resulting in death, conspiracy to murder U.S. citizens outside the United States, and conspiracy to provide material support to terrorists. You'll also probably recognize these names as well. Their ringleader, Mohammed Emwazi, known as Jihadi John, and the family members of some of those American victims in court today as this member pleaded guilty, and they were at court. Prosecutors said some of them didn't want to speak, but it's a story that's kind of been out of the mainstream for some time. This all happened in the second term of the Obama administration, but so tragic and so gruesome nonetheless as ISIS came up in Iraq and in Syria around 2014 when a lot of U.S. troops left Iraq under the Obama administration. Anyway, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here on your Thursday night. We're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, though, we're going to be going out to the Pentagon press briefing. The press secretary, John Kirby, taking more and more questions on the fallout from the withdrawal from Afghanistan. So all that and more in just a moment. welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. It's been a very busy Thursday. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we want to go back into now a replay of the Pentagon press briefing. Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby taking a number of questions still on the withdrawal from Afghanistan. Now, as we move the conversation toward how many actual evacuees from Afghanistan are here in the United States aiming to be resettled. Here's the Pentagon press briefing right now.
On the support that the European Command continues to give to many thousands of Afghan evacuees. So I'm going to turn it over to the General. He'll have some opening comments. And then just like before, I'll moderate the Q&A. Please, when I call on you, identify yourself and your outlet. And if you could limit your follow-ups to a minimum, that would allow more people to get questions in. And we'll, after we're done with the General, I'll stay behind if there's any additional questions that we need to answer today. With that, General, sir, over to you. Okay. Yeah, call it now. Yeah. We'll get this fixed.
We should send him a message saying it can't be heard.
I think I told the General. General, I can't hear you, sir.
No. This not a big user rate, okay, unmute that. We were waiting for you.
All right, we'll work this out. General, can you hear me yet? I do not have.
Yes, thank you. Hey, John, I've got you loud and clear. How do you read?
Got you now, sir. Thank you so much for hanging with us. I hate to ask you if you could start on over again.
Yeah, you bet, John. And good afternoon to you. And again, if you didn't catch it, welcome to all the members of the Pentagon Press Corps. On behalf of all the members of USUCOM, I want to extend our deepest sympathy to the families of the 13 heroes who gave their lives to save so many Americans and so many Afghans. We also extend our thoughts and prayers to all those wounded and to all the family members who were involved and still remain attached to those who paid the ultimate price in Afghanistan over the course of the last 2 decades. You'll always be remembered, and you'll always be in our thoughts and prayers. Let me begin by offering a professional thanks to the militaries and the governments of Germany, Italy, and Spain. That their comprehensive efforts over the course of the last several weeks has allowed us to facilitate great operations and achieve a high degree of success. And we deeply appreciate what they've done from the governmental level all the way down to the military level. Let me slow down for a second and also take this opportunity to thank a group of people that we don't often talk about, and that's the volunteers. It's an interesting story here in Europe. The operation first commenced on Friday, the 20th of August, and our wing commander at Ramstein noted that we had a lot of volunteers on that day doing a lot of great work, and we actually had 20 or 30 volunteers, and we were all very, very pleased to note that we had 30 volunteers. Well, several days later, the 30 volunteers grew to hundreds of volunteers. And today, as we scan across Europe, we have thousands of volunteers who are doing everything, from helping with food items, helping with clothing, serving as counselors, helping to organize, serving and assisting with security. They are tremendous force multipliers for us, and they are helping to facilitate good order and discipline in the environment day in and day out. Since Friday, the 20th of August, when the operation started, we at UCOM have processed 155 inbound flights, and we've taken care of 38,000 Afghan evacuees. On the ground at this very moment, we have 12,000 Afghan evacuees at Ramstein Air Base in Germany, 5,000 evacuees at Rhine Ordnance Barracks in Germany, 2,500 evacuees at Naval Air Station Sigonella in Italy, and 1,800 Afghan evacuees at Nav Station Rota in Spain. Since Friday, the 20th of August, when the operation started, we've been able to process and have 16,000 Afghan evacuees depart from Europe to the continental United States. 14,500 of those came from Ramstein Air Base, 1,500 came from Sigonella, and approximately 500 came from Rota Air Base in Spain. And the reason that I mention this evacuation is because it's intense, and we anticipate more intensity in the future, and the mission must go on. Aside from the evacuee operation that we're currently working in Yukon, we bear the responsibility to provide secure sovereignty for our European nations as well as to support NATO. We've been able to continue all of those operations via our operations activities and investments, and today the region remains secure and conditions are normal on the ground. The entire time we bear the responsibility to ensure that we continue to promote the safety and security for all involved, whether it's the evacuees, our fellow volunteers across Europe, or all of the great warriors that serve us in U.S. Yukon. John, I'll wrap up with a final thanks to some critical mission partners. First, the United States Interagency, all of our European allies and partners, U.S. Transportation Command, U.S. Northern Command, and U.S. Central Command. Their support to U.S. European Command has been remarkable. Today, we're excited about the fact because all those agencies work together to facilitate the flow of travelers and Afghans from Europe to freedom. John, I'll stop right there, and I look forward to taking your questions.
Thank you, General. Appreciate that. We're going to start with Lita Baldor from AP. Lita, I think you're on the phones, yeah?
Yes, thanks, John. Thank you, General. I have a question about the screening of evacuees as they come in, and I realize the military isn't doing a lot of that, but can you give us a better picture of what is happening to people who may be failing the screening or problems with screening? Are the countries, the allies that you're dealing with, are they expressing some concerns about what is going to happen to those people? What will the U.S. do with them? And can you tell us also if there has been any COVID problems with those evacuees as they are being processed? Thank you.
Lita, I'll kind of go reverse order. Number one, we're pleasantly surprised at the very, very few COVID situations that we've had abroad in Europe. Our policy is to allow the field commanders in place to govern the administration of COVID testing and COVID vaccination based off conditions on the ground. And as you well know at this time, the game plan is for all of our evacuees and travelers to ultimately get to the United States, get to military installations, and then at that point they would receive the appropriate testing and the appropriate vaccinations. With respect to allied concerns on folks that we are screening, so far we've had tremendous cooperation in this area. We've informed the nations of Germany, Italy, and Spain when we have individuals who are coming up close to the 10-day time limit, and we've received 100% cooperation from the nations in this area. And Lito, with respect to screening, it's come a long ways in the last 10 days. What we do is in-process our evacuees, and during the course of the in-processing, we conduct combined biometric and biographic screening so that through DoD channels, through CBP channels, and through FBI channels, we have comprehensively scrutinized their background. And this process takes place at the initial screening when the evacuees come to our intermediate bases. And we want to make sure that we conduct the screening, get the results, and ensure that we've got results on the individual before we put these individuals into their sleeping quarters. And then as they remain on station, at some point, they'll be notified that it's time to depart. And as the individuals depart, they'll be screened one more time to make sure that from a biometric and biographical standpoint, cleared through DOD, CBP, and FBI, that they continue to remain in the green. I will tell you, we've also been pleasantly surprised with the number of individuals that are in need of further processing / more screening. And the way the process works at Ramstein, the way it works at Sigonella, and the way it currently works at Rhoda is during that initial in-screening process, if an individual pops red, we calmly take them out of the normal processing line and we put them in a different location so that we can have some isolation and have a little bit of extra time to make sure that everybody is as safe and secure as possible. Lita, that's a big and over a little map description. It's a lot more complicated than that. We've refined this process over the course of the last 10 days. As you can well imagine, if we wind up in situations to where we are backed up with evacuees at certain locations, if the screening process is too exorbitant and too slow, we can wind up having some serious problems. When we initially started operations here in Europe, our average wait time in the in-processing line put us in a position to where we could in-process about 60 folks per hour. Today, we possess the capability to process 250 folks per hour, and that has a lot to do with the improvement in the software with respect to our biometric machines communicating with our biographical machines. Lita, I hope this helps.
A quick follow-up so I understand. When you say 250 folks per hour and 60 per hour, is that because you have more locations, or are you talking about at one particular location? And that's all I have. Thanks.
That's an average of the 3 current locations that we're working with here in Europe, at Ramstein in Germany, at Rhoda Nav Station in Spain, and at Sigonella in Italy.
Hey, General Walters, it's Courtney QB from NBC News. I have just a couple follow-ups on all of that. So what happens when the individual pops red, as you said, and is sent for further screening? Have you had any who have not been ultimately cleared, and what happens in that case? And then I just want to be clear, when you're talking about the COVID situations, you're not actually doing any testing for COVID of the evacuees, correct? They don't get tested until they come to the U.S. Or if you are, can you tell us how that's happening? Is it only people who present symptoms or self-identify as having symptoms?
Courtney, the process is, as you just described. Ultimately, the plan is to test these individuals once they get to CONUS to their final military installation. But due to situations on the ground, and if we have situations where we see symptoms and the commander on site needs to have that person tested, we reserve the right to allow that commander to do so that he can preserve the health and well-being of the entire population in their community. They've got small resources to be able to do that. It hasn't been executed often. I can tell you in the last 3 days, it hasn't been executed once. So that takes care of the COVID side of the house. And Courtney, you talked a little bit about screening. Can you kind of clarify for me exactly what it is you're looking at?
Sure. So when an individual pops red, you said they're isolated for further testing or further screening, I guess. Have you had anyone who's not ultimately been cleared and brought back into the regular population? Or in other words, are you holding any individuals because they've popped red and not been cleared?
Courtney, at this time, it's a rolling number. I've got 58 individuals that are in need of further processing, and based on when they entered the queue, I anticipate that all 58 will probably clear. I will tell you that we've had one individual since the operation started in Europe on the 20th of September who actually popped red, and that individual is currently in the appropriate custody of U.S. interagency officials, and Germany has been very, very cooperative, and we are still working his background investigation.
Okay. Jen?
General Walters, Jennifer Griffin with Fox News. Can you give us any more details about that individual and what kind of security threat he posed? Was he a member of ISIS-K, Taliban? And just so I understand what you told Courtney, there's no COVID testing being done of these individuals before they get to CONUS. Why?
First, Jennifer, the individual that's currently in custody is not of a high threat as far as I know. The rest of that information is protected, and that's with our agencies here that are representative of that individual. With respect to testing, based off the requirement and the timelines of the nations, allowing us to use their soil for 10 days, it can become an administrative challenge with respect to moving people. As I said, Jennifer, commanders on the ground have the right to conduct testing and administer vaccination if conditions on the ground warrant. And that's a commander's call that they're equipped to make, and they've got the resources to be able to support that. But for the purpose of facilitating the flow of our evacuees to their final destination in CONUS, in order to comply with the restrictions of the nations, this is the current policy that we have in place.
Go to the phone lines. Jeff Schogel.
Thank you. General, you had mentioned that you expected the mission to grow more intense. Can you elaborate on that?
I can, Jeff. We're at a point right now where we're processing in about the same number that we're processing out, and it's not comfortable for our troopers in the field. It's challenging. There is the potential that we would be in a position in Europe as a result of our existing capacity to continue to facilitate the flow of evacuees out of the Middle East to ultimately get to the United States. So in order to make sure that our troops are as ready as they can possibly be, we are hoping for the best, but preparing for the worst. And so that intensity level has to remain very, very high with respect to our readiness to be prepared to process folks. I think what I've seen in the last 6 hours tells me that we're about to become in a position to where we're going to process about 500 or 600 in every day, and we're probably going to have 2,500 to 3,000 to depart every day. And if that continues in perpetuity for the remaining time, we'll be in good shape. But the next 24 hours will be very, very telling, and I want to make sure that our troopers are prepared for the most intense situations possible. Jeff, that's why the narrative surrounds that conversation.
Thank you. And are any of the Afghan refugees being housed at Camp Bondsteel in Kosovo?
None of our U.S. Afghan evacuees are at Camp Bondsteel. We are just on the edge with respect to NATO capability to putting some NATO Afghan evacuees into Camp Bechtel, which is very close to Camp Bondsteel, but we haven't started that yet.
Sylvie?
Hello, General. Sylvie Lantom from AFP. The Europeans were a bit frustrated by the way the evacuation went in Kabul. They were not able to evacuate as many as their citizens as they wanted. And today there was a meeting, defense minister, a meeting of the defense ministers of the European Union, and they talked about creating a European rapid reaction force. Do you think, as SACEUR, do you think it would be a good idea?
Well, first, I can't speak for the European Union. I certainly could speak as SACEUR for NATO. I've had reports from many nations, and the reports that have come to me through military channels and Minister of Defense channels have all actually been in the positive. And I would tell you that NATO and the EU are always attempting to do all that they can to make sure that we can facilitate peace on our soil. And I can't speak for the efforts that you're quoting with respect to the European Union, but I would say anything that we can do to promote peace and security on the European continent is a plus.
Megan?
Hi, General Walters. It's Megan Myers from Military Times. You mentioned that the European countries have given you a 10-day deadline to get these evacuees moved through. So which screenings or processes are they doing in Europe, and what do they have to finish up when they get to the U.S.? Is it more screening, or is it just resettlement? What processes need to be finished?
Megan, our evacuees receive biometric and biographical screening. They actually get screened twice. Once when they come in to our intermediate staging basis, once they've been initially screened, then they're put in their sleeping quarters, and once it's time to depart, they're screened one more time to make sure that we've cleared as many wickets as possible. And once they get to the United States, I believe they go through a similar process with the same machines to make sure that they continue to clear DOD, CBP, and FBI.
Health screenings or anything like that that's going on in Europe, that final step in the process is still going on stateside?
A thorough health screening will occur stateside, but we're in a position with our medical resources to get a broad brush scan from a medical perspective, and to take temperatures and to make sure that we're treating folks that need immediate medical help. And in many cases, it happens to be expectant mothers.
Tara.
Hi, General. Tara Kopp with Defense One. You talked about in-processing everyone. We learned yesterday that many of the SIV applicants that had tried to get out of Afghanistan didn't get through. So could you give us a picture of who actually did get through? If they weren't SIVs, who are they? Are they P1s, P2s? Are they Afghans? Could you talk a little bit about what you've seen in the processing?
Tara, I will tell you that I don't have the facts that you're quoting with respect to the statistics between what came out of HKIA to the Middle East and here. I can tell you that of the number of folks that I told you that we process, we're in a position to where we have 792 AMSITs, we have 996 legal permanent residents. But aside from those qualifiers with respect to the individuals, that information is probably kept in DOS channels, and you probably need to direct your question to that agency.
Okay, back to the phones. Jared?
Hi, sir. My question's been answered. Thank you.
Hey, Jared, you're breaking up. Can you try it again?
Yes, sir. My question has been answered. Thank you.
I didn't get that. Go ahead.
Yes, Brian Everstein with Aviation Week. You had mentioned at the top you had 155 inbound flights. How many outbound flights have you had? And with the Kabul airlift ending, are you getting more gray tail capacity into your AOR to help with the outbound? If so, do you anticipate needing craft assets for an extended period of time?
Brian, right now we don't have a need for Civil Reserve Air Fleet participation, just because we're probably reaching a point where it's not required. We've had 155 inbound flights, and I don't have the precise number of outbound flights, but I would suspect that it's fairly close to that. So as long as the flow continues as expected, for the next 12 hours, we're bracing for high intensity. But after that, we should be in a position from a gray tail perspective to where the United States Air Force on the C-17 side of the house can adequately support the flow into Europe and the flow out of Europe.
Okay, time for one more, and then we'll let the general wrap it up. Go ahead, Tony.
Hey, so Tony Capassia with Bloomberg News. On the biometric screening, can you give a sense of what databases are being tapped when someone gets a biometric screen? And will that information translate over to the United States or their eventual residents to help them get identification when they land here or their home or where they end up?
Hey, Tony, the biometric side of the screening, I believe, taps the DOD base, and the biographic side of the screening that gets into fingerprinting and the retinal scan gets into CBP and FBI. I can tell you on my limited computer experience that those databases have the capability to talk to one another. So you can flip cross-court from DOD to CBP and FBI, and we can take this electronic database and flip it to CONUS. So with respect to the question that you asked, my simple answer is there is compatibility in those systems to the agencies that I just identified, and there is compatibility with those capabilities from the European continent to the continental United States.
Thanks.
General, I'm going to thank you so much for your time. I apologize for the technical difficulties early, but I'd like to turn it back over to you for any closing comments you might have, sir.
Well, John, first, thanks to you for doing what you are doing. And I just wanted to foot stomp one more time the tremendous patriotism that we see from our volunteers. They're DOD dependents. They are local nationals from Germany, from Spain, and from Italy. And they're excited when they see these Afghans. And when they look in their eyes, that they see folks with hope and inspiration, and that actually gives them inspiration. And I want to thank our nation for doing what it's doing in treating all of these Afghan evacuees with dignity and respect.
Very much, General. Appreciate your time this afternoon and this evening. Okay, I got a few things to go through with you, and then we can take some additional questions. In the wake of Hurricane Ida, the department is working closely with FEMA and local, state, and federal partners in supporting the states and areas impacted. Currently, there are roughly 5,800 National Guard soldiers and airmen from Louisiana and 10 other states responding to the aftermath of the hurricane in Louisiana. In Pennsylvania, roughly 140 Guard personnel have been activated along with high water vehicles and helicopters to support areas that are affected by the flooding. As of this morning, more than 650 active duty personnel are supporting hurricane response operations in and around Louisiana. The mission sets include route clearance, debris removal, high water rescue, and transport. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has deployed survey boats in southeast Louisiana in coordination with the Coast Guard to help open navigation lanes in the region. And the Corps is also providing technical engineering assistance to state and local authorities for flood response and risk management. Now in Haiti, the department continues supporting USAID, working with international partners and allies to provide life-saving aid and assistance to the people of Haiti in response to the recent earthquake there. U.S. Southern Command and Joint Task Force Haiti have been working around the clock to help save lives, deliver aid, all since the 14th of August when the 7.2 magnitude earthquake struck. As of early this morning, the Joint Task Force team has conducted more than 660 missions, delivered more than 573,000 pounds of aid, and saved or assisted more than 477 people. We'll continue working with this humanitarian operation until USAID, working with Haitian officials, determines that the department's unique airlift, maritime, transport, and logistic capabilities are no longer necessary, as commercial options to transport supplies by air, land, and sea increase on their own. Search and rescue on the new topic, the Navy and the helicopter.
Okay, so we've been listening to John Kirby there at the Pentagon take reporters' questions. He's now been focusing on the recovery efforts from Hurricane Ida, as well as that really terrible Haitian earthquake that took place about a couple of weeks ago, talking about U.S. efforts in aid and development as these crises unfold. Anyway, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thank you for being with us here on this Thursday night. We're going to move on to some other stories, but just wanted to show you some of the live looks we're getting from around the country at the moment, because this is New York City. You'll remember last night when we were showing you this shot, so much rain, so much wind, obviously drier conditions right now. It's about 10 after 9 p.m. there, but the city itself really was reeling earlier this morning from unprecedented flooding, especially in the New York City subway system, which was temporarily completely suspended. And so hopefully we'll be talking a little bit more about that as New York residents clean up from the remnants of Storm Ida. Now was last night, at least, one of these post-depression cyclones is what it's called. We also have a live look where we are right now. Let's go out west. This is Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport. Beautiful night here, just a little after 6 p.m. on the West Coast. When we come back from commercial, though, we'll be talking about the California recall. It's 12 days away, and the candidates are holding rallies and events all across the state in the lead up to a pretty consequential election in just a matter of days. That and more in just 2 minutes.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and as I said before the break, we are gearing up for the California recall election. It's going to be taking place in 12 days. Well, the incumbent, current California Governor Gavin Newsom, held an event earlier today urging Californians to vote no on the recall. We're going to play some of that. He also has some heavy hitters coming out to campaign with him, among them Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren. He also kind of indicated that the president might be coming out to stump for him as well. You'll remember Vice President Harris last week was going to this campaign event with him on behalf of the governor. It was canceled due to the worsening and deteriorating situation in Afghanistan after the Kabul terror attack. So it remains to be seen which Democratic heavy hitters will come out and show up to shore up support for Newsom. Here he is today from earlier.
He led, as you should lead, with science and data and evidence and facts, and made the decisions that saved lives and uplifted and protected health. And when Trump attacked our communities and led with xenophobia and divisiveness and racism and hate, our governor stood up, stood with us, stood by us, fought back, and spoke out. And now, as the Delta variant is surging in the nation, we continue to lead. The governor continues to lead with that steady hand, guided again by evidence-based policy. We have one of the lowest positivity rates, one of the lowest case rates, one of the highest number, we have the highest number of vaccines in arms in the nation. And in the API community, nothing is more important than the health of our families and our loved ones. And this governor has defended that health. He has saved lives. He has protected our families and our communities. And look, let's make no mistake. Where we are right now, if this recall is successful, this Republican power grab, cynical recall attempt to install a Trump supporter in the governor's house in California, it puts us at a crossroads. We have two very distinct pathways that we could go down, and they couldn't be more stark, and the contrast couldn't be more different. Either we continue down the path that this governor has led us on, towards progress, uplifting a California for all, promoting health, supporting all of our communities, our most vulnerable, our most voiceless, those who need support the most. The leadership that has led to that statement in politics, as California goes, so goes the nation, or we go backwards and unwind all the progress that we made, all the momentum that we've built. And I choose the momentum, the progress, that great leadership that we have in California, led by our governor. And look, every one of the major candidates in this race is a Trump supporter. And the leading candidate who will, if this recall is successful, Larry Elder, is the exact opposite of this governor and is very dangerous. His leadership will lead to lives lost. His leadership will lead to health harm. His leadership is misogynistic and anti-immigrant. It is not who we are. So if we care about this state, our people, our values, our progress, our future, our API community must step up, as we have been, but continue to do it, and vote no on this recall. Look, protecting our democracy, our values, and this state is not a spectator sport. We got to get involved. We got to raise our voices. And the good news is, it's very easy to do that in this race. Everyone has been sent a vote-by-mail ballot. All you do is vote no, sign it, put it in the mailbox or a drop box, and you're done. No postage necessary. That's how you raise your voice. That's how you make your voice heard. That's how we stay on this path of incredible progress that we're making in California, and keep our incredible governor, who has stood with us and stood by us time and time again, leading our great state. So it's my incredible pleasure to introduce the incredible governor of the great state of California, Governor Gavin Newsom.
Thank you to the Attorney General. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you all for the opportunity and privilege to allow me back here. I appreciate, Malcolm, you saying back home. I mean, in every way, shape, or form. This quite literally, to me, feels like home. I was joking with Mel. He said, you've been here once or twice. I said, yeah, 100 or 200 times this particular restaurant. And so it's wonderful to be back. It's also a reminder that we were back here after my first race for mayor, the day after I was mayor-elect, I came back here to Chinatown to thank the community, that I became mayor of San Francisco for one reason. The Asian community overwhelmingly turned out and supported our campaign. And I'm here again, mindful of the power of the Asian community to determine the fate of this recall campaign. Mindful of our responsibility to have the backs of our diverse communities, particularly the API community in the state of California. I said this when I was mayor, how proud I was to grow up in a city, to have my kids in a city that was as diverse as San Francisco, where we celebrate, we don't tolerate that diversity, but in particular, I often remarked about how proud I was to be in a city with the first and largest Chinatown in the United States of America, a city where roughly a third of our population is of Asian descent. Let me extend that as governor of California, to be in the most diverse state in the world's most diverse democracy, to be governor of a majority-minority state in terms of racial diversity, a state that's home to roughly a third of API Americans. That's a point of deep pride, and respect that we have for that community is demonstrable in the state of California in terms of the leadership of Rob Bonta, the incredible work he's been doing as Attorney General, the work he did in the California Assembly, and more broadly, the elected officials in the state of California that have stepped up once again to have the backs of our Asian brothers and sisters, particularly as it relates to the increase of hate crimes that we have seen over the course of the last number of years. Of course, hate crimes are not new to those of us that grew up in the Bay Area. I'm often reminded and often remind others that the history of discrimination, so much of what we are experiencing and have experienced, particularly over the last 4 or 5 years, has its embers, its origins here in the Bay Area. Wasn't, that many years ago, prior to this building and this restaurant being constructed, that we had folks like Dennis Kearney that were out here in the Bay Area, beginning and ending every speech by saying, whatever else we must do, the Chinese must go. And that led in the late 1880s to the 1884 Chinese Exclusion Act. That came out of the Bay Area, came out of San Francisco in many respects. All the perversion of our immigration policy and laws today have their history, that architecture, back to the Chinese Exclusion Act. I said this to Rob and others yesterday on a Zoom call. I'm also reminded as I walk into my office every day, and I intentionally did this. Now, we asked that former Chief Justice Warren's desk be placed in the governor's office. Of course, he was governor of California before he was Chief Justice of the United States, before there was Brown versus Board of Education. There was the internment of Japanese Americans, led by that governor. I'm mindful of that past. And I'm here in that spirit of recognition, but also some reconciliation. That recognition that while we are doing well and better than most, we have a lot of work to do to have the backs of Asian community, to address hate crime and call it out and condemn it, to hold folks accountable for that expression of hate. And it's not just hate crimes in the most legal sense of the terms. It's the things that aren't written about, often unseen. Someone that refuses to go into a restaurant like this because it's owned by Chinese Americans. Or those that would have the audacity, as we've seen just up the block in the First Business, where twice in a week someone vandalized and smashed the window of a Chinese-owned business, only to find out that person who was finally arrested had been doing it all up and down the block with one intention: to send a message of hate against Chinese Americans. We had a president that didn't celebrate diversity. We had a president that didn't even tolerate diversity. We had a president that used diversity as a weapon, as an aid to advance his political agenda, as a cause to divide, not to unite. When he sat there mocking the Chinese community, talking about the Kung Flu. And to see so many people celebrate that, to applaud and laugh and mock the Asian community is sickening. And we have today, and Rob Bonda is absolutely right, we have major candidates on the other side of this recall that have two things in common. One is they all supported Donald Trump. And number two, none of them condemned that hate. In fact, many of them defended Donald Trump, including the leading candidate, Larry Elder, defended that hate speech. Defended, didn't condemn Donald Trump for the anti-immigrant, anti-Asian hate speech. This is a serious moment. It requires a serious purpose. It requires serious leadership. People that have the courage of their convictions, people that have the backs of our diverse communities. We're 12 days out. This election's being called every day. Today is election day. Tomorrow is election day. This weekend is election day. The last day of the election is September 14th. As Rob said, this is an all mail-in ballot. 22 million ballots have dropped. Millions have already been sent back in. On behalf of 40 million Californians, 40 million Americans that call California home, I implore people to vote no on this recall. Reject the hate, reject the division, reject the cynicism and the fear that is behind this recall. And if you think I'm exaggerating, just consider this fact. The principal proponent behind this recall, the guy who got off his couch, his words not mine, and went out and got signatures on the street to sign this petition, did so because he was offended that the governor of the state of California stood up against Trump and Trumpism and stood up against the flawed immigration and deportation policies of the former president of the United States and advanced the cause of diversity by advancing health care for all Californians, regardless of their immigration status. That is what initiated this recall. It's the sixth recall effort since I've been governor in just 2.5 years. Read the petition. They tell you what this is about. I don't have to tell you. Read the petition. It was because of our immigration policies, our willingness to defend and celebrate that diversity. That is what drove these folks to put this recall on the ballot. The CEO of this recall, the guy who's in your ballot book, said he wants to microchip all immigrants. And he said, and I want to be fair, he said, his words, the reason he wants to do that is it works for animal control. That's what we're up against. That kind of hate. That people would even acknowledge or espouse or promote that thinking and claim to be serious members of our community is beyond me. And we have a chance to reject that. We have a chance to say no to that kind of bigotry, to that kind of hate. The kind of anti-Asian hate, anti-Semitism, the hate across the spectrum. We're better than that as a state, and we're better than that as a nation. So I say this as a guy whose kids grew up in San Francisco, who were born here, as someone who grew up in San Francisco. Someone went to school right around the corner on Grant Street as a young kid, took the 30 Stockton to school every single day with my yellow backpack. This is a profoundly important moment in San Francisco's history, California's history, and I think more broadly will have an impact the decision we make as a state across this country. It shouldn't surprise any of you that this recall is part of an extended narrative. It started with the big lie, extended to the insurrection January 6th, extends to the voter suppression laws you're seeing all across the country, and yes, what you saw yesterday in Texas, and the assaults on women's rights and reproductive freedom in this nation. This is a profoundly important moment to say no, not in California, not in the bluest state, the fifth largest economy in the world, an economy that is the fastest growing economy of all Western democracies over the last 5 years, in a state that generated $80 billion of surplus last year, that is enjoying record job creation, and we're the tentpole of the American economy in terms of job growth. Look at the facts. And so I'm here in that spirit, tremendous pride reverence and respect to California, to my home state, and to those that make California great, Asian community. And so I thank you for the privilege and the opportunity to be here. And we are here, a lot of friends that have been with me for decades, and it is wonderful to see you all. I mean that. And with remarkable leaders here that not only have formal authority, but exercise their moral authority every single day. With that, we're happy to take any questions.
Governor, throughout the campaign, you said Larry Elder would basically destroy California. But we have a supermajority in the legislature. We have an attorney general as a Democrat. Do you think you're guilty of hyperbole when you say that?
Well, I don't know those exact words. They're your words, perhaps other people's words. But I do think what Rob Bonta said was not hyperbolic. The consequences of decision-making, quite literally, are life and death. If you believe that wearing masks protect people's health and their life. If you believe the vaccinations save people's lives, I do, he does. The facts bear that out as well. He has said day one, before his first cup of tea, that he wants to eliminate mask wearing in our public schools, and he wants to eliminate vaccine requirements for state workers, healthcare workers, and the like. That's a life and death decision. You need no more than evidence, not an assertion. Let's provide evidence of that. We have among the lowest case rates in America right now, fourth lowest in America. We have one of the lowest positivity rates in America. It's below 5%. We have among the highest vaccination rates in America. Compare and contrast that to the states that he seems to celebrate. Places like Texas, and Florida, and Mississippi, and Alabama. It's not about assertion. You can prove the point by looking at the evidence. It's a matter of life and death. The ability to appoint judges, the ability to use the line item veto, the ability to appoint members to key positions and key staff, the ability to appoint elected officials in vacancies, county boards of supervisors that become vacant, an attorney general's position, the ability of a governor to sign an amicus brief with 26 other Republican states supporting the Missouri efforts to overturn Roe v. Wade. That is afforded a governor of the state of California. That's not hyperbole. That's profound. The impact to have the keys to the fifth largest economy and to begin the self-destruction internally, not externally, is profound and consequential when you consider someone who doesn't even support the minimum wage. The governor of California makes a determination on an annual basis of whether or not to increase that minimum wage on the basis of the CPI. That's consequential. I go through a list. Who would have Larry Elder appointed to replace Kamala Harris? Would Chuck Schumer be majority leader or minority leader right now? What would that mean to the Biden agenda? Would there be a stimulus bill that has provided relief to restaurants like this, health care to people that are struggling, supplemental unemployment insurance? There would not have been if we had a different governor that was in that position, that had that privileged position of making that appointment. Consequences of this are quite real. So I don't believe that some of that rhetoric is hyperbolic by any stretch. I think in many respects, people need to get under the hood and consider there are even more consequences than as advertised.
There's a new poll that shows that you're kind of taking the lead when it comes to likely voters, coming up to support you. So how are you feeling? 12 days out, political analysts say, hey, it's down to the wire. It just really depends. So how are you feeling right now, just days away? I
feel the way I did a week ago, a month ago, 6 months ago, resolved, committed, focused, determined to defeat this Republican recall, to defeat this cynicism, continue to see the progress and momentum in this state, get to a whole nother level as this economy recovers and we continue to lead the nation in so many different areas. We just have to get out the vote. We talk about GOTV in that traditional respect of getting out the vote, but in many ways this is about turning in the vote because of the unique nature of an all-mail-in election. And so I'm encouraging people to take advantage of the fact that this is about the easiest election you've ever had to vote on. Simple no and go to the ballot. Don't even consider the second question and take advantage of the fact that these don't require a stamp. and they're already sitting on your dining room table as we speak.
Governor, you have good news in the poll today, as you alluded to, but that poll and many other polls show a least partisan split. What do you say to voters in the middle?
So we just wanted to show you some of these remarks from Governor Gavin Newsom there. He said, this recall is a matter of life and death, talking specifically about his opponent, the Republican Larry Elder, talking about, raising the minimum wage, implementing mask mandates. And so there you heard from him. He was quite adamant. That was a campaign event to urge Californians to vote no on the recall. It's only 12 days away. We'll have special live coverage of that on the 14th, talking with experts, California politicos, as well as Californians. A lot of them have already voted by mail, but a lot of them will be to the ballot box on that day specifically. It's the first recall since 2003 in almost 2 decades. So we'll be on top of that as well. We want to play one more event talking about the California recall and talking about Larry Elder, the GOP candidate on the Republican side, held an event as well today. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Do you know that George Gascon abandoned the family of Robert F. Kennedy? He didn't even have the empathy to stand for those family members. Do you know that Governor Gavin Newsom he appoints people on the parole board? Do you know they asked Governor Newsom, what do you think about the assassin of Robert F. Kennedy? Would you deny that? And he didn't know. How could you not know? Do you know how many children have now come out and said they're opposed to the parole of the assassin of Robert F. Kennedy? And I want to tell you something about that, so I want you all to hear this. Those 11 children lost a father. And that's something that Gascon and Newsom don't know or don't understand. It's hard growing up without a dad. And my father didn't die, but I didn't have a father. Gascon and Newsom, show a little empathy. Do your job. It is the right of the DA to stand for victims and survivors at parole hearings. The family members should not have to go to the news media to put out all sorts of articles. And you know why they're doing that? Because they don't trust the governor. Because if they trusted him, they wouldn't need to put that all in the media to put pressure on him. Think about it. Ask him. I think most of you know who Gabriel Fernandez is. Do you know under George Gascon, we wouldn't have got the justice for Gabriel Fernandez? Because we're not allowed to charge special circumstances in any case, no matter what. If you intentionally torture and murder a child, we're not allowed to charge that here in Los Angeles. Gascon calls murderers and rapists victims. If Newsom and Gascon want to see a victim, they need to look no farther than Gabriel Fernandez. That is a victim. Governor Newsom defied the voters in 2012. He defied the voters in 2016. He defied the Gabriel jury, and he defied the judge. Gabriel will not receive justice under the administration of Gascon and Newsom. As Tanya said, crime has gone up, and I can tell you the most accurate numbers, according to the sheriff, is 62.5% of homicides. I think Barger said 72% homicides are up. So it's either 62.5 or 72%. That's still a lot. Homicides have increased in the county as compared to last year. Aggravated assaults are 11%, including sexual assaults in the county. Shootings are up over 40% in the county. In the city, shootings are up over 44%. Homicides are up over 44%. And that's according to Chief Moore. That's data and science. People are getting killed, and I don't see Gascon or Newsom doing anything about it to help anybody. I have been fighting for victims and survivors for a long time. It's difficult. My kids, even this morning, I apologize to them because I don't see them that much, and I feel guilty. I'm going to take a picture with whoever I want, and I think I deserve that. I'm also going to stand with anybody who stands with victims and survivors. I am. And no one has a right to tell me otherwise, no matter what my political party is. I'm proud to stand here on this podium with Larry and with Tanya and with Desiree and with Emma and with so many others who believe in this community, because they're all willing to fight for victims and survivors. Because right now they don't have a voice. And at least Larry is willing to give them a voice. At least Tanya is willing to give them a voice. And that means something to me. It means something. And I want to let you know this. The governor wouldn't allow my children to go to school. Do you know that the #1 reporters for child abuse, you know what that is? Do you know? Does anybody know? Teachers. When children can't go to school, we don't have teachers reporting child abuse. And that's a fact. Do you know what the main place that children get nutrition is, especially in the inner city? School. When children don't go to school, they can't get the main nutrition. Do you know that school is also a safe place for children? It was for Gabriel. And if you don't know anything about it, Google it. Look it up. The governor took all of that away. And if you don't allow children to go to school, I consider that abuse. I will not allow anyone in office to abuse my children or your children. It's not fair. It's not fair. Children don't have a voice. I believe Larry is going to step up and be a voice for children. He grew up in this community. He cares about this community. I want to thank Larry for giving me an opportunity to speak. I want to thank all of you for coming here and listening. I want to thank all the victims and survivors for fighting. I'm going to keep fighting. I'm not going to allow people to tell me who I can take a picture with or who I can stand with or who's a Democrat or who's a Republican. I'm just not going to allow it. I get to fight for whoever I want to, and I'm a deputy DA. That means I fight for all of you. We have a DA who doesn't think that, who's become very, very political, and it's not fair to anybody. So thank you all for listening, and I want to introduce you to somebody who I believe is going to stand for victims and survivors and children, especially children in the inner city, especially abused children. Larry Elder.
Jonathan, thank you for that. Tanya, my heart just bleeds when I hear about these stories of real lives of people who've been shattered. You know, the governor is facing a recall election for a lot of reasons. We all know that he's mismanaged the forest. We all know that our water supply is now to the point where farmers are having water rationed to them. We know about the rise in homelessness. All you have to do is just drive around here and look at Skid Row. We know about the decline in public education while this man was allowing his own kids to enjoy in-person private education while denying the opportunity for that for kids. And before the pandemic, 75% of black boys could not read at state levels of proficiency. Nearly half of all third graders could not. And most of the kids who are in our public schools are black and brown. I only mention that because these are the people that the left claims that they care about. We all know about all these things. But the #1 responsibility of government is to protect people and property. #1, by far. And under this governor, some 20,000 convicted felons were released early during the coronavirus pandemic. Many of them violent offenders, and based upon statistics, they're likely to reoffend. What could possibly go wrong? Just a few days ago, former Senator Barbara Boxer was mugged in Oakland. Her cell phone was taken. And a few months before that, a mentally ill homeless person attacked Gavin Newsom. had Gavin Newsom not had his security detail with him, Lord knows what would have happened to Mr. Newsom. How many people living in the inner city are able to travel with a security detail? You've heard the numbers about crime going up. And not just crime, we're talking about violent crime, shootings, homicides, up substantially in Oakland, up substantially in San Francisco, up substantially in San Diego. It is absolutely outrageous what Jonathan just outlined. My first legal job was as a law clerk with the LA County DA's office. So I know how hard they work. I know how seriously they take the issue of crime. And to have soft on crime DAs like Gascon. Without Gascon, these crimes would be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And Gascon is a product, as Tanya mentioned, of our governor, Gavin Newsom. He gave him his first job as the police chief in San Francisco, appointed him as DA, supported his candidacy for DA here in Los Angeles, supports the cashless bail, supports Proposition 47, which allows someone to steal up to $950, not just a day, but at every single store without facing any kind of consequences, without the possibility of going to jail. Assuming you get caught, assuming someone wants to write you a ticket, it's a misdemeanor, and since you have no cashless bail, show up or not show up, there's no consequences. It's absolutely outrageous. There's a direct line between the crime going up and soft on crime DAs like the one we have in the Bay Area and like the one we have here, and Governor Gavin Newsom. If for no other reason, if you don't care about the rise in homelessness, if you don't care about the fact that schools have been shut down for a whole year, denying our kids an opportunity to have in-person private education, well, as I said earlier, his own kids were enjoying in-person private school. If you don't care about the severity of our fires because of poor forest management, if you don't care about rolling brownouts because of the poor management of our energy grid, if you don't care about the fact that people are leaving California for the very first time in our state's 170-year history, if you don't care about the fact that there's a magazine called CEO Magazine, been around 17 years, based upon taxes, based upon regulations, based upon the cost of living, based upon whether or not California has a friendly or unfriendly business atmosphere. For 17 consecutive years, California has been determined to be the worst state in which to do business. If you don't care about any of that, you ought to care about crime. Crime has no color. Rape has no color. Assaults have no color. Aggravated assaults have no color. Car theft have no color. Shoplifting has no color. And you have this cabal of Bowden in San Francisco, of Gascon in Los Angeles, and of the governor of the state of California, Gavin Newsom, that doesn't seem to care too much about crime. After all, he lives in a gated community, high walls, private security. He's fine. As I said before, he was attacked by a mentally ill homeless person. Had he not had the security detail with him, Lord knows what would have happened. How many of us out here are able to travel around high crime areas with security details? Nobody. Nobody. So I urge you all to vote to recall Gavin Newsom, to sign the petition to recall George Gascon. Let's get some people in here that understand that we have true victims of crime. These are regular people trying to earn a living, trying to put food on the table, trying to feed their families. And many of them now have vacant seats at the table because of the death of people, because of the refusal to prosecute people, the allowing people to be on the streets who shouldn't be on the streets, allowing people to walk around with cashless bail. All of these things are absolutely antithetical to the number one job of government, which is to protect people and property. I want to thank you all for coming here. Tanya, thank you for your courage. Jonathan, thank you for your steadfast work at the sacrifice of your family. God bless you all. We'll take a couple of questions.
Mr. Elder,
yes.
We're going to talk about crime stats. Aggravated assault went up 35% in this county during Jackie Lacey's term in office. Crime was going up in LA the year before. Gascon took office, it has continued to increase at a higher rate. I'm not disputing that. You referenced crime going up in Oakland, though, and that's the place for Nancy O'Malley. No one would accuse you of being a soft on crime DA. Statistically, crime is actually down, violent crime, at least in San Francisco. And I understand the point you're trying to make. Can you give me an actual specific causal link between some of these DAs or Newsom policy things?
I sure can. Violent crime is up. Shootings are up. Homicides are up. One of the reasons is because of this bogus false narrative that the police are engaging in systemic racism. It's called the Ferguson effect or the George Floyd effect, pushed by the left, who are attacking officers for doing their job. And what's happened is officers are pulling back. Arrests are down. Stops are down. When arrests are down and stops are down, crime goes up. When you decrease the possibility of a bad guy being caught, being convicted, and being incarcerated, crime will go up. And I absolutely trace those policies right to the doorstep of people like Gascon and Bowden and Governor Gavin Newsom.
Take a couple more.
No, it doesn't. As I mentioned, nearly a quarter of the people that signed the petition to have this man recalled, 1.7 million, nearly a quarter of them were the very people that voted for him just 2 years earlier. The majority of Hispanics, according to one poll I saw, want him gone. The majority of non-party preferences want him gone. I think this is across the board. As I said before, crime doesn't have a color, it doesn't have a party. Homelessness doesn't have a color, it doesn't have a party. Fire mismanagement doesn't have a color, it doesn't have a party. So I believe that the intensity is on the side of recall, and I believe he'll be recalled. I'm sorry?
On sentencing reform, the trend coming out of Washington is to reduce some of those sentences, specifically for recidivists. What's your view on that? And in general, how would you be tough on crime besides putting in tougher prosecutors?
Joe, my view is that criminals need to serve the entirety of their terms. You commit a crime, you do the time. Period. End of statement.
Can we go on with John? Yes, buddy. We got to wrap. Thank you guys for our guys together. You big one, Peter?
FEMA is on the ground and ready to provide all the assistance that's needed.
President Biden offering states the federal government.
All right, and we'll be going to just a quick 2-minute commercial break. We got a little bit ahead of ourselves there, but when we come back, we will be talking about all the wicked weather out of the Northeast, especially in New York City. So all that and more here on Live Now for Fox in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we want to stay in California at this point in time because Fox 11 in Los Angeles interviewed LA Sheriff Alex Villanueva. So it's a really interesting conversation there with the folks over at Fox 11. So it should be a good conversation.
Coming up, LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva is with us live.
We'll talk increasing crime, growing homelessness, his political ambitions, and more.
You're watching Fox 11 News Special Report.
And welcome to Fox 11 News Special Report. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Marla Tejas. Our Phil Schuman, as you can see, he's also joining this conversation.
But we're going to be talking tonight about the big issues plaguing L.A. County and Southern California writ large with Sheriff Alex Villanueva. Sheriff, great to see you. Welcome back to the show.
Oh, thank you all. Good to see all of you.
All right, let's start with the rise in crime in L.A. County. You are the sheriff. Do you bear any responsibility for that?
Well, as I'm being defunded and I'm being discredited and delegitimized by our elected officials, it's kind of hard to put the blame on the people who's doing the most of the work in lifting the heavy burden right now. So there's a lot of things at play that are causing the crime to go up. But the scary thing is I can't get a board of supervisors to even admit that crime is going up, much less address it and give the proper funding to the sheriff's department.
What's the number one thing you want to see them do that would make a difference when it comes to crime?
I lost 1,400 positions as a result of their defunding. I need those positions back. I need to get more deputies on the street. I need more homicide investigators to reduce their caseload. Our clearance rate has dropped down to 35%, which means 2/3 of killers are walking scot-free as a result of the Board of Supervisors' decisions.
All right, so homicides are up year to year, 60%. You just mentioned it, 2/3 of these homicide cases, Sheriff, they're unsolved. You say that this is because you've been defunded. So the victims of family members who are watching tonight, victims of these homicides who want justice, what do you say to them?
Well, we're going to have to be patient, and we're working hard. Our homicide detectives, they're known as the Bulldogs for a reason. They're not going to let go of that case. They're going to take it all the way to its legal conclusion and get some closure for the families and bring people to justice who need to be brought to justice. And it's just going to be a lot more work on less people able to do the job. So that's why when you defund the sheriff's department, it has great consequences for public safety.
Phil.
Well, is it accurate to say your department has been defunded, Sheriff?
Oh, it's extremely accurate. Between 2 consecutive fiscal years, a drop of $145 million in first fiscal year, second fiscal year, another $116 million on top of the structural deficit that we operate under, and then the 1,400 positions removed. The combination of those three is a massive defunding effort.
Well, Sheriff, you're not...
And do you think that's because the...
Go ahead, Phil.
No, is that because you think the supervisors are soft on crime, or they don't like you personally, or your budget was too bloated to begin with? I mean, what do you think a plausible explanation for that is?
They've decided that their chances of getting reelected is by appealing to the far left, the woke elites, and that is their policy, that they want to defund law enforcement, that the less cops out there, the better for the community. The community is going to be safer with less law enforcement. And you listen to Holly Mitchell, where she says not one more dime is going to go to the sheriff's department, while the budget of the county increased by $2 billion. This is insane. We had civil unrest, we have the pandemic, we have the rising crime rate, and all these burdens are placed on our shoulders while we're being defunded at the same time. It does not make sense in any responsible form of government.
You're not shy about expressing your disdain for the Board of Supervisors. Multiple times you've referred to them as the architects of failure. So when you're out there publicly denouncing them, yet you need to be able to work with them to get your job done, how do you reconcile the two? How do you describe your working relationship?
As soon as they do something right, and they fund law enforcement properly, and they do something that actually is going to make the community safer, I'll be the first to praise their actions. And occasionally, unfortunately, not often enough, they do it. Like, for example, when Supervisor Barger, $250,000 funding for the operations in the high desert on the marijuana grows. That's a step in the right direction. But all the other things they're doing, trying to shut down Men's Central Jail, I'm sorry, but that is going to be a horrific impact on public safety that we're going to have to intervene legally to prevent that from happening. These are things that are dire needs of the community that need to be addressed, but we can't resolve them by just wishing away, thinking 4,500 inmates are going to vanish or the homeless population somehow going to do something different instead of what they're doing right now.
But to Marla's point, though, I mean, there are very few examples of public officials who are so blunt in attacking other public officials. Take us inside the room. When you guys are in there, the cameras are away. Do you talk to each other? Is it icy silence? Are you getting stuff done? What happens when you guys are together?
Well, right now, there is no together because they're using the cover of the pandemic to host everything virtually. They don't want to even be seen in public and have to address the public, let alone me as a sheriff in a public setting. I'd love to be able to sit down with them and hash these things out, but all we can do is through intermediaries, the justice deputies and my command staff, and through these intermediaries, we pass messages along, but it's a poor substitute for that face-to-face communication.
I know, Phil, we also want to talk about homelessness, right?
Yeah, I mean, Mike Bonin, who's been on this program, says that he's been working on the Venice cleanup since the beginning of the year, and that you came in, you've heard it before, you were grandstanding, you were putting on a show for public consumption, and that you really slowed the process down. And I know you have a completely different view of it, and so do a lot of people in Venice. How do you feel about how all that is shaken out?
Well, the fact that the boardwalk itself got cleaned up is a positive step forward. However, it's just a small microcosm of the entire process. And we need to do, through the entire county, we need to do the same thing. We can't just do it in one place and think we achieved something. That's just a tiny down payment. We have to regulate public space throughout the entire county. And I've said before, give me 90 days in the cooperation of the city and the county, we can clean up the entire county, get people into shelters, into safe campsites, into safe RV parking, or on their way out of LA County. And we can get people the help they need. But it's not going to happen with the status quo. That is guaranteed.
With that 90...
Well, you have, I mean, there aren't enough shelter beds, and putting them on buses out of town would certainly be politically incorrect. So where are you physically going to put everybody if you had that 90 days and everybody's cooperation?
Between shelter space, safe campsites, and safe RV parking, yes, we can put all 80,000 in the right place. And we need to get the board to actually jumpstart the vacant LA County USC Medical Center, St. Vincent's Hospital, all these places that are empty right now. We need to have that bed space for mental health treatment. These are people that are dying on the streets as we speak. And somehow we're not being compassionate by allowing them to die on the street for lack of medical care, lack of care that needs to be in restricted facilities for those that are gravely disabled, a threat to others, a threat to themselves. And right now we're just shrugging our shoulders saying, oh, nothing can be done. No, things can be done. The only thing that's missing is political will.
Yeah, you make that a big point about political will. So are you really saying that the Board of Supervisors doesn't want to clean up the streets of Los Angeles County, that it actually lines their pocketbook? I heard you make that something to that effect on the airwaves earlier this week. They're in the business of this.
Well, you have a homeless industrial complex that has $6.5 billion disappear into that rabbit hole, and we saw the homeless population double in size. At what point does a logical person say, that didn't work out too well for me, maybe we rethink our formula and recognize that out of state, out of county are swarming to the situation we've created, which is a homeless paradise. No rules, no regulations, free everything. And we're not helping the people that need the help the most. So we got to have an adult in the conversation. We have to we can't have ivory tower policies and ideas if they're not grounded in reality on the ground. And that's the element that's missing.
On to another topic now, which is COVID-19. We know that the county is considering the idea of a vaccine mandate for all county employees. That would include the sheriff's department, meaning that if you don't get vaccinated, you can't work anymore. What do you think about that? And if they do that, what do you do?
Well, one thing that's definitely going to have to be an issue negotiated between the unions that represent all the county employees and the board of supervisors. And when you start going into mandates like that in the political climate of today, I foresee a long period of ugly legal fights and not a whole lot of improvement on the situation. If you start actually with your insurance premiums and people start paying more because they're not vaccinated and their medical care is more costly than the vaccinated, that might be a pathway that people should explore. And again, voluntary compliance, education, and obviously offering the incentives so people are vaccinated is probably going to be a good pathway forward. But we need everyone's cooperation for sure, and we got to trust the science out there.
Yeah, why aren't you for the mandate, given that your deputies are out there serving the public and interacting with them on a daily basis? This is their job.
Well, I'll tell you this. You have to understand that there is such a polarization out with the science behind the vaccines. I have people that will retire early, they'll go off injured, workers' comp claims, not to get vaccinated. And I'm going to see a drop in people available to actually work. So it's not as simple as say, oh, let's just, everybody get the mandate and somehow it's going to be a smooth sailing operation. It's not going to be that way. It's a lot more complex than that. And I don't think the board is walking through all of the outcomes that are going to happen as a result of the mandate.
COVID is at the heart of the recall race right now of Governor Newsom as well. There's been some pictures recently of you with Larry Elder at an event. You were also pictured with Caitlyn Jenner at another event. And for Democrats that voted for you, somebody who ran as a Democrat, and they see these images, and some of them say, what's up with that? Where's the guy that we voted for? What do you say?
The guy that you voted for is still there. I'm a lifelong Democrat, and I'm a Democrat who comes from the school of John F. Kennedy, of FDR, a Democratic Party that aspired to meet the challenges, existential threats, and address them, be it Hitler, be it the Depression, be it the Cold War, putting a man on the moon. A party that thought big and actually got things done because everybody worked together. Now we have a party of excuses, and that are refusing to address the big existential threats. Right now, the pandemic is going to take second seat to the homeless invasion that is coming when all these moratoriums expire throughout the nation. For us here locally, trust me, that is going to be our future, and it's going to be a devil of a future.
So should Governor Newsom be recalled?
I'm going to leave that up to the voters, really. Each person has to decide for themselves, and I'll leave it at that. I want to work with
That's the one thing you're not taking a stance on.
Have you voted yet?
I have not voted yet, but I can tell you this. I will work for any governor, with any governor, be it Democrat, be it Republican, but I need a governor who, one, supports regulating public space regarding the homeless, and supports fighting crime and introducing law and order. None of this excuses in this woke paradise where somehow if we don't enforce the rule of law that people are going to magically start becoming law-abiding citizens. It is not working.
Were you impressed by Larry Elder and Caitlyn Jenner?
I think they both mean well. They have their own point of view. They have their own different stories, like all the 46 candidates that are signing up for the recall. I think the Democratic Party did a very dumb idea not to put a credible Democratic alternative, and shame on them, but that's the consequences of one-party rule. Hubris and arrogance is not a very good platform to be a good governance model.
Well, that was not exactly a stirring endorsement of the governor.
No, and we're going to talk to you about your political ambitions still to come, so stick with us on this one.
All right.
Coming up.
All right, we thank Fox 11 in Los Angeles for providing us with that to show you here on Live Now from Fox. As you know, the recall is in just 12 days there in the state of California. LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva facing some questions from those anchors at Fox 11 about if he still supports California Governor Gavin Newsom, if he's voted yet in the recall. So really great questioning there. Anyway, we're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be talking about all the latest out of New York City as they've experienced unprecedented flooding in the last 24 hours. We'll see you in a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're taking a look right now at Midtown Manhattan. It's a little after 10 p.m. on this Thursday night. Anyway, residents there are pretty much still in shock over the unprecedented flooding that has taken place in the last 24 hours. I'm bringing in my colleague and friend in the newsroom here, Daytona Everett. And Daytona, we've been hearing from officials, from New York City residents as well, just kind of gauging reaction one day later to all these storms and floodings.
Yeah, Andrew, you said unprecedented. This is historic. New York City having never seen anything like this before. If you've been on your phone at all today, you likely have seen some of the pictures and videos of down the streets. It is not looking like New York City. It is looking like an oceanfront view, if you must say. People out and about today probably having to put on those boots, put on those rain boots to even be able to get around. Some people unable to get around at all because the subway systems have been completely shut down, with some of the subways flooded fully. So we're going to actually be hearing from one of my friends who lives out in the area in Brooklyn. She shares some pretty interesting tidbits about what residents there are having to deal with today, Andrew.
Yeah, but first let's hear from our other friend, Fox News correspondent Brian Yennis. At least 43 people have died in the east after massive flooding from record rainfall, courtesy of the remnants of Hurricane Ida. That's still this storm wreaking havoc. So here's Fox News correspondent Brian Yennis with the latest.
Tonight, New York City is in a state of emergency after cascading waterfalls shut down the city's subway, trapping train cars and flooding stations Wednesday night. The historic rainfall turned the city's highways and streets into rivers, forcing first responders to save drivers from trapped vehicles. At least 11 people in the city died in their basement apartments in Queens, New York, including a 2-year-old boy. A mother and her 22-year-old son drowned in this apartment when 4 feet of water rushed into a gaping hole.
It was devastating, I can tell you that. My body's still trembling as we talk about this right now.
The remnants of Hurricane Ida dumped a historic 10 inches of rain over just several hours in New York City. Central Park saw 3.15 inches of rain in just 1 hour, shattering an all-time record set just 2 weeks ago.
Look at that tornado!
In New Jersey, a tornado ripped through the community of Mullica Hills, destroying an estimated 24 homes.
It was like a war zone.
Ashley Thomas is 8 months pregnant.
I just couldn't believe it. Everywhere the ambulance went, that he was slamming on his brakes because there was a wire down or a tree. And I'm like, our community is just destroyed in 5 seconds. That's all it took. It's heartbreaking.
Nearly a foot of rain caused historic deadly flash flooding in New Jersey, submerging a ballpark, homes, and businesses. In Pennsylvania, first responders have conducted thousands of water rescues, saving people trapped on their roofs. New York Governor Kathy Hochul today said state officials were caught off guard by the flooding.
We did not know that between 8:50 and 9:50 p.m. last night that the heavens would literally open up and bring Niagara Falls level water to the streets of New York. Could that have been anticipated? I want to find out.
President Biden today blamed climate change.
But these extreme storms and the climate crisis are here. We need to be much better prepared. We need to act.
The death toll has shockingly risen to 43. At least 13 people have died in the city, the vast majority trapped in their basement apartments like this one. In New Jersey, at least 23 people died. The vast majority of those were people who were trapped in their vehicles as the floodwaters submerged and swept away their cars. In New York City, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
And we thank Brian. A great recap there of what the Northeast has gone through in the last 24 hours.
Yeah, most definitely. You heard from several of the officials today. Governor Hochul, Kathy Hochul, stepping into that governor's seat in New York, has her hands full already. Mayor de Blasio right next to her, both of them declaring a state of emergency in New York right now. We're going to also be hearing from the NYPD as they update us on some of the other information, the rescue efforts that were underway the past few days. But first, we want to get to that interview with Lydia Moore. She lives in the Brooklyn area, and today she spent most of her day just cleaning up as the entire basement of her apartment was flooded. Take a listen.
You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett, joined now by Lydia Moore. She lives in New York City, and Lydia, it has been crazy. Last night, we saw all of the flooding come in, the subway stations absolutely destroyed. What has been your experience, and where exactly are you located right now?
Okay, hi Daytona. I'm in Brooklyn, so I'm in Prospect Leftards and Crown Heights. So I'm just east of Prospect Park, which is the main park in Brooklyn. And I would say it was pretty bad in our area because we are a little bit more downslope than the other parts of Brooklyn. And so we got a lot of flooding in our area.
And you're seeing a lot of that flooding right now affecting your apartment complex, right?
Yeah.
I believe you said we're going to show some of this video that you sent me, but the basement completely flooded at this point, right?
Yeah, last night we were inside of our apartment, and then one of my roommates came home and he was just sopping wet. And then we heard a kind of a thud, and we saw some leakage go through a roof. And so we were gonna try and fix it. And then we go all the way up to our ceiling, and then we see that there's a huge hole just dribbling down all our staircase. And then our staircase just kind of, the ceiling collapsed, and then it went, I would say our first floor kind of flooded about 6 inches. And then the basement of it is completely flooded.
So in talking to people who live in your area, is that pretty common for a lot of the apartment complexes right now? Are you seeing that in a lot of the buildings?
I went on a walk with my dog this morning, and I would say like every other house had either a construction crew or there was electricians outside trying to fix the internet. Some internet's down in different areas, and then lots of people getting the roofs refinished and done and just kind of salvaging what they can. It was crazy. I would say it was like almost a 50% of seeing someone just have construction outside their home.
Wow. You know, seeing all of this, what were your first thoughts? I mean, you said that your roommate came in and was totally drenched, but something interesting about this was that it happened all so fast, right?
Yeah. We definitely weren't prepared. I think we weren't prepared even for last week when Hurricane Henri came in, and then it was so much rain, and then we couldn't think it could get worse. And then this week it was, I would say we had 1 hour warning, and we thought it was just gonna be normal rain, and it was like torrential. It was lightning, it was thunder, it was just so much rain. I think Central Park had more than 3 inches in 1 hour, which is a lot more than what we usually get in like the whole bit of summer.
Yeah. And we were talking a little bit earlier about the subway system, which that was the first reporting that we heard of, in New York City, was the subways being totally flooded. Everything was stopped, canceled, delayed. What is it like today? Is it as bad as these images and videos that we're seeing?
For me, my closest 2 subway stops, I live off the 2 and the 5, and Sterling and Winthrop were completely shut down. You can't go north and you can't go south. They're flooded, and you just couldn't walk in there. It was so much water and so much water damage. It was pretty dangerous to even let the transit system go through. I had to walk about 30 minutes west to get to the nearest B&Q, and they were going, but only one way was going. So you could go up, but you can't go down. So it's kind of like you have to navigate and plan out your path. I would say like a full hour in advance if you're trying to figure out where you need to go, because you don't know if your subway stop is working or not. So it's a little bit tricky.
Out and about, you know, seeing all of the New York residents, what's everyone saying? What's kind of the reaction to all of this? I mean, there have been fatalities due to some of this flooding. So what's everyone saying?
I would say New York is pretty infamous for like not knowing your neighbors. And so it was interesting seeing everyone kind of come out in the middle of the night last night and being like, are you okay? Are you alive? Yeah. So we checked in, we knocked on the doors of all our neighbors, and everyone was okay. Luckily, there was a little bit of leakage in our first floor. We're luckily on the second floor. Our second floor neighbor, I talked with her today, and she's good. It was just kind of the ceiling underneath our stairway that caved in, but that's about it. So it's a little bit grimy, but other than that, we were good. Walking around, talking to people, everyone seems, I mean, people are busy today, but they're just kind of making sure each other's okay, which is not typical New York, but it's kind of hopeful to see what people are doing and how they're trying to fix everything up.
Yeah, we know it's already kind of tough to get around New York City. So
just adding in something else.
Yeah, adding it all in. Well, I'm so happy that you are safe. Anything else to be noting from over the past overnight and into today?
I'm hoping that maybe everything will dry up. It looks like some areas are completely flooded in. I'm wishing everyone to stay warm, stay safe, and check in on their neighbors.
Yeah, and no power outages yet in your area.
Not in my area, so we are very lucky. Just some internet difficulties, but luckily we're all good.
Okay, all right, good to know. Lydia Moore, thank you so much for joining us. Unfortunately, yesterday was your birthday, but it's okay. Just happy that you're safe.
Yes, I'm happy that we are safe as well. Always good to talk to you.
All right.
And just a great interview there with my colleague Daytona Everett and her friend, New Yorker Lydia Moore there. We've been hearing from stories just like that from many New Yorkers who never thought they'd see this living in the Big Apple, from people who just moved there and people who've lived there almost their entire lives. And so we want to continue with this weather coverage as well, because Fox 5 in New York looked at it from the Sanitation Commission's angle. They're responsible for a lot of the duties, especially on the streets of New York, picking up trash and things like that, and seeing, how did they respond to the flooding from last night? Here's this conversation.
On Staten Island, you can see water up to the windows of this MTA bus at a dead stop in the westerly section. And firefighters from Ladder Company 163 helping get the driver and all the riders out and into a nearby CVS to keep warm.
It's unbelievable. The
It
devastation
really
left in the storm's wake, now part, of course, of a massive cleanup effort. City Sanitation Commissioner Edward Grayson was in the field all day checking out all the damage. He joins us now. It's a big job, a busy day. How long is this cleanup going to take, do you think?
Great question. There's a lot of damaged areas, and more importantly, the pockets of the city that took on the most water. These residents are still going through the process of even determining how to come up with the debris. It's going to be a while. Our commitment right now is to make sure that we have a presence in those areas, make sure that those residents know that as they begin to finalize their dewatering of the properties and start to go through what is going to now become the remnants of the debris that they're going to have to get rid of, that we're going to be there for them. And that's what today's assessments are going to be like. And it's going to take quite a few days.
What about?
We have a service delay already from what was going on with the storm, but it's going to definitely take, a while, contingent upon how fast the crews and the homeowners themselves can just assess their internal damage.
You mentioned the crews. What's the staffing like? Because we've reported in the past, that it's been depleted because of various issues.
Well, thankfully, we've been hiring, and we've definitely, just like a snowstorm, we have recalled all staff. We're running around the clock. We're not doing split tours because that's not how this kind of an operation would work, but we are definitely recalling all in. We're localizing, and precision deployment is going to be the next thing where all the areas of need are going to be. So our staffing level is good. Naturally, our staff too. We have a lot of members of service who are victims and responders to this. So we had some losses today just because of people who couldn't get in like everybody else. But we have a dedicated workforce looking to come in every day and do the best they can for the city.
And, while you have the microphone, what's the word for everyone watching right now, what they can do to help get out of the way and help speed this whole process up?
Thank you much. First and foremost, for the residents, please be safe. While you're dewatering, while you're doing your thing inside your house, please be safe. And most importantly, when you start to bring the material out, let's try not to block any of the hydrants. Let's remember that there could be other needs that are happening. So bring your material out. We're going to be coming around more with frequent pickups, doing the best we can to stay on top of how the debris is coming out. But don't block any hydrants, and definitely do what you can to not block any of the catch basins or anything else, just in case. Weather looks to be good for a few days, thankfully. But where you're setting out is important. Think your neighbors, think safety, and definitely be careful as you're bringing the material out.
We have, all of us, a role in this, right?
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure.
All right, Commissioner Grayson, good to have you on. We know you're busy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Fox 5 in New York talking there with the Sanitation Commissioner of New York City, and he couldn't really answer the question about when they think the recovery and the cleanup will be complete. Obviously, we're only 24 hours out of it, but we do want to stay with this story because the NYPD held a press conference a little bit earlier in Brooklyn, New York, talking about recovery and cleanup efforts. Let's go to that right now.
Okay, good afternoon, good evening. Rodney Harrison, Chief of Department. Before I get started my remarks, this is one of the most difficult storms that I've seen in my 30 years since Hurricane Sandy. I have to acknowledge the men and women of the New York City Police Department for their tireless and heroic efforts throughout the night. Those efforts will continue until we recover from this devastating storm. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families who are grieving a loss today. This is where we are right now. We have 13 fatalities, 6 incidents in Queens with 11 incidents, 6 incidents in Queens with 11 fatalities, and 2 incidents in Brooklyn with 2 fatalities. The investigation is still preliminary, and we are working with our OC&E's office to determine the cause of death. We are still triaging, but we have 25 families that needed to be relocated. There were a total of 496 vehicles that were abandoned and had to be removed to a safer ground. There were 69 water rescues, 28 in Staten Island, 20 total in Queens, 18 of them which were in the U.S. Open, 13 in the Bronx, 5 in Brooklyn, and 3 in Manhattan. Our emergency service unit, under the leadership of Harry Whedon, recorded a total of 166 rescues of people who needed assistance. The transit system was extremely affected by the storm, where we had all of the train lines suspended due to the rising water, except for the L and the 7, with 835 passengers rescued along the 4, 6, R, N, and E line. The W and the E lines are still suspended. The only highway that's still shut down is the Bronx River Parkway from Meshulah Parkway to Gun Hill Road in both directions. I will ask everyone to please check on your neighbors, family, and friends to assure their well-being. We are continuing surveys and wellness checks on areas that were impacted by the storm. I'm now going to pass it over to Chief Harry Whedon, who is the Chief of the Special Operations Division. Harry?
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, everybody. I'm joined here today by some members of my team, Lieutenant Joe Redmond from the Emergency Service Unit, other members of the Emergency Service Unit, the Harbor Unit, and the Scuba Team. Members of these units from Special Operations were out there all night last night, involved in numerous water rescues. There's some of the equipment here behind us that we utilized last night. Some of the Zodiacs, of our water rescue vehicles are here also, too. Some of the stories that we saw last night, in particular, highlight 2 of them. There was a male stranded on the BQE standing on top of a box truck with 8 feet of water around the vehicle. One of the members of the Emergency Service Unit donned a dry suit, a life preserver, and was tethered to his partner on shore, swam out to the truck with another life preserver, climbed up on the truck, put it on the male, and they were both pulled back to shore by the member still on shore. In the vicinity of the Grand Central Parkway by the U.S. Open, there were numerous motorists stuck in the water. Members of the Emergency Service Unit went out there, rescued numerous people. One of the people involved was a female, 88-year-old female with dementia, a 94-year-old male with hypothermia that was stuck in this water for a while. We were able to get them all to safety, get them medical care, and get the treatment they needed right away. But I'm very proud of the people that were out there last night. They did a phenomenal job. We train for this all the time. All our people in the Emergency Service Unit and the Harbor Unit, the Scuba Unit, are trained in water rescues, swift water rescues in particular. So we were ready for this last night. Our equipment was ready. We deployed it immediately, and we're immediately on scene as quick as we get to all these jobs out there. Thank you very much, everyone.
Harry, thank you so much, and
thank you, sir.
Really heroic efforts by your team last night.
Thank you.
I'll take some questions now.
You train for these kinds of things, obviously. And DSU is ready, and Harbor is ready. Is it possible to be ready for this volume of water? I mean, you're ready for flooding at a certain location, but if it's basically everywhere you look, there were people stuck, 500 cars. How do you get ready for this? And is the city, is it possible to be prepared for something? Yeah, this night.
Well, I will say this, and then I'll let Harry speak. This was an unprecedented storm. But I will say that the men and women of the NYPD, we rang the bell. We came out, did what we had to do to make sure that we kept the city safe and kept the city going through a lot of many rescue efforts throughout the evening. Harry, you want to say a few words about it?
Sure. As you said, preparing for a storm like this, we prepare all the time for it, and we had all our personnel ready to go, and everyone we had was out there the whole night responding as quickly as we could to every call for service. Preparing for these storms is something we take very seriously.
All right, we're going to move on from this. We've been covering this story extensively today, but we want to go still stay in the tri-state area out to Philadelphia at the moment. We're getting reports right now of a possible building collapse. Well, not possible. You see that building collapsed entirely right there. Crews are on the scene responding to that right now. This is in North Philadelphia. We're just getting this in. And we are still working on information as to how this might have been caused. We also have aerials of it. We're going to put those up in just a minute, but we can't say for certain yet if this was due to the very heavy rain and flooding that Philadelphia incurred last night and this morning. We're waiting to get more details on that. That is always a possibility. We don't know that, though, at this point in time. But you can see the amount of firefighters who've responded to this. Also, we don't know as well if anyone was in the building at the time or what type of building this was. Was it a residential property, an apartment, or some type of business? So we have a lot we do not know at this time, but I want to put up as well just the aerials that we are getting out of this scene. Let me work on that. Stand by. So at this point in time, you can see that Fox 29 Skyfox chopper is over this scene as well with an aerial live picture. I'm bringing in my friend and colleague, Daytona Everett. She's in the newsroom. She's going to be joining us. We just got these pictures in Daytona.
Yeah, so Andrew, this is just yet another location of devastation in Philadelphia right now. To give you a picture of what Philadelphia has been dealing with all day today, which, as you said, good reporting right there, we do not know if this is because of flooding in the area. It is quite possible that it is because of that. Structural integrity is always a question whenever, of course, rain and flooding like this comes through. You have to start to think about the structural integrity of several of these older buildings in the Philadelphia and New York area as we continue to survey the damage. But like I said before, hundreds of people have needed to be rescued from their homes after rivers are leaking into Philadelphia and flooding parts of the city in feet of water. Andrew, feet of water, that's how high this is getting in locations. Again, just places that have never been flooded like this before being flooded in the Philadelphia area. It does look as though on this ground shot that we're seeing right here, the damage is extensive and possibly there are people inside that need to be rescued. I saw a stretcher being pulled out by the emergency crews who, what it seems like, just got to the scene here. These are both shots coming in from our sister team that just alerted us to this in the past couple of minutes or so.
And you're right. I've never seen anything like that in Philadelphia with the flooding. The Schuylkill River totally overflowed its banks and completely flooded some of the main arteries and highways that go right through the center of the city of brotherly love. But you're right. It remains to be seen on if any of the rains and the standing water contributed to this building collapse. You can see, though, the side of the building. This is, the interior of this building that once was standing. We don't have an idea, though, if this was just an old building with questionable structural integrity, or if this was, a building possibly under renovation or under reconstruction. Maybe that's the case. We're still working on that information. And like you said, Daytona, if anyone was inside when it collapsed, it's about a little after 10:30 at night on the East Coast there. And so we're just getting these pictures. A lot of firefighters look to be kind of, standing around there, maybe assessing the scene, waiting to get orders to go in. We don't really know the status. It looks like some police officials are also there. And so hopefully maybe we'll have a reporter who will pop in the shot there. We can get an update. We're still working our sources to see, how this might have been caused today.
So what I'm seeing right now, Andrew, is pretty much just the Philadelphia Fire Department, but interesting to note they are being helped by the National Guard and neighboring emergency departments. The Red Cross is also in Philadelphia right now. They're helping displaced people find temporary shelter. It looks like possibly the Sheriff Department is there as well. So this makes you think that this is a massive problem area situation with just the sheer amount of people, crews that are on the scene.
Yeah, and Daytona, Philadelphia, other than the New York City metro lines and the subway in New York, also has the SEPTA line, and it looks to be like possibly an elevated train platform is right above this collapsed building. I don't know if you saw that in the shot. I know they just zoomed in, but you could see somewhat of a raised, elevated platform. So that could be a SEPTA, terminal and track. We just don't know where this exactly is in North Philadelphia. But you can see they have zoomed in quite closely now. Do you see that, what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do see that. It's kind of hard to make out right now with it being a little bit darker nighttime hours there in Philadelphia. Hopefully with our Skyfox overhead, they'll be able to keep an eye on the possibility of some of these rescues that are underway. Like I said, I saw that one stretcher going in, and they are definitely spotlighting with flashlights up and down this building area. Not quite sure. It looks like possibly residential neighborhood. Definitely location where several people are living right here. It's taped off, media taped off from getting any closer. But you can see those flashlights on the sides of the walls right there. The emergency crews conversing with each other, talking about what their next steps are.
Yeah, and you can see the back of that officer's vest said transit police, so that could maybe give some credence to what I was saying a little bit earlier, that the SEPTA train line and the track, that elevated one going right over this building collapse, maybe service might have been interrupted. We don't know that. I'm just kind of postulating here, but also it does not look like, from our vantage point, any standing water is anywhere around. Maybe the waters have receded, or maybe this area of Philadelphia, wasn't affected at all. We know it was affected by very, very heavy rainfall and winds, and possibly, maybe some standing water in the basement of this property. But all of that is uncertain right now. That's just speculation. We're still working on getting more information, but a very active scene in North Philadelphia as fire officials, police officials, are working to assess this building collapse. If you're just coming to us here on Live Now from Fox, it's a little after 10:30 in North Philadelphia. We just got this shot moments ago. Daytona.
So I was just reading off of our sister station Fox 29's one of their articles, and I'm going to read this word for word for you. Fox 29's Jen Fred actually was atop the Fayette Street Bridge this morning to survey the damage, which included a washed out construction site and an almost fully immersed parking garage. Frederick said at one point she saw a SEPTA bus or train car being swept away by the fast-moving surge. Don't know if any of this is connected at this point in time, but Skyfox flew over some of those water rescues to help save people who were trapped inside some of the flooded homes. And in one rescue, actually, emergency crews led evacuees stranded on the second floor down a ladder and into a dinghy there. So, like you said, possibility of SEPTA being involved in this. But again, nothing has been confirmed up to this point in time. As you can see, the emergency crews mostly just focused on assessing what is going on there, and hopefully we'll get a briefing from officials down on the ground as well.
Yeah, and just something I recently thought of, they might be concerned about the buildings that are right by it as well, the neighboring structures, what's the structural integrity of those buildings like that are, immediately adjacent and next to the collapse? And so maybe that's what they're assessing, just to, get those people out who might be right next door. We haven't heard of any initial reports that they have evacuated the buildings right next to it. I would presume that would be, quite a logical decision to make. And so, but yeah, like you were saying, we're getting multiple reports in that, there could have been people in this building at the time. We're not going to go with any of that information until we can confirm that ourselves. But as you know, and our viewers know, we've been reporting it all day and last night that not only New York City, but Philadelphia experienced historic flooding. And so we're not entirely sure if that is what caused this building collapse, but we saw many rescues of people who were trapped in their apartment buildings. You can see there's a stretcher going by. No one is on it, but the fire crew's wheeling it right by the fire truck. And so, but like Daytona, like you said, there were multiple rescues from cities like New York and Philadelphia of people trapped in their homes because the floodwater was so high.
Yeah, we are seeing, again, like we've said, local reporting that there are individuals who are trapped inside. Unknown how many, though. All of this extremely preliminary, and it does look like there's some sort of contraption here that might be shutting off power lines, possibly.
I mean, that is a smart move if that's what they're doing, shutting off the gas, shutting off the electric to make sure that, no, concerns about, fires sparking from this collapsed building. It was quite stunning to watch the aerials today out of Pennsylvania and New York of homes inundated with floodwaters, but also on fire at the same time.
So, Andrew, it does look like we are getting some reports of 2 people injured. That's via Fox 29 in Philadelphia. They are saying 2 people injured in this building collapse right now. We don't know if there's possibly more people who are in this building, possibly trapped inside, but 2 people injured. We can assume that they've likely seen them taken out on some of those stretchers down on the scene. We don't know the extent of those injuries, but again, the main focus right here looking like they're trying to get this power line down, and like you said, gas too. These are always concerns in emergency situations like this one.
Yeah, and Daytona, that's significant. We're just getting that in from our affiliate Fox 29 in Philadelphia. 2 people injured in this, confirmed. And you're right, we don't know the status of their conditions at this point in time. We also don't know if they're still searching for, potentially more people who were involved in this building collapse who might be trapped under the rubble there. It doesn't look like a very, tall building. It's kind of your standard, possibly apartment building. It looks like our shot is going to be moving around a little bit. Just bear with us here because this is breaking news. They might be telling some of the media crews to move back a little. They do this occasionally in events like this. They don't want the media too close because this is an active scene and it could still be dangerous. That pile of rubble that looks to be a partial building collapse, but it does look like the structure is completely compromised.
So for those of you who might be watching right now familiar with the Philadelphia area, this is in North Philadelphia. It is on the 2300 block of North Front Street in Philly. And I believe it is a neighborhood of townhouses. So several different townhouses are involved in this collapse here, which we, again, have not confirmed what the root of that collapse is. Would make sense that it's from the flooding. But again, North Philadelphia is what we're taking a look at this point.
It looks like some of these fire crews with flashlights in hand, not entirely sure what they're doing. Maybe they are looking for more power lines to cut or looking for potentially a sign of life as well in the building collapse. I'm not entirely sure, but you can see there firefighters at work shining their flashlight, seems to be directly at the media's cameras, but let's just watch for a moment. Let's also just listen in and see if we can have any natural sound on the ground. So the camera there still moving around. We appreciate the reporters on the ground there who are giving us these live shots from Fox 29 in Philadelphia. We're going to be working on getting a map of the area just so you can get your bearings if you're familiar with Philadelphia. So, Andrew, I do want to confirm for you, this is near the York Dauphin SEPTA station. So the SEPTA service is halted right now, as you can imagine, with a situation like this down on the ground there. It is by a SEPTA station, and everything has been shut down for now, as this is emergency crews are there assessing. No, that's very good information, and so that's kind of confirming what we originally thought, that this is right below one of those elevated SEPTA tracks, and so like you mentioned and reported, service has been halted while this is being assessed and taken control of. You don't see very many people out and about, just kind of gawking or being bystanders to this, maybe behind the scenes that we can't see. But this is definitely something, especially in a neighborhood like this, looks to be somewhat of a pretty old North Philly neighborhood, Daytona, with some of these old buildings. So it kind of raises the question about the structural integrity of some of them, especially if they had to undergo the stress of extreme weather in the last 24 and 48 hours. So right now we don't have those aerial pictures anymore, unfortunately. We're going to leave this up for a moment. We're going to be continuing to gather some news on this story. Thanks for being with us. We're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. If you're just coming to us here on this Thursday night, we're monitoring the latest on this building collapse in North Philadelphia at the moment. You can see this partial building collapse, emergency crews responding. We've confirmed with our affiliate on the ground 2 people have been injured. As you know, this is coming on the heels of the really severe weather the Northeast has experienced in the last 48 hours. I'm being joined again by my colleague Daytona Everett in the newsroom. We have some new daytime pictures of what this used to look like. Isn't that right, Daytona?
Yes, we do have some other pictures because it's tough sometimes, especially at nighttime. It's hard to see, and this will be a really, really great side-by-side to see what has now collapsed at this point in North Philadelphia. Again, this is in the 2200 block in North Philadelphia on North Front Street. You'll be able to see right here, we can see the Lucky's Donut Shop. If you can see that on the right side of your screen, we're going to try to pop that up for you so you can see what normally the Lucky's Donut Shop would be looking like, but it's definitely looking quite different at this point in time as fire crews are down on the scene there, and is mostly just debris, just literally cars crushed, what I believe is townhouses, multiple townhouses are collapsed at this time. It looks like maybe just one townhouse is down at this point. Let's pull up that, if we can pull up that day picture that we have of the Lucky's Donut Shop. And you're seeing that right there. So we think that this is, which Andrew, you can kind of help me out on this, but an optical shop is what possibly collapsed. Is that correct? Is that what you think?
Yeah, that's right. The building right next to Lucky's Donut, it says Clear Vision Optical. So I'm just going to be assuming that it's some type of maybe eye doctor or selling, glasses or contact lenses, that type of place. And then right next to it, it looks like to be some type of empty lot. But you can see the whole street is basically covered, Daytona, by this SEPTA track, this elevated SEPTA track. This is Front Street in North Philly. And so right now we just wanted to show you that that's the building that collapsed tonight, that injured 2 people. You can see the rest of the block there next to the donut place, next to that pharmacy, and then the street breaks there. But emergency crews are still on the scene. We're going to go back to the live pictures at the moment, and you can see kind of the before and after. And so that's quite stunning there. And so we're still learning on how this might have been caused, what took place tonight. We don't really have an idea as well about the timing of this. When did this happen tonight? It's coming up on 11 p.m. on this Thursday night there on the East Coast in North Philly.
Right, and something interesting to note right now, Andrew, is the ground. It doesn't seem too saturated. I would feel a little more confident saying, flooding definitely contributed to the structure collapse, except for the fact that it seems somewhat dry in this area, looking a little different than, in New York City. We were just showing you those pictures and videos of the streets looking more like a river. This right here doesn't look like it was too affected by flooding, but it could have definitely dried up by today.
Well, yeah, and I mean, Daytona, we've been speaking with 2 reporters in the field today, and that's the crazy thing about this whole weather event is today in a lot of parts of the Northeast, bright blue skies, not a cloud in the sky, really nice weather compared to what they underwent for the last 24 to 48 hours. And so that was in Philadelphia today too, as well as in New York, bright blue sunny skies in September.
Right, so if you're just joining us right now as we're located in Phoenix, Arizona, almost 8 o'clock out here, going into the later evening hours on the East Coast. 2 people injured in this building collapse, which we have kind of found out through our own investigating, seemed to be an optical shop there right next to a donut shop, right next to some townhouses. So 2 people injured. We do not know at this time, possibly more inside of the building. We don't know the extent of those injuries. But we're going to be keeping our eyes on it as our teams are here still giving us more details, as this is a developing breaking news story out of Philadelphia tonight. Andrew, just when you think it couldn't get any worse with this historic flooding that's moving through, it does.
Yeah, look, we're finally seeing, this is a new shot of a completely cordoned off by this yellow police tape. Looks like the street is completely closed. This is Front Street in North Philly. And so, you know, Daytona, frankly, it just looks like there's a lot of people out and about, not just, you know, civilians, but I mean emergency crews just kind of watching and commiserating there on the street. So it kind of raises the question, what is the plan of action? Some type of light is flashing. And so we hope to maybe even hear from one of our reporters on the ground from Fox 29 in Philly as well.
Right, and just to recap for some of the people who haven't been listening or watching for the past couple of minutes, we have seen stretchers come through. We have obviously several fire units and emergency units who are on the scene. The Sheriff's Department is there. The Philadelphia Fire Department is there. And as we've said, they have been assisted by the National Guard all throughout today with other rescue efforts from flooding. Lots of water rescues out and about. This one, rescues would be in this rubble of a downed building.
Yeah, and I'm just kind of struck by the fact, Daytona, that they're just kind of, you know, standing outside. Of course, they are doing something. It looks to be like they're shining and blinking this very, very bright light. So it remains to be seen what they're, you know, looking for at this point in time. If they are concerned that there could be more people trapped in the building itself. You know, on the ground floor are these shops, but it does appear to be on the, you know, upper floors that would be, you know, residential apartments and things like that, townhouses like you were alluding to. And so, you know, and this is all very, very close to, you know, a main transit hub that SEPTA stopped there that had to be halted the service because of this building collapse as they work through the rubble here. Let's just listen into some of the natural sound on the ground as well. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and I'm being joined again by my friend and colleague Daytona Everett in the newsroom as we continue to monitor this building collapse in North Philadelphia. 2 people have been injured, and that could always change. This is a very fluid situation. We don't know exactly at what time this happened or why it collapsed, but these are quite stunning live pictures considering the past couple of days Philadelphia has had weather-wise. Daytona.
Yeah, most definitely, Andrew. I said right before the break, just when you think it can't get any worse with all of this historic flooding, fatalities throughout the Northeast when it comes to rainfall, water rescues, people trapped inside of their homes. Well, I shouldn't say trapped, but flooding, causing them to die. It's not good to be seeing a structural collapse also in the wake of all this. One thing we want to keep pointing out, though, is the investigation is clearly underway with all of these crews on the scene. We do not know what exactly caused this structure collapse at this time. We do know that it is a part of several different buildings. There's townhouses. There is a donut shop. You can see the LUC of the Lucky's Donut on the right side of the screen right there. But what used to be next to it, if Andrew, we want to pull up that dayside shot one more time, is this, which is looking far, far different than this night side shot of a building down. You can see Clear Vision Optical is what we believe to be that building that went down in North Philadelphia on this block here.
It looks like, Daytona, we are getting yet another vantage point from another camera, so we're going to put those both up on the screen here. And you see so many people kind of surveying on the ground, and that just kind of brings us back to the point that they could be concerned about the neighboring structures right next to it. What's the structural integrity of those buildings? And so that might be something that they're looking at this hour. It's a little after 11 p.m. there. And so a lot of people responding to this out and about on Front Street there. But, I was also thinking as well, Daytona, that, this would be so much more difficult for these crews if there was standing water on the street. Mm-hmm. I mean, that would just make this operation so much more arduous. And thankfully, that is not the case. Many of the floodwaters, at least in, Philadelphia proper and central Philadelphia, have largely receded. And it does, but we are awaiting a press conference. Hopefully, I should retract that. We don't know if there's going to be a press conference. We hope that there will be. So we'll monitor if a microphone is set up and they come out to speak to give us an update on exactly how this might have happened and what they know at this time. But it still remains to be seen as well if there are any more people injured. We also know 2 people injured so far, but we don't know the status of their conditions just yet. We don't know either the age or genders of them as well.
Right, Andrew, and also something to note, we don't know if more people are possibly injured at this time. We just know that 2 people have been rushed to the hospital. Not sure how many people were inside of this building at the time. At least it's a little bit later at night, so you'd think the businesses have been shut down. So that's good news on that front. And like you said before, no flooding in this area, or at least it's been dried up at this point.
Yeah, and it just seems to be like multiple agencies, Daytona, are responding to this fire. The transit police. It looks like there are some maybe structural engineers on the ground from the city itself, because that's another thing that we should point out. They might be worried that the collapse itself maybe endangered the structural integrity of the elevated track from SEPTA. That could be something that they're looking at as well.
Yeah, luckily the structural integrity of that railway right there seems to still be intact at this point. And again, if any of you are familiar with this area, this is on North Front Street in Kensington, in the Philly area. It seems as though things have cooled off a little bit as far as the crews go. At one point, we saw a massive crowd of emergency crews there on the scene. But now it seems like things have slowed down a little bit. Maybe it's just a change up of this view right here of our teams down on the ground, but you can see what seems to be, engineers, crews on that front, just
Daytona,
assessing
it looks,
the damage.
sorry to interrupt, looks like there was a witness to this. Let's listen in.
My last name is VELAZQUEZ. What happened? So it happens that my son, he's with his friend playing basketball. And as I went to go pick him up, he said, Dad, it's a little too early, so can you come pick me up at 10:30? So I just started headed back home with my cousins and my nieces. And as I was going right by this light right here, I hear this rebel. And I thought it was like 2 trains. But it was way funnier than that. So I looked through my side mirror, and I seen the rebel coming down all this dust. So I immediately pulled over, which I'm blocked in. I can't go nowhere now. And as I came back over to where everything was happening at, I started just yelling, who's in there, anybody in there? And the first one that came out was an old man saying, I'm back here somewhere.
What were you thinking when you saw someone in there?
My first instinct is just go in there. And I went in there, that's it. And I got the old lady, his wife, and him out safe, thank God.
How were they, and what were they saying when they came out?
Well, as soon as I got him out, I got the old man out first. When I got him out, he was a little banged up in his head, his leg and stuff. But he was well, he was unconscious, he was good. But the old lady was the worst one. That I think that when the debris fell, I tried to move this one beam. And as I moved this one beam, I felt the rubble coming down. And I just gave her a kiss on the forehead. I said, God be with us. And I pulled her out. So
you saved 2 lives tonight.
By the grace of God.
What's going through your mind right now? You had a chance to kind of process it a little bit.
I got kids and grandkids. And, to save a life, it shouldn't be that hard. Go for it. That's all. Don't live for tomorrow, live for today.
Man, can I give you a hug? My man. Your freaking lifesaver, man. It's awesome. God bless you. Let me get your phone number.
It's 267-438.
So, I mean, that's larger than words, Andrew. This man that, again, our team's down, Fox 29 out there, interviewing a man who saved 2 lives tonight in this building collapse.
Daytona, you could even see from what he's wearing, his white sweatshirt is dirty with some of the rubble there. That's stunning, and he was getting, visibly emotional, talking about when this happened, rescuing 2 people. He said there was an elderly woman who was a little banged up, and so he couldn't control his emotions there. Could you imagine being in his shoes, in his position today, just the right place at the right time?
Yep. I believe it was an elderly man and an elderly woman, 2 people who found themselves in this horribly unfortunate situation, structure going down, and thank God that man was there to lend a hand. It's always so nice to be hearing those positive stories in just this mess of really tragic news out of the Philly area. I had goosebumps through when he was talking about his experience tonight, and all of this happening, mind you, just in the last couple of hours. So great job by our journalists down on the ground finding those people and getting the real stories of what happened.
Yeah, Daytona, just small acts of heroism and kindness really make a difference in situations like this. And so we'll be continuing to monitor the latest. It's coming up on 10 after the hour here in Phoenix, Arizona, 11:10 there at night in North Philly. As emergency crews have cordoned off Front Street there, you can see they blocked off the street as they assess this partial building collapse. And we still have the before picture of what it looked like just hours ago in the daytime. You can see this Clear Vision Optical, the name of that building and that business, on the facade there. Let's go out to, we have some more shots as well we want to show you. It seems like some of these engineers from the city maybe are trying to, assess what's going on underground. That's also a possibility. Was this some type of explosion with, gas or electric? We saw them earlier cutting off the lines, making sure that those problems would not persist if that was one of the main issues. And so there you can see they are trying to get into this pothole in the sidewalk to assess something or other. But you're right, Daytona, it has kind of sparsely declined a little bit with however many people that were there initially when we came to the scene right away. But
right, when we first came to this shot, they were spotlighting on the building, which I guess they are spotlighting again right now, which, I mean, I'm no expert on this, but I think that makes me feel like there's more rescues, possibly more people, or they're just assessing the damage. But for me, the tone seems like it has cooled off a little bit there, and more so it's now just making sure the rest of this street here is safe, because they've really only put the caution tape up for this small perimeter right here around the building. It's not as much so down the street. So.
And yeah, maybe they are also just shining the light on the scene itself just to make sure there's no, hanging debris, bricks or mortar or parts of drywall that, might fall if, a gust of wind might come down. It's a partial building collapse. It's not completely collapsed. And so they're most likely assessing the structures right next to it as well to make sure that they are safe and secure.
And like I said before, and we've been kind of rehashing, this is right by that SEPTA station, which SEPTA service has been halted completely in this area. Luckily, a little later in the evening, most people have been home from work for a couple hours now. And this area has been pretty much evacuated. So we've just been keeping our eyes on this shot for more than an hour now.
Yeah, and we'll be continuing to monitor this story here on this Thursday night. We want to thank everyone for being with us. We're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll go out to the scene. We have more stories to get to here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back.
Right of Congo, I think. I got one in my car, but I gotta go get it. I gotta order a few of them.
So thanks for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We are covering this breaking news out of North Philadelphia. 2 people injured in a building collapse. We'll be keeping our eyes on any other details. We'll keep it up in a 2-box, what we like to call a 2-box of both screens. But we want to go into a briefing from earlier today with Governor Wolf as they are assessing this flooding damage across Pennsylvania. So, again, if we get any more details, if we hear of anything from down on the ground from officials, we'll bring it to you right away here on Live Now from Fox.
Governor Tom Wolf, PEMA Director Randy Padfield, and PennDOT Acting Executive Deputy Secretary Melissa Petula. State Meteorologist Jeff Jumper is also available to take storm-specific questions. Governor?
Thank you very much, Beth. And thank you for joining us today. As you know, the remnants of Hurricane Ida brought historic rainfall to different parts of Pennsylvania all across the last several days. The storm began affecting areas in southwestern Pennsylvania. That's where Ida hit first on Tuesday, and areas in the eastern part of the state were affected all up into the morning of today. This was a rare culmination of events that caused record flooding in many places around the Commonwealth. And we know that many people across the state are dealing with the after effects of that storm today. I want to thank all of the emergency personnel who have worked so hard throughout this storm to keep Pennsylvanians safe. Many of you have worked long hours in dangerous conditions without a break. I know Randy has been 2 days since you've been last slept. And the dedication of everybody working in emergency management to protecting your fellow Pennsylvanians, you folks saved many lives throughout this storm. Thank you also to the Pennsylvanians, to every Pennsylvanian who stayed off the roads during this storm. Thank you for doing your part to help emergency responders work faster and work more safely. Throughout the Commonwealth, we're slowly moving from response to recovery mode. That's going to look different in each community depending on the damage from the storm and the ongoing demands on the emergency services and the emergency personnel. I know that today many people in Pennsylvania are hurting. We experienced a historic storm here all across the Commonwealth, and many people had to deal with rare weather events that don't normally affect them, their families, their communities. A lot of Pennsylvanians will be dealing with very hard emotions today. They're going to be dealing with hard emotions tomorrow, and they're going to be dealing with hard emotions in the near future. If you are struggling with stress from the storm, help is available. You can call or text our disaster distress helpline at 1-800-985-5990 at any time, day or night. That's 1-800-985-5990. We all have a long road ahead of us. It will take time to complete damage assessments and make assistance and resources available. But we're going to continue to share information about assistance as it becomes available in the days and weeks ahead. Right now, my administration is continuing to do everything in our power to support local emergency officials as they begin to assess the damage this storm has caused in their communities. And while we all need to have some patience as we move forward, the response efforts to damage assessment recovery are taking place as we speak. There are things that Pennsylvanians can do now to prepare for what comes next. Let's be vigilant. Thank you, and now I'm going to turn things over to PEMA Director Randy Padfield to discuss more. Randy?
Thank you, Governor, and good afternoon. We know it's been a long last 24 to 36 hours for first responders and citizens of the Commonwealth who have been affected by Tropical Storm Ida. And I'd like to echo the governor's comments, thanking them for their service and dedication. The governor pointed out how dangerous some of this work happens to be, and I'd actually like to point out a situation that occurred last night while we were here in the Commonwealth Response Coordination Center. In one of the southeast counties, teams were out conducting flood evacuation and water rescues. One of the teams actually, in their boat, a number of firefighters got pinned up against a bridge pier by moving water. and ended up having to be rescued themselves and actually transported to the hospital for evaluation. So this is extremely dangerous work. And we actually like to thank the citizens that really heeded the message to not go out and not put themselves in those situations. The first responders have performed valiantly over the last 24 to 36 hours. Starting early yesterday morning and working throughout the day and overnight hours, local first responders, both volunteer and career, have tirelessly responded to numerous water rescue and flooding situations to rescue and evacuate those in need, open roads, clear debris, and restore utilities. And to give you a kind of a sense or a context of this, one of the counties that we were working with last night on a conference call indicated that they believe that they had just in that county responded with their first responders to well over 500 water rescue calls in one county. Last evening and throughout the overnight hours as the storm progressed across the state, we saw significant impacts to the southeast portion of the state in the greater Philadelphia area, not only in the form of flooding, but also in the form of destructive tornadoes, which necessitated surging resources into that area of the state to effectively respond to the needs in those counties. While the water is receding in most parts of the state, we are still seeing ongoing flooding in the southeast portion of the state, some of which is surpassing record flood levels, and there are rescues ongoing. We also know that Ida has not only caused significant damage to homes, businesses, and public infrastructure, but for many it has significantly disrupted lives and families, as the governor has indicated. During the planning and response phases, we have also been concurrently planning for recovery operations to hasten the recovery.
And we do want to go out to some of these officials down on the ground in Philadelphia as we are assessing this breaking news situation. 2 people injured in a building collapse. Let's listen in live down on the ground.
All the questions we get asked as, reporters and behind the scenes, someone asked me tonight, hey, I got a question for you guys. When you have a press conference, who's the guy that brings the stand?
So they are about to start this right now as they get all ready with their lighting and whatnot. We do know 2 people injured here. Our reporters are hopefully going to ask those questions about why this building went down. That still hasn't been released yet. We know it was a 60-year-old man and a 69-year-old woman who were taken to Temple University Hospital. Officials say they are expected to be okay. Let's listen.
Okay, we all know you. Chief, what do we have here?
Just before 10 p.m., 26 District Police responded to a radio call, report of a building collapse in the 2200 block of North Front Street. When police and fire department personnel arrived on location, they found 3 properties that completely collapsed onto the grounds. These properties appear to be all 3 floors. Storefronts on the first floor, and second and third floor, what we believe are apartments. Now, fire department paramedics did find 2 victims in the rubble, a 68-year-old female and a 69-year-old male. Luckily, miraculously, they were conscious, walking and talking. Medics took both of these victims, who we believe are husband and wife, age 68 and 69, to Temple Hospital, where they are in stable condition. They were able to tell the first responders that they were in a second floor apartment. They were the only ones in that particular property when the property collapsed. They also were able to tell us that they believe that the other 2 properties that collapsed are vacant, which is good information, so we believe we may not be looking for any additional individuals. However, these are 3 properties that were all attached, and all 3 did collapse. We don't know why. There was no fire. We just responded to a building collapse. But it appears that the first floor are all storefronts, businesses, and the second and third floor of these properties are possibly apartments. Now we're getting information that the property in the middle may have been completely vacant. So we're not certain, because right now it's just a lot of debris because these properties completely collapsed. Where this collapse occurred was right next to the L. So although SEPTA police checked the tracks on the east and westbound tracks, they found no debris. However, just for precaution, they shut down the L. However, that may reopen soon because it doesn't appear that there was any damage done to the tracks, and neither was there any debris on the tracks. Now, since these properties completely collapsed, we notified all the utilities, especially the gas company to shut off any gas, the electric company for electric, of course, the water department, so we don't have any water main problems. We have licenses and inspections out here to make sure that buildings on either of the sides and businesses are still structurally sound. Now, I don't know if they made any determinations at this time, but the three properties completely collapsed, and there were properties to the north and south of these three properties. There are also businesses on the first floor. It appears apartments on the second and third floors, so we have to make sure that they are structurally sound before they can reopen.
Has the search for victims, it's clear, you think the building's clear?
We think the building's clear. Right now, the fire department has done like a preliminary search, but we still have to make sure that the property and the debris are clear and safe. We're getting gas shut off, electric shut off. We have to make sure that's done before the fire department can even start to remove the debris. But the good news is, according to our two victims, they believe that the other two properties were vacant, no one was inside, and they were able to tell us that the property that they were in, that the two were in, they were the only ones inside that property. But really, really lucky, because police found these two victims in their late 60s in the debris. And it's a lot of debris. And these buildings completely collapsed, as you can see. And they were conscious, walking and talking, and they have just bruises to their arms, legs, and bodies, bumps, cuts, and scrapes. However, they are in stable condition. So we're very, very lucky in that respect.
We know the weather have anything to do with this. I know we've had a lot of rain.
That's definitely a possibility because we had such heavy rains. We believe possibly one of these buildings may have been under construction, so we're definitely going to look into the possibility that the rain may have been a contributing factor, but unknown at this time. Licensing inspections, the fire department will conduct a full investigation as to why these buildings collapsed.
All right. You guys good?
What hospital did you say that?
Excuse me?
What hospital did they go to?
The two victims were transported to Temple Hospital, and they're both in stable condition.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Good. Thank you so much.
So the press conference right there coming pretty quickly from our teams who have been following this along the way. The biggest information, that 68-year-old man, 69-year-old woman taken to Temple University Hospital. Officials say they are expected to be okay. But here's the interesting part of this. There were 3 different collapsed properties involved, but just 2 of those victims that were found in the rubble. Again, like we said, they're expected to be okay. The medics took the victims. They say it's a husband and a wife. They were on the second floor apartment of one of these properties here. The other 2 properties that collapsed, they say were vacant at the time. So they do believe that they have gotten everyone out of the rubble that they need to, but they are still surveying everything that's going on. 3 properties in all. That first floor of this property was all storefronts. So it wasn't, there were no tenants inside. Just the second and third floors had tenants inside. They shut down the L. We were talking about the SEPTA right there. Yeah, well, they shut it down just as a precaution. Amazingly, though, there was no debris that was on the tracks. So that's good news. They say that it could possibly reopen soon. So we'll keep our eyes on that. The gas was shut off, electric was shut off, which Andrew and myself have been reporting this entire time. We saw them kind of tampering with those power lines and then going underneath on the ground to shut off the gas. They couldn't answer the question of what was the reason behind this building collapse, but they do say that rain is a possibility. One of those buildings was also under construction at the time. So the fire department is going to be the ones who are conducting this full investigation. But quite frankly, great news out there. Just two people, a husband and wife, again, 68-year-old man, 69-year-old woman, husband and wife, are set to be okay now at Temple University Hospital. So we'll be tracking any more details of this throughout the night here. We were just listening in to some of those updates from Governor Wolf as they are trying to assess damage across the Philly area because of this flooding. It'll be interesting to see what that investigation comes up with. As we know, this is what that building looked like before it collapsed. That Clear Vision Optical was the bottom floor of that property. No tenants on that floor, but they were saying the husband and wife were on the second floor of the building. So we don't know how far forward, if it's those three windows that are right there. But that's just kind of getting into the details of it. We'll keep our eyes on this investigation. We'll likely be hearing from them coming tomorrow. So let's go back into Pennsylvania with Governor Wolf, other local and state officials talking about the remnants of Hurricane Ida.
PennDOT to provide an update.
Thank you, Director Patfield, and thank you all again for our opportunity to speak with you all today. Again, I'd like to echo the thanks for all the agencies and our emergency responders and our dedicated crews from both PennDOT and the Pennsylvania Turnpike for their efforts as we manage the storm overall. We do remain in active communication with other agencies, other states, and industry partners. As others have said, we had significant impacts from this event, especially in the southeast and south central areas of the state, but this was a statewide event. Although all of our driver's license centers are opened as planned today, we still have 376 roads that are closed statewide. About 233 of these are a result of flooding, but we also have many roads closed from downed trees and limbs as well as utilities. And although most of these roadways are secondary, there are 16 major roads that are closed at this time. Most notably, Interstate 76 and 676 in Philadelphia are currently closed, and a complicating factor is that the pump station, which is currently under water from the rising waters on the Schuylkill River. So that right now is preventing us from pumping off water from these roadways. Now, PEMA and the DEP are assisting us in getting large pumps to this area so we can remove the water. But even so, it's likely going to be that these interstates may be closed for some time. At this point, our main focus is on response and disaster relief and to ensure that the most impacted areas of the state have the resources that they need. Then we'll be assessing the damages so we fully understand what we're dealing with. As the waters recede, we'll be conducting post-flood road and bridge assessments and then conducting bridge inspections when those conditions warrant. We are preparing to deploy bridge inspectors and other resources from lesser impacted areas of the state to those that have been most impacted. We understand that closed roadways and other impacts from the storm can certainly be frustrating. But please know we're working diligently, but we ask for your patience over the next few days. Even though the rains have stopped, it's still so important that the public remain vigilant and allow space for our crews and our emergency workers to do their jobs. Many creeks and rivers are still rising at this point. I also want to remind you yet again, please do not drive on roads that are covered with water. Even shallow, swiftly moving water can wash a car from the roadway. And remember that that roadway surface may not be intact underneath the water. And never drive around the barricades or road closed signs. As we mentioned yesterday, anyone who drives around those barriers that are intended to close a road can face increased penalties should an emergency responder have to respond. So again, turn around, don't drown. We also remind you that for those major road closures, the 511pa.com is a continued resource for the latest travel information. It's also available again for those smartphone apps by calling 511 itself or even through the Twitter alerts. And it's free and available 24 hours a day and provides daily traffic warnings, those weather forecasts, traffic speed information, and access to more than 1,000 traffic cameras across the state. So we thank you once again. Please be safe, and I'll now turn it back over to Director Patfield to lead the question and answer session. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. We will now take on-topic questions from reporters, and we ask that you please use the hand raise feature. Our first question comes from Tyler Pratt at WLVR. Go ahead, Tyler.
Good morning, and thank you for the press conference, or good afternoon, should I say. My first question is for the group, anyone equipped to respond with a follow-up for the governor right after. Can anyone give any hard numbers that you have right now about how many deaths occurred in the Commonwealth due to hospitalizations, or perhaps total number of search and rescue operations that have been underway since this began?
At this point in time, Tyler, it's a great question. We have reports of small numbers of unconfirmed deaths. However, they have to go through a confirmation process with the county coroner for us to record them as a confirmed death associated with the storm. As far as hospitalizations, we do not have that number currently. We can check, obviously, with our Department of Health. They have been activated with us in the Commonwealth Response Coordination Center. They may be able to track that information working with the hospitals systems. And as far as rescues, it would not be an overstatement to say that throughout the state yesterday, there were probably thousands of water rescues. As I indicated in my remarks, one county alone estimated that they had dispatches for well over 500 water rescues just within one county. So we get the reports of numerous water rescues. We also know that when the counties get extremely busy, it gets to the point where they become overwhelmed and they really can't record all of those rescues. So trying to quantify everything that occurred is rather difficult. But we know that every county that was impacted by flooding had some level of swift water rescue team or flood evacuation team that was working to evacuate those that were in need.
Thank you, Randy. And just one more question for the governor, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Governor Wolf, thank you. I'm sorry. You talked about this being one of those rare weather events coming up, but what are the impacts of climate change on a storm like this, and what can Pennsylvanians expect moving forward? Are we going to see more storms like this?
Okay, I am not a meteorologist, so keep that in mind. But the best thinking is that climate change has actually increased the intensity of storms and the volatility of our weather in general. We've had colder days and rainier events. Yesterday I saw one report that said that climate change is making the wetter parts of the country wetter and the drier parts of the country drier. So we're seeing droughts in the west of the United States and weather events like this. The other thing I think we've seen a number of times in Pennsylvania over at least my term in office is more localized events. This was a broad regional event, the result of a hurricane that came from the Gulf. But in many cases, we've seen a lot of heavy local weather that has created localized flooding. And those things, I think, are all a function of climate change. Now, before I get too deep into this and over my head, let me call on Jeff Jumper, who is the Commonwealth's the state meteorologist, to maybe opine on this. Jeff?
Thank you, Governor Wolf.
Morning, thank you. Yeah, we've been looking at some of the impacts to climate change. So typically when we look at the hazards, we look at how maybe a warming climate or maybe additional moisture plays a role in it. And in all honesty, we like to look at other areas that had a similar climate. So we look at the recent weather trends that have come out. They do the annual averages every 10 years. All of those numbers have gone up for temperatures and even precipitation. We're having, there's a lot of research out there of increased heavy precipitation events. While the rain overall may not be going up, we're getting them in shorter bursts rather than those longer periods of time. So we're seeing more of these flash flood events versus a traditional river flooding event. And on top of that, folks try to make comparisons to previous storms. It's a challenge because, 2 or 3 inches of rain over a community 10, 15 years ago is so much different than it is today because of land use and other development. So there's a lot of different challenges. It's a really tough thing for us to have to deal with at the Commonwealth, but I know that multiple state agencies have climate action plans and look at this, including our state agency with hazard mitigation. So we look at all of that coming together. We see those trends, and we try to address those to reduce as much impact as we can.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Joe Ciavaglia from the Bucks County Courier-Times. Go ahead, Joe.
Yes, hello. Thank you for taking my question. I was just wondering if Director Padfield could tell us what county had the 500 rescues, water rescues.
I believe that was Montgomery County that we were talking to last night. There were a lot of different counties that we talked to, but I believe that conversation was had with Montgomery County last night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mike Rubenkamp from the Associated Press. Go ahead, Mike.
Hi, Director Padfield. Do you have any information on how many tornadoes touched down, what county or counties they were located in, and what kind of damage they might have caused?
I can tell you that we had reports of tornadoes in multiple southeast counties. I'll turn it over to Jeff because he's tracking that. But ultimately, it takes the National Weather Service to be able to confirm those. So, Jeff.
Yeah, good morning. I know the National Weather Service in Mount Holly is out today. They have a swath in Chester County they were looking at, one in Montgomery, and there were 3 separate areas in Bucks County that they'll be looking at least in Pennsylvania. I'm not certain if State College will be out in Adams County today, but those were where the tornado warnings were issued yesterday with some damage reports and some visual confirmations on some of them.
And one follow-up for Director Padfield. You mentioned the firefighters in the boat that got pinned against the bridge pier. Where was that?
We were working with Bucks County on that last night.
Thank you.
Any other questions from reporters? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Governor Wolf. Thank you, Director Randy Padfield, Secretary Melissa Petula, and Jeff Jumper. That concludes today's press conference.
Acting Executive Deputy Secretary for Penn.
Okay, so there you have it, the latest out of Pennsylvania with Governor Wolf along with other officials who are still surveying that damage. 500 water rescues in just one county in Pennsylvania. It's hard to believe that. We're going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to hit some of these other stories we have not been able to get to yet with all this weather coverage across the country. And also, if you were just joining us for that breaking news out of North Philadelphia, we still have a pretty calm live look right now, but 2 people injured, a husband and wife inside of a building collapse, and that shot is gone. In North Philly, they are expected to be okay, have been taken to the hospital at this hour. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes on Live Now from Fox. Well, with all of this coverage, this weather coverage in the Northeast, we've kind of stepped away from California wildfires. Well, Fox 11 Los Angeles diving back into that as Lake Tahoe is now in the field of danger right now. Take a listen.
It has been LA's newspaper of record for nearly 140 years, the fifth biggest circulation of any daily newspaper in the nation. Overseeing the editorial directive of the LA Times is a massive job. As of June, the Times has a new man in charge. Kevin Merida was the first black managing editor of the Washington Post. He was also editor-in-chief of ESPN's The Undefeated. He recently sat down with us to talk about where the Times is headed and how he plans to get them there. We're giving you, our viewers a chance to get to know you as the new head guy at the LA Times. It's a great thing that you are getting out there to know the community that this paper is an institution for, right? So I think it's great that we're giving them a chance to get to know you as you're getting to know the city.
Well, look, I look forward to just kind of meeting people. It's a complex place, right? And somebody told me this. I was on vacation. I ran into somebody who's from LA and who said, you know, LA is to the 21st century what New York was to the 20th century. And I think this is where the country is moving. It's a great melting pot of lots of people have come here to land and great immigrant experience here. It's just such a diverse place. And that is what I think we can tell the stories of LA and reveal LA to itself.
Talk about the move. This is a big move for a family. It's a big move for you at this point in your career.
You know, it's been great just being in LA. We had two sons living out there. Our third son came to join us from back in Maryland, and it's the first time we've had our immediate family together. So there's something really special about that.
Especially during the pandemic.
Yeah, and we have a grandson, and so it's, you know, I love being in LA. You know, when you're here as a visitor, you have an appreciation. You never want to get back on that plane and go back east. But living here is just, it energizes you just being here, waking up in the morning.
What have you discovered about LA that you were surprised by?
Well, just the vibrancy. I don't know that I was surprised. You kind of know it intellectually, but experiencing it. And I've been just every week been traveling to different neighborhoods, driving around, meeting with people, letting people show me around safely, as we must do. But I've just been enjoying just exploring. You know, so just kind of an amateur anthropologist.
A DC raised, Wichita born. Did I get that right?
You got it, Wichita, Kansas.
So which feels like home?
Well, I grew up in the DC area, so that feels like home. You know, moved there when I was 4 years old. You know, my father moved the family. He was pursuing his dream to be a geologist, which was a really difficult thing for a black man, you know, back like in the early 60s. And you know, and so he brought his family out to Wichita, Kansas, and that became my place.
How much did that inform you as you moved through the world as a black man in places that traditionally have not seen a black man? For example, I think about, you know, managing editor at the Washington Post. Even in this position at the LA Times, did you think about how your father handled himself?
Yeah, you're always looking for inspiration, right? We find it in different places. And just trying to find something to believe in, right? My father's example was one of really a great spirit of there's nothing that you can't do, and so I come to LA Times like leaning into the challenge of it and to making it bigger and reaching more people and making it more accessible and hopefully that more and more people will feel like the LA Times belongs to them. I was really honored that Patrick, Sunshine and Michelle thought enough of me that to lead their paper, and they're great owners of this institution. They really believe in this community, and it was great to see that commitment, and it really inspired me to want to come here.
What made you specifically say, look, because that's a huge move across the country, taking a shot on something like this. Were Patrick and his wife part of that decision for you?
Absolutely. You know, and let's just say, you know, they are, we came out of a period of reckoning, right? It was a very difficult time, and it still is, right, with COVID and then the the murder of George Floyd and everything that people were struggling with in their lives, inequality and social justice and just basic health. Let me just say, there are a lot of people who own media companies and run them, and to have people of color and from South Africa to understand the experience of disenfranchisement and how you can improve lives and what needs to happen for fairness and equity. You know, it was very important to me, just their commitment to this city and certainly to the Los Angeles Times.
I actually want to read one of the things he wrote. Dr. Soon Chong wrote an op-ed outlining commitment to change at the LA Times last year on the issues of race and how they cover a very diverse population. I want to actually read his words. Among other things, he said, but over its history, the Times has also mirrored and in some cases propagated the biases and prejudices of the world it covers, reflecting and shaping attitudes that have contributed to social and economic inequity. Today, we are beginning the process of acknowledging those biases of the past and taking positive action to affirm a commitment that our newsroom will not tolerate prejudice. How big a part of your mission statement is that quote?
Well, look, you know, news media, we're part of the world too, right? We hold a lot of people accountable. We hold institutions, and we should. We do great reporting, but we have to hold ourselves accountable. You know, we have to interrogate ourselves and look inwardly so that we can be better. And that was part of what he was representing.
We found another quote from you. I love quoting people their own words, especially a journalist. You said you brought to the job, quote, an open heart, a penchant for experimentation, and a fiercely competitive spirit. Which do you think those are the hardest to maintain in today's world?
Well, look, I think the competitive spirit, you know, a lot of people want to compete. You know, you want to win.
Yeah.
You know, I think an open heart is important, right? Because to be open, not closed, you know, minded. You know, everybody's got something to offer. You know, one of the things I said to our staff at first is that, look, we need all of us. You know, I'm going to be accessible to people. There are ideas everywhere, you know, in our staff. And that sense of kind of motivation of like, we got this. We can do this, you know, and go find somebody to believe in, you know, tell everybody else. Go find somebody to believe in. Wrap your arms around them.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. So beautiful. You actually spoke at the commencement of the communication school at Boston College in 2008. Just puts a smile on your face. And you had a very simple ask for young journalists. Let's play some of that sound.
Young journalists out there, we need you to connect readers and viewers to those whose lives would be hidden if not for your words and your pictures.
At its core, it really is that simple, isn't it?
You know, I think we have really an important mission. I mean, when you're a journalist, you get to chronicle the world. You get to see it. I look at the experience of just being a journalist is that I couldn't have paid for it. I wouldn't have been able to afford all of that I've learned, right? Just the experiences. And so with that experience comes a responsibility, you know, to really reflect truth, to really tell stories that have been untold, to find out things that people don't want you to know, but to also let people know about each other. And it's a big responsibility, and it's a privilege, right?
It is.
And to do it, you know, and you've done it, you know, and done it at a level of excellence, you know, every place you've been, you know, it's a privilege. Like, I've learned so much. That's the gift that is given back to me is how much I've learned.
So that was Fox 11 in Los Angeles, and it was the new executive editor of the LA Times. We do want to bring that story to you about wildfires in California and Lake Tahoe that is being threatened right now. We'll listen in again to Fox 11 in Los Angeles.
Beautiful Lake Tahoe is known for its famous blue alpine waters. If you drive anywhere around the Bay Area, you see those Keep Tahoe blue stickers everywhere. But because of the fire, there are serious concerns about the smoke and the ash from that fire causing long-term damage to the lake itself, to its crystal clear waters. During this time of year, typically, you can see like 65 feet down. It's really kind of incredible. Right now, you can only see about 50 feet. that could get worse. Researchers say the fires will cause more debris that will run into the lake as runoff when it rains later this year. Lake Tahoe has reportedly lost 40% of its clarity over the past 50 years. Joining us now, Dr. Jeffrey Schlado. He is the director of the University of California, Davis Tahoe Environmental Research Center. Clearly, Dr. Schlado, you've been watching this. You've been monitoring our beautiful Lake Tahoe. What are you finding? We know you have researchers out on the lake every day. What are you finding?
Well, finding a lot of ash floating on the surface, but more importantly, we're trying to see what's leaving the surface and moving down. So far, we're taking a lot of measurements on the fine particles that are part of the ash, doing laboratory analyses on the nutrients that are being added to the lake, and finding changes in the way the food web is organized, getting a lot more algae coming up to the surface because it's smoky, and we're getting a lot more little zooplankton, little creatures close to the surface.
We may not know the extent of the damage, right, for a while, because it's dependent on a few factors.
Yeah, it is. And I should say at the outset that the clarity changes in the absence of fire. It changes week by week, month by month. So we have to be careful of that. But yeah, right now it's just a lot of ash. We're being inundated with smoke from the Caldor fire, the Dixie fire, the Tamarack fire for literally 2 months. And as you said in your introduction, the worst may yet be to come sort of next spring after the snowmelt.
Look, you make a very good point of saying that the clarity of the lake fluctuates month to month, week to week. But we do understand, if we read your research right, that, and I think we have a graphic that we can show that supports this, that the clarity of the lake has been declining, over the past 40 years or so?
It has. And that's been the focus of a lot of investment, a lot of new projects. I guess what's not clear in the way that's sort of shown is if you look at the last 20 years alone there, it has actually flattened out. So that decline that started in the 1960s was pretty constant till about 2000. And since then, it's flattened out. And the goal is to reverse that using projects on the ground, but also looking at changes to the Tahoe food web.
So it's not all dire then. More change can be done. What more can be done to protect the lake?
As I said, there are a lot of projects going in on the ground. I mean, the kind of research that's being done, not just on the fire, but on other issues, is showing which of these projects that have been performed are working better. I mean, working at Tahoe is expensive. Working on the landscape takes a lot of resources, but isolating which of the successful approaches, which ones didn't work as planned, is a really critical part of this going forward.
Look, we understand the amount of tourism dollars that come out of that area. It is one of our favorite, most beloved areas and playgrounds, both in the summer and in the winter. But it's not just that recreational aspect of the lake. It is a vital part of the ecosystem in the area.
Oh, it is, undoubtedly. But and to reinforce what you're saying, it's a vital, let's call it a teaching moment. Tahoe gets a lot of resources. What's happening to Tahoe is happening to every lake and every reservoir in the western United States. So as we have the resources to look at the changes due to wildfire and smoke at Tahoe, we're applying those lessons to every other location. It's our drinking water. It's the water for industry and agriculture, and we have to preserve it.
We have to. You make a very good point. This is a sample, if you will, a big, beautiful sample, but it's a sample of what else is happening elsewhere. It must be very eerie to be out there on one of those research boats and not hearing the regular hum of recreation boats buzzing around Lake Tahoe. Dr. Schlado, thank you so much for joining us to talk about the concern about the beautiful and famous blue waters of Lake Tahoe, and we really do hope that more efforts are done to preserve it and our other water sources. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
All right, so an interesting conversation right there on how these fires are affecting the waters in Lake Tahoe. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we're going out to some of our Texas stations as they're talking about that fetal heartbeat bill, that Texas abortion law that moved forward this week. That's in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox after 9 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona. We want to move through some of these top stories of the day. But first, let's just take a look around the country right now. Look in Port Canaveral in Orlando, Florida, coming from our station Orlando, as the cruise ship is docked right now. Moving forward, we'll go out to a live look from Capitol Hill, as we have really not been focused on Capitol Hill today, mostly just on weather across the country right now. But we did show you President Biden and some of what he's been up to today, visiting Walter Reed, visiting some of those injured U.S. troops 1 week after that suicide bombing at the Kabul airport. Maybe we'll show you some of that video later tonight. And then, of course, an airport shot from Sky Harbor in Phoenix, Arizona. We don't always get that shot, so it's kind of pretty and nice to show all of you, as we are located in Phoenix, Arizona here at Live Now from Fox, as well as out in Orlando on the mornings. And then a shot that we have shown you several times throughout the past day and 2 days now, looking a little bit more dry, as last night you could barely see. It was so blurry, this camera shot of the streets, downpour, historic flooding out of New York City. Going back into some of these other top stories, let's go out to our sister station Fox 4 in Dallas, as they're talking about the fetal heartbeat bill that moved forward. Lots of people not happy about it out in Texas. Take a listen.
Texas law said to be the toughest in the nation, effectively overturning the 73 Roe versus Wade decision that started here in Texas, made abortion legal all across the country in the first place. Supreme Court justices said the law can still be challenged and hinted this is not the last time it will be before the High Court. It is a legal battle. It is a divisive one. It will continue over that law. Good morning to our go-to guy on constitutional law issues, Attorney David Cole. This effectively overturns Roe versus Wade. That is not something the court has in the past taken lightly.
No, and that's where we find ourselves this morning. We have on the one side proponents
of this abortion hunkered down. The abortion clinics say that they're no longer going to basically shut down, not provide services. You have opponents of abortion looking for somebody to sue. If this continues and nobody brings a test case to challenge this statute in court, effectively, we don't have abortion in Texas. And that's exactly what Roe says is not a good policy result. It's an unfortunate situation. The question is whether that logjam is going to break and we're going to start seeing some litigation.
Why did this case not take the usual course? Somebody like a clinic files a lawsuit, gets a decision, the other side losing side appeals, and when a couple of appeals courts disagree, it goes to the Supreme Court. This was like a rocket ship to the Supreme Court.
Well, that's like that was the point of the 5 majority justices in the Supreme Court opinion, was there's a regular path for this kind of thing. But in constitutional cases like this, it's not at all unusual to see a federal lawsuit brought before the state law goes into effect to say, hey, wait a minute, let's not even let this get going. And that is very common in these abortion cases, particularly these fetal heartbeat cases. They tried that here with the one in Austin, but because it has so many unusual procedural features, both the Fifth Circuit and the Supreme Court said, no, let's not do that. Let's wait for it to come up through the courts when there are individual cases brought and defenses raised.
Yeah, this kind of a non-decision from the Supreme Court showed how, not looking at the merits of the case, showed clearly how deeply divided it is. And some of the justices have clearly hinted they're not fans of Roe versus Wade. It was kind of an unusual decision in the first place.
Yes, it's a punt, and it nominally the 5 justices are talking about procedural grounds, and they make valid points in there about what some of these doctrines are. But there's an obvious consequence to those procedural decisions. That was Chief Justice Roberts' dissent that he clearly hoped he'd get a consensus on as some kind of majority opinion was, wait a minute, this is early. Let's just halt everything and slow down and not deny people their rights in the meantime while we're waiting for a case to come up. But that didn't command a majority of the court.
Yeah, because the established law in the United States is that abortion is legal and states can regulate it.
Right.
What do you suspect is the next course of action? Who does what next?
As of right now, nobody's doing anything. The providers are trying to stay out of trouble, and the opponents of abortion are looking for somebody to sue. I don't think they've found anybody yet. That just can't go on. Human beings just don't stay in place. Somebody somewhere is going to fire the first shot, and there's going to be a lawsuit. And the first defense the providers are going to make, or the defendants will make, is this law is not constitutional. And a court's going to have to rule on that. Maybe a lot of courts, depending on how many of these things get filed arising out of a single occurrence. And then our state courts are going to confront that issue in different procedural settings, and it'll work its way up through our state court system.
All right, David Cole, as always. And next month, we're going to get, hopefully, at least arguments on another restrictive law out of Mississippi.
Yes.
So we'll kind of see
that could lap our Texas case and give us substantive guidance that we don't have now.
Okay, David.
Okay, so we just wanted to hit on that story out of the Dallas area. Fox 4 reporting there. Some breaking news, though. Service will resume on the northeast corridor tomorrow. That's according to Amtrak Northeast. As we know, a lot of transit has been stalled due to all of this weather, all these weather concerns. Let's go out to Fox 29 in Philadelphia as they have coverage of the recovery efforts underway. Listen.
Came through. In fact, one dad told me that he just stepped out to go grab a pizza for his wife and 3 little boys.
I wasn't even home at the time. I was actually picking up some food at Naples, and my wife calls me and tells me that there's a tornado, and I see some dark clouds near Naples, but it wasn't anything. She's like, the house is shaking, the kids are crying, we're down in the basement, and I didn't realize she downplays a lot of things. So I was like, all right, that's fine, I'll be home soon. So I'm driving home. I was driving through Willow Oaks, and there's like a branch down, nothing bad. I'm like, okay, this seems all right. And then I turn the corner and there's a tree down. I pull up a little bit farther and the whole house is gone. And then
Did you think the worst?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to think. I mean, Troy was out here just in his socks, and I was like, is your family okay? And he's like, yeah, my family's all right. So then I just drive home.
Yeah. And we think about what could have happened. I mean,
yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, and I'm just glad my wife is okay. Everyone in the neighborhood's okay.
Yeah.
So,
you're handsome boys. Everybody's fine. Did they say, Daddy, what just happened?
They were like, my wife was at that point like hysterical.
Yeah.
looking at the damage out the back. Yeah.
And to think you just had a little roof damage, you had a swing set blow away.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot of cleanup, but overall, I mean, it's glad that we didn't get hit too bad.
But to see what happened to some of your neighbors' homes, that's devastating.
Yeah, we started a GoFundMe for them. My wife did, so I think it's up to like 30,000 right now. So hopefully we'll keep that going, and try and give it to everyone that was displaced.
Yeah.
The pizza run he'll never forget.
Right.
To go get food.
The day
for his
no
kids.
one will forget. It really is such a good reminder, though. When you get the warning on your phone, you see it on TV. When it's not happening right outside your window yet, there is a temptation to kind of wait it out, see what happens. And those few moments could be the difference, the life or death difference.
And if it happens again, I think people really will take it seriously, knowing what can happen.
Heed those warnings. We'll be right back.
Hi, everyone. I'm Frank Malakot. I'm based here at KTVU Fox 2 in the San Francisco Bay Area. My guest is Michael Soller. He is the Deputy Insurance Commissioner of Northern California. Michael, good to have you with us.
Frank, thanks for having me on.
Well, we're talking about fires. There are currently 10 major fires right here in Northern California right now. The Dixie, the Monument, and the Caldor Fire outside of Lake Tahoe are the biggies. They burned over 1 million acres. And insurance premiums are already through the roof after over 4 million acres burned last year. And I've talked to some homeowners up in the Myers area outside of South Lake Tahoe, and they're concerned. They're concerned about the fire and their homes, but after the fire is out, they are concerned of whether or not they can afford the insurance on their home. What can you say to these people to comfort them?
Well, I think this is absolutely an issue we're seeing not just in Myers, not just in the areas around these fires. We're seeing it across the state. And it's driven by these massive wildfires that we've had in the past couple of years. This is really a problem years in the making, and it goes back, even to 2015 when we started seeing some of these big fires, and then of course 2017 and 18 when these huge, the biggest losses of life and property in the state's history. So the first thing is to recognize this is a problem, and it's a problem particularly for people who are living in these areas that there is this wildfire risk. And the thing I'd say first of all is that this is not a problem you caused. This is not a problem people caused, but a lot of people now are caught up in it. And Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara, took office in 2019. one of the first things he did was went around the state and went to 36 different counties. And so heard directly from people about these problems, including in El Dorado County, where we had hundreds of people come out to a meeting there. And, so we're taking some actions, but the first thing to say is that competition is critical here. Keeping competition and restoring competition to areas, because if you live in parts of the Bay Area, probably right where you are there in downtown Oakland, you have insurance companies competing for your business. You have your choice, and nobody likes to shop for insurance, but if you have to and your rates go up, you have another company who's probably going to compete for them on price. But in other areas of the state, you can't even get an insurance company to return your call. And that's a problem, because we're seeing more and more people being forced to go to what's known as the FAIR plan, which is California's insurer of last resort. That's more expensive coverage, and it's more limited. And so it's I think first thing is it's an undeniable problem, and it's something that we've got to work together on.
A little insurance 101A, a homeowner's policy, does that cover fire, or are we at a point now in California where you not only need homeowners, but in addition to a fire policy?
It's a great question, right? There is no such thing as a wildfire policy. That's the first thing. There's a, we typically talk about a homeowner's policy, a comprehensive homeowner's policy sometimes, or a fire-only policy might be another option. And I'll give you an example. A comprehensive policy will cover you for not only fire, and that includes wildfire, but it'll also cover you for things like liability or theft. Liability if somebody gets hurt on your property, or theft, or water damage. A fire-only policy, on the other hand, will only cover you for fire. So it doesn't cover those other perils, we call them. But and the reason why this is important is because many people in California, in areas like Tahoe, are having to go to the California FAIR plan. That is a policy. It's backed by its premiums and the insurance companies, not by taxpayers, but it's there if you can't get insurance anywhere else. But it is limited coverage. It only covers fire and a couple of other things. It doesn't cover liability. And so homeowners, one of the things that the commissioner heard is homeowners are incredibly frustrated. They are non-renewed by their insurance company. And they have to go to the FAIR plan, but they have to buy another policy to make up for that coverage that they lost for liability, for theft, for water damage. And that comes at an additional cost. And so the commissioner's taken a couple of actions to address that as well.
Tell us what California is doing, not only to make these policies, competitive but cheaper, but also give some of the homeowners out there that have suffered great loss or are in those fire zone areas that just say enough already. It's almost more than my mortgage payment.
No, that's exactly right. And in fact, that's a story we've heard of real estate deals falling through because it turned out the insurance quote was higher than they expected. And that hurts not only consumers, it hurts home buyers, it hurts local governments who count on home sales for revenue to support emergency services. So absolutely, it's critical to keep insurance companies writing policies for people. And so a couple of actions that the commissioner has taken here just in recent years. I mentioned the FAIR plan. So the FAIR plan it really needs to modernize. And so the commissioner actually 2 years ago almost ordered the FAIR plan to offer a more comprehensive policy to replace that policy that someone might have lost. The FAIR plan unfortunately sued us, but just last month, a court upheld the commissioner's order and his authority. So we're hoping that we can get that in place for people soon so that they'll have an option, a comprehensive option, instead of having just that basic limited coverage. So that's one action to strengthen that. Another action is really just to make sure that we're improving the claims payments, making it easier for people who have had a loss and who, so they don't have to go through all this red tape, filling out every single item in an inventory. No longer do you have to do that if you've suffered a total loss. Also extended some of the timelines and extended, the benefits. And that includes if you've been evacuated from your home. If you've been evacuated, you may have coverage. And that's an important thing. You have 2 to 4 weeks minimum to just pay for things like a hotel or food. So these are important new benefits people just need to know about, because it includes even if you haven't suffered a loss. And then finally, another big action that the commissioner has taken is, we are really working both with insurance companies and then with our local leaders to increase the preparation you do before a fire, because there's so much people can do to mitigate, to prepare, to we call it home hardening and community hardening. We think about, making your house survive a fire, and that not only helps, that's gonna protect your house, but it's also gonna help the firefighters when they come through to try to protect your house. I just heard of one of the incident commanders on the Caldor fire saying, they come through and one of the first things they do is they look at houses and they say, is there, can we do something here? Can we ladder up fuels? Can we pull, wood piles away from houses? Because that's going to protect houses. So if you've done that work in advance, that should count towards your insurance. You should be getting an incentive from your insurance company, to help you reduce those costs. So all of these actions taken together, we're really working to increase competition, and that's going to bring down some of the costs that people are facing in the long run, because it's going to save people's homes and their lives.
Are we at a point now, and I think we are, especially here in California, Oregon, and Washington too, where there's just these forests that haven't burned for hundreds of years, where we need to do all that fire protect, mitigate, get out defensible space, get the wood pile away, get flammable liquids out of the way, clean under your decks, all that sort of thing. It should be commonplace now, especially if you live, in the foothills or the Sierra or the Cascades or wherever the case may be.
No, that's right. I think these massive fires, not just in California, but we saw the fires in Oregon as well over the past couple of years. It's really been a wake-up call. Climate change the impacts are undeniable, and really the focus is, we continue to work to reduce emissions, but the focus also has to be, how do we reduce the harm? How do we prepare better? And that's something where, we have local communities doing that. We have individuals spending thousands of dollars out of their pocket to trim trees, to put up, put ember-resistant grates on their eaves. There's a lot of things that people can do, but we need the insurance companies to be part of this solution. We need them not just to be walking away from their longtime consumers, as they have been, but actually to help incentivize and invest in these communities. And we've seen, we have a number of companies now who offer premium discounts to people who do some of these actions. We want to see that number grow. It's got to go, it's got to continue to go up, because that sends the message to homeowners, there's something we can do, there's something and we can get money back in our pocket for that. So that's a key priority. So I hope when we talk again, we're going to be able to continue to report on progress there, because there is a way forward, but it's going to take, efforts by government, by individuals, and by the insurance industry.
Well, the car insurance companies have been doing it for years, right? If you're a good driver, your premium goes down if you're not calling them every other week, right?
That's exactly right. We have a good driver discount. Why couldn't we have a good driver discount for homes? That really helps people. I mean, that is the reality of this. It's going to help our homeowners. It's going to help our communities. It's going to help our first responders. And so I think we're starting to see some eyes opening in the insurance industry that to be part of that solution as well.
And Michael, you touched on it a bit, but you wanted to bring in, what can we do, or what are you folks doing, I guess is a better way to put it, for fire survivors, people in paradise out of the campfire, and some of the awful fires that have been in California in the last 5 years.
Absolutely. Well, I mentioned a couple of things in terms of, there have been some changes in the law, and Commissioner Lara has sponsored and worked with the legislature to make some changes to really address some of the problems we saw after the Camp Fire, and after the Tubbs Fire, and after the Southern California fires, where people really had a hard time with their insurance company. So we've made a number of changes there to benefit people. I think rather than going through all of them, because it can get very confusing, the important thing is that the Department of Insurance, I'm talking to you from home, but the Department of Insurance, whenever there's a local assistance center opening in a community, we have staff there, and they can you can actually go in and meet with us in person, and we can help you walk through that claim, find out what benefits you're entitled to. And if there's a problem with your insurance company, we can help you open that case. And by doing that, we have gotten hundreds of millions of dollars in extra benefits back to people that they wouldn't have gotten otherwise from recent fires. And so that's the first thing to know. You're not alone. Department of Insurance is here. And if you can't come and meet with us in person, call us. We have an 800 number, 800-927-4357, staffed Monday to Friday. You can even chat with us on our website. So same way you would with a phone company. So it's the idea is to try to meet people where they are and really help them out when they're going through this. And so again, just urge people to look at their benefits and then to contact us if they have questions. And this goes for people if they've had a loss to their home or if they've been evacuated, because they may have these living expenses benefits in their policy and they may not know about that.
All right. Well, you answered my last question was how to get in touch, and you certainly did that. Michael Soller, he is the Deputy Insurance Commissioner for Northern California. Michael, thank you for taking some time. I know you're busy, and let's just hope these fires can get put out in a big hurry.
Absolutely. Well, that's the key. We're rooting for our first responders out there getting these fires under control, and then we'll be there to help people rebuild and recover in the aftermath.
All right, Michael. Thanks again. I'm Frank Malicote here at KTVU. Have a great day, everybody.
All right, and really great information there. Hope you found that useful if you're from California, if you've lost property or your property is being threatened by some of these fires right now. You can figure out how to go about that insurance-wise. Anyway, I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to continue in covering all of these natural disasters, unfortunately happening nationwide. Fox 13 in Tampa talked about a program that FEMA has that will cover funeral costs if you or a loved one succumb, unfortunately, to injuries in these natural disasters that are taking place. Let's listen in to see what this is.
Saying goodbye to a loved one is hard enough, but paying for their funeral doesn't have to be so hard. Consumer Reporters for Bonnie.
It's just And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. So we were just having some technical difficulties. Thank you for bearing with us. We did want to go out to Fox 13 in Tampa as they continue to cover all the latest about these really wicked weather and severe weather around the country, especially a program FEMA has that will cover your loved one's funeral costs if they are unfortunately succumb to one of these natural disasters. Let's listen into this story right now.
Saying goodbye to a loved one is hard enough, but paying for their funeral doesn't have to be so hard. Consumer reporter Surbani Banerjee shows us how to save money and save yourself some stress during an already tough time.
This is on my radar right now because of reports that people are widely not taking advantage of that federal program that helps cover the cost of COVID-related funerals. Surveys show only a third of Americans eligible for help from FEMA are applying to recoup costs spent burying or cremating loved ones who died from COVID. Since the FEMA program was announced, the government has provided up to $9,000 per victim. Of the 600,000 Americans who have died, more than 200,000 claims from family members have been paid out.
Since the first week of April, this incredible federal program has been available to all families who lost a loved one due to COVID. That's over 600,000 people, but to date, only 260,000 have applied. And that goes all the way back to January 2020, and it continues today to anyone who is burying a family today.
Be prepared when you call FEMA that wait times are long. They'll also want and need certain information for you, so you want to have it ready. The social security number of the deceased is important, and they'll also need household income information because that will ultimately determine eligibility. You'll also need the official death certificate that links a person's death to COVID and shows that the death occurred in the United States. Now, if it's not clearly listed, that's still okay. If COVID was involved, you can include a doctor's note clarifying. You'll also need funeral expense documents and proof of payment from any other sources that you might have had for funeral costs, anything like funeral insurance or government and private charity money. But as long as COVID was involved in the death of your loved one, there's potential that you could have this help, that you're eligible. In terms of picking the right places to handle services and burials for your family's budget, it might be wise to consider paying for your own funeral in advance, because that means you lock in prices today versus when you die, and that could take the burden off your loved ones. It might not be as easy as you'd think to find those prices listed online, though. That's why a former healthcare CEO says he started a website attempting to list every funeral home in the U.S. so consumers can find and compare costs. I'm Surbani Banerjee for Fox 13 News.
Interesting details there about that program put on by FEMA about COVID deaths and funeral costs that will be covered if you present all that information Surbani was saying. In the meantime, we do want to go on to some of our other Fox affiliates from around the country. Fox 5 in D.C. has a really great story about what communities and organizations are doing in the D.C. metropolitan area about feeding some of these refugees from Afghanistan that have come over here. Let's listen in.
Local chefs and restaurant owners are coming together to make sure that Afghan refugees are fed. It's called Belly Full, and this pop-up is opening today. Joining us now to share is the owner of Grazie, Casey Patton. Good morning to you, Casey. Thank you for joining me.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Really happy to be talking about this because you guys are really doing important work. I'm curious. I'm sure you, like many of us, were watching what was going on the other side of the world, and obviously Afghan refugees have been arriving in our area. What made you say, you know what, I want to try to help, and this is how I'm going to do it?
My belief is that I woke up and felt, helpless, watching, the news coverage and reading the newspaper and feeling helpless like so many others as to what can we do to assist in this crisis. And I was fortunate enough, I think, to have some great friends and put together a quick elevator pitch and called some of the best chefs in DC and said, hey guys, what if we had a sandwich pop up at Grazie, and we donated every dollar that came in to a charity organization that would help with the assimilation of refugees from Afghanistan.
What was the reception, the reaction you got to that?
Before I could even finish my elevator pitch that I put together, everyone said yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
And I think that's the greatest part of this DC restaurant community is is how tight knit it is, and how everyone's willing to to rise to the occasion to make an impact.
Yeah, I want to make sure we mention them as well. If you want to list off some of the other restaurants that are involved in this and the chefs.
So amazing restaurants, the James Beard award-winning restaurants, Michelin star award-winning restaurants. We have Albee, which is down at the Navy Yard by Michael Raffiti. We have Bammy's, also down at the Navy Yard by Chris Morgan and Gerald Addison. We also have Chico, which has multiple locations around the DMV, which is Danny Lee and Scott Druno. And myself, I'll be making a burger on Saturday inspired by a pepperoni pizza.
I'm curious because you could have all just made a donation to a charity yourselves, right? Instead, you're kind of involving people. Why was that important to you to put the word out there to give people an opportunity to pitch in here?
That's a great question. Us as some restaurateurs here in Washington D.C. We can raise some money, but the bigger piece was, how do we find a way to create awareness and awareness for others to know and to give them an outlet should they want to assist the charity organization we partner with, which is called KindWorks. KindWorks helps with the assimilation from start to finish, not just essentials, but also housing and everything in between. So think toiletries, think towels, beds, linens, furniture. In addition, if you go to their website, and should you have any old computers or old televisions sitting in a closet that need to be dusted off, grab them, bring them over to KindWorks. They're refurbishing these electronics, and they're getting them in the hands of folks who will ultimately need them.
Yeah. What are the hours of the pop-up, and how can people order?
All right, so pop-up starts today, 11 to close, which is 9 o'clock, and runs through Sunday. You can visit us and come inside at Grazie Grazie down at the wharf at the Southwest Waterfront, or order on Caviar or DoorDash.
Okay, yeah, I really like the last few options too. There's no excuse, right? You can go to it or it can come to you. Lastly, what's the takeaway here? What do you want people, aside from good food and feeling really good about helping out, what's the takeaway?
I think that you just hit it, right? It's good food for a good cause that helps others, right? And that's the takeaway. And if you're unable to be here this weekend, if you can't make it down to Grazie, if you can't jump on DoorDash, and you feel like you want to make a difference and make an impact, you can jump on the website, you can make a small donation, and these donations, as I mentioned, are really going to impact folks who need all the assistance in the world right now.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of these folks are coming here with nothing, and they've got people like you to thank and the other restaurateurs for pitching in and helping them out. Thank you so much, Casey Patton, owner of Grazie Grazie, for speaking with us this morning.
Thank you for having us this morning.
Of course. All right, 6:50.
All right, Fox 5 DC there talking to that restaurant owner about his efforts to feed many of the Afghan refugees who are coming here, like the anchor said, with absolutely nothing. So good to see that there. We're going to stay in Washington for now. Fox 5 DC interviewed the DC fire chief about the Capitol riot, chaos at the Capitol January 6th. The fallout continues.
At that point, the resources that we had in place were quickly overwhelmed.
I got spat at a couple of times, got called the N-word.
It resemble more of things that happens in war zones than it does in our nation's capital.
Well, we all remember that day very clearly, the insurrection at the Capitol. DC's Fire and EMS Chief John Donnelly joins us now to tell us about a special film recapping his department's experiences during the Capitol riot on January 6th. That film is screening tonight. Good morning to you, Chief. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, good morning. Thank you for having me.
I want to, before we get into the film, I want to ask you, how is your department doing? We've heard the harrowing stories, the things that they've witnessed, obviously a lot of them suffering from PTSD. How is everybody faring?
So it's been a tough 18 months for the fire department with COVID and with the protests, with the riot, all of that. We're working our employees really hard so that they can serve the citizens. So it does take its toll, but I'm glad to say that they're here every day serving the citizens. They're doing well. We have a lot of support in place for them, but it is hard.
Yeah. This film here, I want you to tell me about it, but especially why your department and those who were there that day decided to take part. This is tough to talk about.
So initially, we didn't start to try and make a film. We were trying to capture the history of what happened that day. It was evident that this is a day like 9/11. It's different than other experiences we've had. And we wanted to capture and document that and try and learn from it and save that as part of who the fire department is. So we could pass that knowledge on to future firefighters and EMTs as they come to work for us. And then what we found is that our people were really thoughtful, that they had done a lot of amazing things that day. They'd made a lot of decisions on their own within the context of what we do. And that's what we wanted to share with people. It's a compelling story. It goes to the compassion, the service, and the bravery of our workforce. And that's what we wanted to share.
Did you all find it to be cathartic to talk about this?
For me personally, yeah. This is hard to talk about at first. The more we've talked about it, it's much easier to talk about. So it is cathartic. That's not true for everybody, but yes.
I'm curious, given how much has happened since then, as far as perhaps different recollections of what may have happened. You all were there. You saw it. Your people saw it firsthand. I wonder if perhaps another purpose of this film was to make sure that what was witnessed firsthand is clearly documented and not up for debate. I'm not sure if you understand what I'm asking, but essentially, did you want to make sure that history was written factually?
So the purpose of the film isn't political, right? We want to tell the story of our people. And when you're talking to people that were on the ground, each person has a different viewpoint of what was going on and a different set of circumstances that they dealt with.
Yeah.
So in the sense that it does tell the story of each individual, but you have to tell the whole story together and to get the full picture. So I think that's what it is. That is one of the reasons we wanted to get the film early or get our people and talk to them is part of our after action process early on before other things started to change viewpoints and memories. That's a normal process.
What do you think it says about your department that you all responded, you did your job? I mean, you all obviously are the first to get to the scene in the most difficult of situations. What does it say to your department? What would you say to those on your team?
So for the people in the fire department, I am very proud of you and the work you did that day. I think our community is very proud of you and the work you did that day. And I know that the DC Police Department, the Metropolitan Police Department, the U.S. Capitol Police are thankful you were there to help them. But what it says about us is that the fire department is here to serve, that we were going to take care of people that need help no matter what.
How can people check out this film if they're interested?
So follow our Twitter feed or follow us on any social media. And tonight, once we've done the premiere, you'll be able to see it. It runs about an hour, and I think you'll really enjoy it.
Yeah. All right. Chief John Donnelly, really appreciate you coming on and speaking with us this morning. Hopefully people take out the time to check this out. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Steve, I'll send it over to you.
Really enjoying, looking forward to actually seeing that, getting firsthand accounts as to what folks were feeling and seeing on the ground. Still.
All right, Fox 5 in D.C. With that great look there and that interview with the D.C. Fire Chief talking about what he and his force experienced on January 6th for the Capitol riot, a new film coming out that recounts the D.C. Fire Chief and his force's experiences on that day. Anyway, we want to go out now to Fox 13 in Tampa. They are looking at some coronavirus news, especially the debate surrounding vaccine passports. Where does it stand right now?
DeSantis is now ordering steep fines for companies and schools that require proof of COVID vaccinations. And these new fines already clash with a prior court ruling. Cruise ship operators and businesses across the state. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is joining us now with a closer look at the law and where it's leading. Hey there, Craig.
Hi there, Kelly. That's leading back to court again. It's also leading to some confusion and, of course, a good degree of controversy and conflict. And by the way, a growing number of companies at least think they found a way to work around this law banning vaccine passports and still find ways to protect their customers without incurring a fine of $5,000.
It's completely unacceptable
for either the government or the private sector to impose upon you the requirement that you show proof of vaccine to just simply be able to participate in normal society.
Governor DeSantis' law bans schools, businesses, and governments from requiring their customers, patrons, or students from showing proof of COVID-19 vaccination. In explaining it, DeSantis said in Florida, your personal choice regarding vaccinations will be protected, and no business or government entity will be able to deny you services based on your decision. That's not true because Florida requires public school students to receive several other types of vaccinations as a condition of going to school. For example, they still have to get vaccinated to protect against measles, mumps, polio, and chickenpox. The governor's law specifically singles out a COVID-19 vaccination. Look at this. The language in the law specifically states you cannot require proof of vaccination against COVID-19. Norwegian already defied the governor on this and prevailed in court, and other cruise operators have followed suit. So the governor's decision to impose fines of $5,000 for each time a company requires a customer to show proof of vaccination puts them on a collision course with the cruise lines, including large companies like Disney, and businesses across the state that are requiring or effectively requiring proof of vaccination. Some appear to be working around this by requiring proof of vaccination or proof of a recent negative COVID test, or by requiring all customers to make reservations to get in and only setting the reservations for the ones who have received the shots.
If you call here and ask for a reservation, we're going to ask you if you're vaccinated. And if you say you are, then we're going to give you a reservation.
So it sets up the potential for further disputes and interpretation over what could be construed as some gray area in the law and to what extent companies may be able to work around it and still effectively require proof of vaccination without incurring the fines. Now, on a specific point there, Kelly, the governor's office has stated it does not object to efforts to require either a vaccine passport, or if you're not willing to produce it, or proof of a negative COVID test.
All right. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. When do the fines, when will they actually go into effect? Do we know?
If it withstands any kind of legal challenge, the date is set for September 16th, 2 weeks from now, basically. And again, the maximum penalty here would be $5,000 per individual per separate violation. So that infers that one particular individual maybe goes to the same establishment every day in a week. If that same individual is turned away for not showing proof of vaccination, that could incur ultimately $35,000 in fines.
All right, that's a lot of money. It adds up quickly. All right, Craig Patrick, thank you so much, Craig.
And the debate continues and rages on, really, not only in Florida, but across the country about how businesses are deploying and using vaccine passports and how some of these red state governors are responding. You heard there some of the legal fees will be quite onerous. Anyway, we want to stay with Fox 13 in Tampa because there's been some updates on Twitter. They just recently announced that you could possibly be able to monetize your tweets in the near future. Here's that story.
Influencers on Instagram and TikTok secure sponsored content. YouTubers get ad money. Well, now Twitter is getting in on the game, trying to make money by helping their users make money. Here's what's going on. Twitter has launched something called Super Follows. It's a new feature that allows select users to charge others for access to subscriber-only content. Now, Twitter is a way for you to charge your followers for exclusive content. So what does this mean? It means that the content has to have some value. Maybe you're offering business tips or coaching. Or if you're a creator, maybe it's a song, an excerpt from your book. Before you get all excited about this, you need to really look at what it is you're offering or plan to offer, because you're only going to make money if people want to subscribe. It's not that Twitter's going to pay you, your followers will pay, and they have to subscribe. Only users with 10,000 followers or more are eligible. Users also have to be 18 and up, live in the U.S., and have tweeted more than 25 times in the past 30 days. If you meet those qualifications, just open up the Twitter app and swipe right, and you'll see monetization. Once you hit those minimums, you can then apply for the program. But that's not actually the only way you can make money now. You can now host ticketed events where you have paid gatherings. That means maybe a workshop, meet and greets, just conversations with fans, your audience. They're calling those spaces. Once you create a ticketed space, you can earn up to 97% of the revenue on ticket sales after platform fees are deducted. So it'll be interesting to see if this puts Twitter into the influencer money-making game. I'm Sorbani Banerjee for Fox 13 News.
Sorbani, thanks so much. As someone who uses Twitter constantly throughout the day, very interesting there. Anyway, we're going to be moving into some of these press conferences and events we've already shown you throughout the day. We're going to start with President Biden's remarks today, commenting on the really terrible, wicked weather that the Northeast has experienced over the last 48 hours. We just got news in that the president has signed the emergency disaster declarations for both New York and New Jersey. Here he is from earlier remarking on Ida's aftermath.
I spoke with Governor Hochul of New York and Governor Murphy of New Jersey, and I plan to speak with Governor Wolf of Pennsylvania after last night's devastating storm and floods from Hurricane Ida, the fifth largest hurricane in our history. Record rain fell in these states. New York recorded more rain yesterday, the first day of September, than it usually sees the entire month of September. We saw more than 3 inches of rain per hour fall in Central Park. The United States National Weather Service issued a flood emergency in Manhattan, Brooklyn, Queens, the Bronx, Staten Island, and parts of Long Island last night. This is the first time that such a warning has ever been issued for the city. People were trapped in the subways, but the heroic men and women of the New York Fire Department rescued all of them. They were trapped. We're seeing the same story of devastation and heroism across New Jersey and Pennsylvania as well. For now, 11 people in New York and New Jersey died because of the storm. And I want to express my heartfelt thanks to all the first responders and everyone who's been working through the night and well into the morning to save lives and get power back. There's a lot of damage. And I made clear to the governors that my team at the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, is on the ground and ready to provide all the assistance that's needed. In fact, our FEMA Director Administrator, Deanna Griswold, was the Chief Federal Response Officer after Superstorm Sandy in 2012. She knows what to do. And last night, at the request of California Governor Newsom, I approved an emergency declaration for California for the Caldor fire, which is burning aggressively